raising the issue of the 10.5% internal reservation for the one-year community, the PMK champions. And it has been blaming the ruling DMK of not doing enough to ensure social justice for this community, particularly after the High Court had struck down the earlier enactment by the ruling AAP-BJP then. This time the ruling DMK has put the blame on the central government, saying any caste-based census to provide this kind of internal reservation ought to be done only by the central government, and any survey done by the state would be struck down by the court. So these are the issues the state government has been facing, but the ruling DMK has been denying these, saying in the case of the Hooch tragedy, the government had immediately suspended the SP and several other police officers. Besides transferring the collector, a one-man inquiry commission is also inquiring into the incident, and several steps have been put in place, they say. They count on largely the welfare schemes of the ruling DMK in terms of the free bus rides for women, the 1,000 rupee monthly assistance for women. All these, they hope it will help the DMK reclaim this particular seat, since these elections are being held after an MLA of the DMK died recently. But we'll have to wait and see whether the campaign by the opposition, particularly in the absence of the key opposition party, the AAP-BJP, deciding to boycott, what kind of an impact will it have, or who will the AAP-BJP voters support? These are questions. But the larger point is, although this will not really impact the functioning of the government in any way, would the voters look at this by-election as a referendum of sorts on the performance of the ruling DMK? That's something we'll have to wait and see.
Well, the results are going to be very, very interesting. My colleagues are going to interpret the results as and when they do come. In fact, thank you so much, Saurabh and Sam, for joining us at this moment. We're getting some breaking news at this moment. The Enforcement Directorate has filed its charge sheet against Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and has made some big claims against the Chief Minister in the alleged liquor policy case. The ED has said in its charge sheet that Mr. Kejriwal is the kingpin and the main conspirator. ED also says bribe money was used by AAP in the Goa Assembly elections. Meanwhile, they have named Kavita, the BRS leader's PA, who provided 25 crores for the Goa elections. The ED has submitted WhatsApp chats between the Chief Minister and accused Vinod Chauhan. Arvind Kejriwal, remember, is accused number 37 out of 38 charged as far as this entire alleged scam is concerned. Aishwarya, my colleague, joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, while the Chief Minister is fighting for bail, now this is going to be something that is going to rule the headlines for a few days, the charges which have been made by the Enforcement Directorate.
Well, certainly big claims have been made by the Enforcement Directorate in the charge sheet, which has been now filed. According to this charge sheet, there have been several revelations which had come across. It has been Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi Chief Minister, who had been named as an accused, and also Aam Aadmi Party had been named accused. It has been alleged in the charge sheet that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin and the main conspirator. In fact, it was also mentioned that Vinod Chauhan, who is also an accused in this case, Kavita's PA had transferred almost 25.5 crores to the Aam Aadmi Party during the Goa elections, and there have been WhatsApp chats between Arvind Kejriwal and accused Vinod Chauhan, which had been also submitted before the court. It has been made clear from the chat that Vinod Chauhan had a good relationship with Arvind Kejriwal, and he was thoroughly in touch with the Delhi Chief Minister regarding the money that was transferred. The charge sheet also stated that the Hawala note numbers and the money which has been recovered in Goa from the mobile of accused Vinod Chauhan. And also, there are instances where the money was seized by the income tax earlier as well. So from documents to the Hawala operator's statements and the statements of the WhatsApp chats had been also produced. It was stated in the charge sheet that the money was intended to be used by the Aam Aadmi Party in the Goa elections, and that's what the Enforcement Directorate had been saying from day one when the investigation was underway. Very importantly, Enforcement Directorate has also claimed that the money trail directly proves how proceeds of crime received by a bribe from South Group were used by Aam Aadmi Party in the Goa elections, and therefore the reason perhaps it is Arvind Kejriwal who himself was leading the entire money trail, and he was directly being involved as the WhatsApp chats with him and Vinod Chauhan had come out, and that screenshots has also been now presented before the Honorable Court. It is to the court to decide now that what sort of action they will take as far as the next hearing is concerned, but the charge sheet now had been filed in the court against Arvind Kejriwal and 38 other accused.
Just for the understanding of our viewers, Aishwarya, just give our viewers a brief of where the case stands at this moment after the charge sheet has been filed, and what is that are the options as far as the Chief Minister of Delhi is concerned.
Well, this is the last charge sheet according to the probe agencies that they have filed, in which Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party is also being named as an accused. Now, this clearly means that there would be more trouble that will mount for Mr. Kejriwal, because till now the counsels of Arvind Kejriwal had been stating that there had been no direct accusations against the Delhi Chief Minister. Nothing had been found and presented in the court till now, and now when the charge sheet had finally been filed in the court can further. The court has already taken the cognizance of it, and when the next hearing will begin, the charges would be framed if the 38 accused, according to court, will be proved guilty, and once proved guilty, then the charges will be framed against these accused, and finally the verdict can come. But of course, we all know that in India's legal system, this can be challenged in the upper court as well. But certainly, when charge sheet had named Arvind Kejriwal, Vinod Chauhan, and K. Kavita's PA, and the entire money trail had been submitted, there had been proofs and evidences which had already been given to the court. This will certainly be a trouble for Delhi Chief Minister and other Aam Aadmi Party leaders who have been now named, as well as the Hawala operators' statements as well.
Ashwar, thank you for reporting on this big story that we are tracking at this moment. The Enforcement Directorate coming out with some important details in the charge sheet. Now, the challenge for the agency, of course, is to prove their charges while the trial will start. I mean, the trial, remember, is yet to start as far as this case is concerned. So far, Mr. Kejriwal and a few of his party colleagues, the senior ones, including Manish Sisodia, are in fact in jail at this moment with respect to this case. Moving on now to West Bengal, where this has been a victory and a shot in the arm for the West Bengal TMC government in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has said that the Mamata Banerjee government suit against the centre is valid. Remember, this is regarding the government versus the CBI over the cases in West Bengal. The West Bengal government had revoked general consent for CBI. Now, the next hearing in the case is on August 13. The Supreme Court said it has wide ramifications over federalism, and this, in fact, what the Supreme Court's observations are being seen as a big victory for the West Bengal government.
The CBI, which was formed in the year 1963, they were very much able to prove themselves as the most trustworthy political wing of Bharatiya Janata Party. They are specially being utilized in the opposition-ruled states to gain the political benefit of Bharatiya Janata Party. In our state, in the year 2018, in the month of November, the general consent for CBI was withdrawn. It was revoked, and it was notified in the parliament as well. Tamil Nadu, Telangana, and 10 other states, they have withdrawn this general consent. Despite withdrawing the general consent, we have seen that CBI was registering several cases and they were doing investigation, against which our state went to the Supreme Court, and by recognizing an appeal, Supreme Court, we welcome this Supreme Court recognition, and it's not only the victory of Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress government, it is a victory of Indian Constitution, it is the victory of the provision of cooperative federalism, parliamentary democracy, and individual right of individual state as given in the Indian Constitution.
Meanwhile, in a landmark decision, the Supreme Court has ruled that a divorced Muslim woman can seek maintenance from her ex-husband under Section 125 of the Criminal Procedure Code. The ruling came in the case of one Muhammad Samad versus State of Telangana. The Section 125 of the Criminal Procedure Code deals with the wife's rights to maintenance and applies to all married women regardless of their religion. The decision affirms that Muslim women can also invoke the provision to seek maintenance after divorce.
Now, in case there is a divorced Muslim woman is divorced, she can apply under the section 125 of the Criminal Procedure Code to really get benefits. So it's in that context, we'll have to wait and see how things proceed. But they are quite categorical about the fact that, Justice Nagaratna as well as Justice George Mashi are both giving differing judgments, but concurring judgments saying that Muslim women will be entitled to maintenance and alimony, but they have to follow the Criminal Procedure Code, the Code of Procedural Code, section 125, to get the benefit. If you remember the Shah Bano case, they had given a ruling in that regard. Rajiv Gandhi at that time in 1985 tried to, do a U-turn to the Supreme Court judgment. This has, for Muslim women who have been facing, various talaqs and various divorce proceedings, now they will be entitled to that benefit of getting, alimony from their husband. But that will have to be followed through the Criminal Procedure Code. So that's the only new thing. They will be entitled to that benefit and they will be able to get maintenance. But there is a procedure to be followed. But definitely a big and an important step for Muslim women and Muslim rights.
Right, with that, we're slipping into a short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 pan-India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2.
Thought of the movie is just a pan-Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie.
Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done for Mr. Kamal Hassan?
3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स एआई to make your life and your phones even smarter.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed.
We are shifting our focus back to Maharashtra, where Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, after cracking the whip on his party leader whose son is accused in the hit-and-run case, has now spoken. He has in fact reacted to this and has said the opposition is indulging in blame game. He has also said all are equal in the eyes of the law and no special favors are being given to anyone. Listen.
की तरफ से किसी को भी सपोर्ट नहीं किया जाएगा, किसी को भी मदद नहीं होगी। मेरे इंस्ट्रक्शन आपने देखे पुणे में भी एक्शन हुई है और यहाँ भी आप देख रहे हैं एक्शन हो रही है, एक्शन होगी, किसी को भी छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। कोई भी इलीगल काम करेगा उसको कानून छोड़ेगा नहीं।
सर क्या आप मुआवजा देंगे? सर क्या आप मुआवजा देंगे? मुआवजा देंगे सर, मुआवजा देंगे आप विक्टिम की फैमिली को?
उनके फैमिली के साथ हम लोग हैं, हमारे ही परिवार के लोग हैं, ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ। और निश्चित रूप से उनको भी जो सपोर्ट चाहिए, कानूनी सपोर्ट चाहिए, उनको आर्थिक सपोर्ट जो भी है वो कम करें।
क्या आप अनाउंस करेंगे सर?
दिल्ली मध्ये महाराष्ट्रात मोठा पुरस्कार दिला जाणार आहे।
उनके परिवार को मुख्यमंत्री सहायता निधि से 10 लाख रुपए देंगे, वो हमारे परिवार के लोग।
Radhika, my colleague, now joins us with more details on this. Radhika, the Chief Minister reacting after cracking the whip, trying to assure that there is not going to be any special favors for anyone in his state. But as Aditya Thackeray was saying, the fact remains that there has to be an example made out of such people so that it serves as a deterrent.
That's right. Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, reacting. In fact, he has said that no one will be spared. Everyone is equal before law. Of course, we know for a fact that this man, Mihir Shah's father, Rajesh Shah, belongs to Shinde Sena. Now, he's been removed from the party. In fact, he was also arrested, granted bail. So, therefore, Eknath Shinde party had been taking a lot of flack over this. And now, of course, everybody is equal and indulging in blame game. Nobody will be spared and all the necessary action will be taken. There will not be any special favors to anybody. He also saying that the family will also be taken care of and compensation will be announced by Chief Minister of the state, and also going on to say that strict investigation action will be taken against illegal pubs as well. All guilty will be punished is the statement that he has made. So yes, Eknath Shinde Sena, which came under flack over his deputy leader Rajesh Shah's involvement, has now reacted. But the opposition had been upping the ante since day one. Aditya Thackeray, in fact, wanting strict action. Of course, there was a delay as far as the action is concerned. It was 3 days after the incident that the arrest itself happened. So now, of course, assurance of promises being given by Chief Minister, but we'll have to wait and see because this is just the beginning. An arrest has taken place, but will it lead strong evidence being produced in order to convict this person? Will the police be able to prove whether he was drunk, if he was drunk at the time of the incident, and whether he was indeed behind the steering wheel as is being claimed by the police? Police say they have CCTV evidence to prove all of this, as well as eyewitness accounts to prove all of this. But a watertight case is something that the police is looking at, an assurance at the moment being given by the Chief Minister.
For joining us with all those details, Radhika, my colleague, reporting from Mumbai. Moving on to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is on a historic one-day trip to Austria. He is in Vienna and has received the ceremonial welcome in Vienna. The Guard of Honor was presented to the Prime Minister. He's the first Indian Prime Minister to visit Vienna in 42 years. Let's go across to my colleague Mohammad Ghazali for more details. All right, Ghazali is with us at this moment. Mohammad Ghazali, just to understand and put things in perspective, how important is this trip, of the Prime Minister to Austria, and what is India expecting out of this trip?
See, last week the Foreign Secretary Vinay Kwatra has also called Australia an important Central European country, which offered excellent opportunities for bilateral cooperation in infrastructure, renewable energy, high technology areas, startup sectors, media and entertainment. So certainly these areas will be under the focus for discussion when the Prime Minister will meet the Chancellor of Austria. And back in 2021 on the sidelines of COP26 in Glasgow, the Prime Minister had held discussions with the then Austrian Chancellor Alexander Schallenberg, who is now the Foreign Minister of the country. So after the Russia's visit, this visit certainly assumes all significance at a time when the NATO summit is also happening in Washington. All the global leaders have assembled there. While Prime Minister is heading, he met the Russian President there. signaling a kind of the foreign policy which will continue in Modi 3.0, this new government, that it will have a non-alignment as well as it will prefer its own foreign policy, not getting influenced with what the West wants or what will be favored by the West. So in some sense, it's also signaling that how India has charted its own foreign policy, considering its interest first or prioritizing its own interest rather than getting influenced by what is happening in the West or what will influence the West first.
Mohammad Ghazali for joining us with all those details. Meanwhile, it is being seen as a big victory for Adani Ports in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court had stayed the Gujarat High Court order on the land allotted to Adani Ports in Navinal village. The Mundra Gujarat High Court had, in fact, ordered the retrieval of 108 hectares of land allotted to Adani Ports, which now has been stayed by the Supreme Court. On the other side, stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
You know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही अनवील किया था and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm, and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. Well, that 28 buttons इतने से size में, well, obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon. But then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था and maybe
All right, we are taking you straight live to Vienna in Austria, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Austrian Chancellor, there is a joint statement which is going on at this moment after the bilateral listening.
Charter. My cabinet has been in constant contact with the European Union. Yesterday, I talked to Charles Michel on the telephone about potential perspectives and issues in this context. What is particularly important is the support of the European Union for a free and prospering Ukraine. Austria is making a substantial contribution. We're supporting the policy of the European Union on the one hand, but on the other hand, we have also delivered 250 million euro in bilateral aid. For me, it was an important signal that India, as a founding member of the BRICS organization, participated in the Swiss Peace Summit at Birkenstock. Today we've been talking about an even stronger commitment and about possibilities of reviving the peace process. Prime Minister Modi and myself discussed the unique position of India in the so-called Global South. India is an important and influential and creditworthy country. India is the biggest democracy in the world, and therefore India's role, especially for Austria, is more than important when it comes to the peace process and future peace summits. As a reliable partner, Austria will be available as a site for dialogue, making use of its unique position as a neutral country, a member of the European Union, but not a member of NATO. As such, Austria is willing to act as a bridge builder and to contribute towards the achievement of a peaceful solution. Let me move on to economic relations. Currently, the world economy finds itself in a challenging situation. Against this background, it is particularly important for Austria, a strongly export-oriented country, to find new forms of economic cooperation. Today already there are excellent economic and trade relations with India, marked by mutual trust and confidence. 2.7 billion euro is the current trade volume. More than 150 Austrian businesses are operating in India, and we expect the number to increase, and there will also be Indian investments in Austria. There is high demand for economic cooperation, particularly when it comes to renewable energy, about environment and urban technology, urban development and infrastructure development. It's impressive to look at India's success when it comes to infrastructure, digitalization in society, and developing infrastructure at an enormous pace. Today's business forum, which is taking place right now at the Vienna Hofburg, about 40 businesses from India and Austria are coming together to engage in new cooperation and in identifying new economic opportunities. For me, as Austrian Federal Chancellor, cooperation in the field of science is important. Intensified cooperation between universities in Austria and in India. There is no better means of bringing different cultures and civilizations together than to ensure that young people can meet, have encounters in many ways. If you're working together on projects, learning on projects, experiencing technological progress and further developing it, this is particularly important. India has fascinating projects, and Austria has built an impressive level of know-how. So in the field of science and research, we want to intensify our cooperation. 41 years ago, that was the last time a Prime Minister of India visited Austria. I'm particularly happy that we are able to further build and develop cooperation with the world's biggest democracy in the interest of a good future for future generations. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, चांसलर कार्ल नेहमर, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार। सबसे पहले मैं गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए चांसलर नेहमर का आभार प्रकट करता हूं। मुझे खुशी है कि मेरे तीसरे कार्यकाल की शुरुआत में ही ऑस्ट्रिया आने का अवसर मिला। मेरी यह यात्रा ऐतिहासिक भी है और विशेष भी है। 41 साल के बाद किसी भारतीय प्रधानमंत्री ने ऑस्ट्रिया का दौरा किया है। ये भी सुखद संयोग है कि ये यात्रा उस समय हो रही है जब हमारे आपसी संबंधों के 75 साल पूरे हुए हैं। फ्रेंड्स, लोकतंत्र और रूल ऑफ लॉ जैसे मूल्यों में साझा विश्वास हमारे संबंधों की मजबूत नींव है। आपसी विश्वास और शेयर्ड इंटरेस्ट से हमारे रिश्तों को बल मिलता है। आज मेरे और चांसलर नेहमर के बीच बहुत सार्थक बातचीत हुई। हमने आपसी सहयोग को और मजबूत करने के लिए नई संभावनाओं की पहचान की है। हमने निर्णय लिया है कि संबंधों को स्ट्रैटेजिक दिशा प्रदान की जाएगी। आने वाले दशक के लिए सहयोग का खाका तैयार किया गया है। यह केवल आर्थिक सहयोग और निवेश तक सीमित नहीं है। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर विकास, इनोवेशन, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, हाइड्रोजन, वाटर एंड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, क्वांटम जैसे क्षेत्रों में एक दूसरे के सामर्थ्य को जोड़ने का काम किया जाएगा। दोनों देशों की युवा शक्ति और आइडियाज को कनेक्ट करने के लिए स्टार्टअप ब्रिज को गति दी जाएगी। मोबिलिटी और माइग्रेशन पार्टनरशिप पर पहले से समझौता हुआ है। यह लीगल माइग्रेशन और स्किल्ड वर्कफोर्स की मूवमेंट में सहयोग देगा। सांस्कृतिक और शैक्षणिक संस्थाओं के बीच आदान प्रदान को बढ़ावा दिया जाएगा। फ्रेंड्स, ये हॉल जहां हम खड़े हैं बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। 19वीं सदी में यहां ऐतिहासिक वियना कांग्रेस होस्ट की गई थी। उस कॉन्फ्रेंस ने यूरोप में शांति और स्थिरता को दिशा प्रदान की थी। मैंने और चांसलर नेहमर ने विश्व में चल रहे विवादों, चाहे यूक्रेन में संघर्ष हो या पश्चिम एशिया की स्थिति, सभी पर विस्तार में बात की है। मैंने पहले भी कहा है कि यह युद्ध का समय नहीं है। समस्याओं का समाधान रणभूमि में नहीं हो सकता। कहीं भी हो, मासूम लोगों की जान की हानि स्वीकार्य नहीं है। भारत और ऑस्ट्रिया शांति और स्थिरता की जल्द से जल्द बहाली के लिए डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी पर बल देते हैं। इसके लिए हम दोनों मिलकर हर संभव सहयोग देने के लिए तैयार हैं। फ्रेंड्स, आज मानवता के सामने क्लाइमेट चेंज और आतंकवाद जैसी चुनौतियों पर भी हमने विचार साझा किए। क्लाइमेट के विषय में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सोलर अलायंस, कोलिशन फॉर डिजास्टर रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, बायोफ्यूल अलायंस जैसी हमारी पहलों से जुड़ने के लिए हम ऑस्ट्रेलिया को आमंत्रित करते हैं। हम दोनों आतंकवाद की कठोर निंदा करते हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि ये किसी भी रूप में स्वीकार्य नहीं है। इसको किसी तरह भी जस्टिफाई नहीं किया जा सकता। हम संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ और अन्य अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थाओं में रिफॉर्म के लिए सहमत है ताकि उन्हें समकालीन और इफेक्टिव बनाया जाए। फ्रेंड्स, आने वाले महीनों में ऑस्ट्रिया में चुनाव होंगे। मैं लोकतंत्र की जननी और विश्व के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र भारत के लोगों की ओर से चांसलर नेहमर और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के लोगों को अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। कुछ देर बाद हम दोनों देशों के सीईओ से मिलेंगे। मुझे ऑस्ट्रिया के माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी से भी मिलने का सौभाग्य मिलेगा। एक बार फिर मैं चांसलर नेहमर के प्रति उनकी मित्रता के लिए आभार प्रकट करता हूं और भारत यात्रा करने के लिए मैं आपको निमंत्रित करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Prime Minister there addressing during his one-day trip to Vienna. This is, of course, the first time in 40 years that an Indian Prime Minister has visited Austria. And there's also the Guard of Honor which was given to Prime Minister Modi in Vienna. And the Prime Minister there, of course, highlighting how he would want to increase cooperation and the ties between India and Austria. Right, let's take a look at the top stories that we are following in the bulletin at the moment. 3 days on, Maharashtra Chief Minister finally acts against the accused's father in the Mumbai hit-and-run case. Shinde Sena leader removed from the party post. Chief Minister Shinde says that the opposition is only indulging in blame game. This at a time when Shiv Sena, UBT Sena leader Aditya Thackeray visits the family of the accused. Opposition demands murder case against the accused. In the Mumbai hit-and-run case, authorities finally wake up. Juhu pub, where the accused drank, has been sealed and partly razed. Today, the accused, in a short while from now, will be produced in court. The Muda muddle in Karnataka, spotlight on Chief Minister Sitamarhi and his family. The charges: the Chief Minister's wife fabricated fudge documents in order to get prime property. BJP asks Karnataka government why no FIR in the case yet. Karnataka Chief Minister responds saying that a 2-member panel is conducting probe. NDTV accesses contents of the ED charge sheet against Kejriwal. The charge sheet highlights and calls Kejriwal the kingpin in the Delhi liquor policy case. Supplementary charge sheet filed in the alleged liquor policy scam. In the Delhi tree felling case, Supreme Court issues notice to the Delhi police. NGO alleges harassment by the Delhi police. This in a case where 1,100 trees had been chopped in the national capital, Delhi Development Authority in the dock. Right, our top focus and that on the Mumbai hit-and-run case, where 3 days on, now Maharashtra Chief Minister has finally acted against the father of the accused. Remember, the father of the accused in this case is a member of Shiv Sena, of the Shiv Sena, and now we can see that the Maharashtra Chief Minister, also the head of the Sena in this case, has in fact removed this person, Rajesh Shah, from the party post that Rajesh Shah held. Remember, Rajesh Shah is the father of 24-year-old Mihir Shah, who's the main accused in this case. and we can see the chief minister there finally acting against the accused's father 3 days since the accident took place. In fact, this comes at a time when the opposition has been demanding a murder case, saying that this is not a case of accident, but instead murder sections should in fact be added to the FIR. 302 should be added to the FIR. In fact, Uddhav Sena leader Aditya Thackeray also visited the residence of the victim just a short while back and said that why has there not been any bulldozer justice delivered to the residence of the accused. Remember, we also saw earlier today that the Juhu pub where the accused had drank just hours ahead of this accident has been partly sealed. Let's take a look at the reactions coming in from the Maharashtra Chief Minister as well as Aditya Thackeray.
जो देर रात तक चलते हैं, पब है वहाँ पर और अनैतिक जो कुछ ड्रग्स है, ये सब बेचने वाले जो है उनके ऊपर भी कड़ी कार्रवाई करने का आदेश मैंने दिया हुआ है। इस केस में भी किसी को भी बिल्कुल सपोर्ट करना तो दूर की बात है, ये सभी लोग कानून के सामने कानून के दायरे में एक समान है और इसलिए मैंने ये इंस्ट्रक्शन पहले दिन में दिया है और कार्रवाई आप देख रहे हैं।
हम यही मांग कर रहे हैं कि इनको न्याय मिले। जो मिहिर राजेश शाह है जिन्होंने इनकी पत्नी को मर्डर किया, इनके पत्नी का, मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि एक्सीडेंट था, ये नहीं कहूँगा कि हिट एंड रन थी, ये मर्डर था। और मुझे लगता है कि सबसे कठोर शिक्षा जो है देश में वो इस मिहिर राजेश शाह को मिलनी चाहिए। जो बुलडोजर जस्टिस हर जगह ये रेजिम देने की कोशिश करता है, उनके घर पे अभी करके दिखाओ।
Right, I'm joined by my colleague Radhika. Radhika, the accused will be produced in court in a short while from now. But coming to the political war of words that we have in fact been seeing now after the opposition has constantly in fact been raising this issue, firstly about why the delay in arrest, why the Mumbai police had not been able to arrest the accused for several hours since the accident. Now, of course, the second the two-pronged attack that we can see from the opposition side, asking where is the bulldozer justice in the accused's residence. The chief minister, of course, maintaining that this is just political blame game and in a way displaying that they are taking action. They have now removed the accused's father from the party post. So we can see there's an escalation of sorts as far as the political back and forth in this case is concerned.
That's right, political war of words as far as both Eknath Shinde and Aditya Thackeray is concerned. In fact, Maharashtra Chief Minister there assuring of fair justice as far as this case goes. In fact, he has said that law will be equal for all, there will be equal treatment, and the opposition should stop indulging in any sort of blame game. He's also promised a compensation of ₹10 lakh to the victim, but at the same time saying that, law will take its course and strictest punishment will be given as per law. Of course, Eknath Shinde Sena was under pressure, which is why this action of sack Ajay Shah from the party, that announcement has been made by Eknath Shinde Sena. At the same time, Aditya Thackeray, who had been reacting and responding over this case, whose constituency Worli is where the accident happened, has been talking since day one, whereby he today, in fact, took a political tone there by saying that it looks like there is political patronage here. There had been 3 days of delay. Was there a deliberate delay in order to, weaken this case? Is something that he has asked as to why there was a delay in arresting this accused and how that may perhaps impact the case. However, he's demanded strictest action for the accused, a fast track of this case, and also demanded murder charges to be imposed. He says that this is not just hit and run or culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Considering the sequence of events and what happened that evening, this should be treated as murder. So these are the reactions coming in. Political war of words. On one hand, Aditya Thackeray is perhaps blaming the government, and the administration for this delay. He's questioning this delay in arrest. And at the same time, Eknath Shinde Sena sacking this man, Rajesh Shah, father of the main accused, and at the same time saying that law will take its course and law is equal before everybody.
In fact, Radhika, as we speak, I believe that the accused, Mihir Shah, has been produced in court. It's been a few hours since the police have had him in custody. They are, of course, going to present in court the evidence that they have managed to collect so far. Sum up for our viewers where all the police teams actually visited. You were outside that Juhu pub yesterday, where the pub, of course, has been partly razed. It has been sealed also. But take us through the evidence collection that the police has done so far and what we have gathered in terms of the questioning which has been done of the accused.
As far as the evidence collected is concerned, there is a CCTV footage that the police is talking about, which talks about the sequence of events that night, especially how this accident happened. There is a CCTV footage, the police say, where the woman is seen dragged in that car. Mihir is seen behind the wheels, and then later Mihir has switched the seats with the driver getting onto the driver's seat, reversing the car, and once again, running over this woman without really getting out, without really trying to help, leaving her to die on the road. That's what happened that day. And this entire sequence has been captured on CCTV, is what the police has said before the court when remand of Rajesh Shah was happening. Of course, he's been granted bail. Today, of course, Mihir Shah, to be produced. Of course, he has been produced before the court now. It will be interesting to see what the remand will be like, how they will be seeking the remand. Another interesting point is, of course, the alcohol level, or whether he was at all under the influence of alcohol. Will the police be able to prove whether he was in an inebriated condition, considering 3 days have passed by? Perhaps police will have to rely on CCTV evidence for that eyewitness account to understand whether he did drink that night. So was he behind the wheels? Is there enough proof for that? That is something police will be producing before the court. And was he under the influence of alcohol? These are the 2 points that the police will be looking at, on the basis of which, substantial evidence will be spoken and produced by the police in order to get his remand. Of course, he's not been cooperating with investigations. He's confessed to having been behind, the steering wheel, but having denied drinking that evening. So that's what the police have said. But at this point, his statement's also changing. But it was a strategic move, certainly, by the accused and his family members to keep him in hiding for a matter of 3 days. So how the police will try and strengthen this case before the court in order to get maximum police custody, we will know in just a bit.
For the benefit of our viewers, if you can just take us through the sequence of events. It's been a hectic 72 hours of sorts in this particular case. Now the accused has been produced in court. But, the police fanned out across the state. There were 10 teams looking for this person who is a political leader's son. It is a high-profile case, and not in the back of Beyond in Worli in Mumbai. And the victim's family has, of course, given out a very emotional appeal saying politicians only come to their doors seeking votes but forget about the people after such a heinous crime takes place. So take our viewers through, refresh our memory in terms of what we have seen over the past 72 hours in terms of the chase by the police in terms of getting this accused finally to the court.
Certainly, Sunday morning is when this tragic incident took place, soon after which it was the driver who was arrested first and then the father of the accused. Of course, the accused who was driving the vehicle, Mihir Shah, was on the run. 3 days after the incident is when he was arrested, but initially it was the driver and father who were trying to tow away the vehicle from that particular area in Bandra East where the vehicle was abandoned, is when the police arrested them, later produced before the court. Father getting bail, driver sent to police custody, and then later Mihir Shah getting arrested. As far as the sequence of events on that fateful night is concerned, yes, it was Mihir and driver. Mihir was behind the steering wheel. He was speeding. After getting out of this pub where I'm standing, I'm still in that particular Juhu pub where, in fact, today the bulldozer action took place. I'll just show you the visuals while I talk about the sequence of events. So this is the pub from where he took off at about 1:30 a.m. with his friends. Now, of course, action being taken. There is, bulldozer action and BMC officials here tearing down the walls and, the iron grills as well as wooden grills. The extension, the illegal extension has been taken down by the BMC officials. So soon after leaving from this place, he dropped off his friends and then him and his driver were speeding. Mihir Shah was in control of the vehicle when he hit this scooter and dragged Kaveri for 1.5 kilometers. He was panicking, and later, of course, both of them did not bother to really help the victim. Instead, they switched seats and then once again ran over her and fled the spot, and then reached Bandra East, where the vehicle was abandoned. Mihir was asked to leave from there by his father. He called his father multiple times. He fled from there. He went to his friend's house, and from there, with his family members, which include mother and sisters, left for Shahpur, where he was for a couple of days. Meanwhile, of course, father, driver getting arrested, father granted bail, driver still behind bars. And later, through technical evidence, by tracing the phone location, police found that he was in Shahpur. Later, he shifted with his friend to Virar in a hotel, which is where police caught him yesterday and was brought to Mumbai and now being produced before the court.
Right. Radhika, if you can just tell us in terms of, Mihir has just been produced in court. In fact, we are playing out the shots on the right side of our screen right now, the shots of the accused being produced in court at the moment. But if you can just tell us, how did the police track down Mihir? That's also a fascinating story. In fact, all the phone numbers connected to the individuals who were missing in this case had been switched off, but it was one friend's phone which switched on for a few minutes, which actually gave the police the breakthrough, right?
Yes, absolutely. It was obviously the phone tracking that really helped police after a point. Of course, all the phones, as you mentioned, were switched off of the family members, be it the mother, sisters, Mihir's friends, all those phones were switched off. But at some point, when they were in Shahpur, one of the driver's phone was on, which is what helped them trace their location to Shahpur. However, when the police reached there, they could find, the mother as well as the sisters, but couldn't really spot Mihir there because Mihir had by then left for Virar with his friend. And while, police was trying to track them down, although their phones were switched off, they were not successful in the initial attempts, but later his friend's phone was switched on for exactly a few minutes, for perhaps 5 to 10 minutes outside that hotel in Virar, which is when the police picked up that location, went there, with the help of the cell phone towers there, figured which hotel that was and spotted him there. So it was through, these technical evidence, or rather, with the help of technology, that the police were able to track down the family members as well as Mihir. Mihir was then picked up from Virar and taken to Mumbai. Of course, he was taken to an undisclosed location, which is interesting because he was not taken to Worli police station. He was taken to somewhere in a lockup near Arthur Road, highly secured, and then it was all done in a very hush-hush way because there was fear that, there could be some sort of, chaos that may be created. Because we know that, it was an emotional family that we saw yesterday, and we did speak to the neighbors around there as well. All of them, angry over what happened. Very, very disturbing turn of events, of course. The family were inconsolable and they wanted justice. So in order to avoid any kind of media attention or any sort of crowd gathering there at Worli police station, he was taken somewhere else, and then medical, and now, of course, he's been brought to the court and has been produced. So now we'll have to see what the arguments will be. Certainly, Mihir would have, Mihir's father would have, gotten, good set of lawyers for sure. Some illustrious lawyers will be representing Mihir, considering the political clout that the family has. So what kind of arguments the defense will put forth in order to prove he was not behind the wheels, he was not drunk. That is going to be interesting to watch out for. And prosecution has a challenging case ahead of them because, whether they'll be able to prove whether he was under the influence of alcohol remains to be seen. But they are very certain that with the help of CCTV evidence, they can prove that he was indeed behind the steering wheel and it was him who caused the accident. So these are the sequence of events. Now, all the action shifts to court, where we'll get to see some, interesting arguments there, and how the police is going to seek the maximum remand of this accused remains to be seen.
Radhika, very quickly, if we can also touch upon the mother and the sister. I believe they are also in police custody, and have the police managed to determine what kind of a role they had to play in terms of shielding him or helping him to hide, because they actually managed to trace him down finally at a resort in Virar, if I'm not mistaken. What are they looking at in terms of other family members and how they helped Mihir to hide for over 2 days before the police actually caught up?
Certainly, as far as family members are concerned, be it the father, mother, sisters, or some of the friends, they had all helped Mihir to hide, as well as, in the destruction of evidence per se, which is why the father was, of course, arrested, because father was instrumental in directing his son to go to an undisclosed place, to go to Shahpur. He sort of helped in the logistics of it all. And therefore, post which he went to Borivali, and then, to Goregaon first, then Borivali, and then to Shahpur. Shahpur, he was accompanied by his mother as well as his sisters. Later, police managed to get hold of all of them from Shahpur, and of course, Mihir from Virar. Yes, they were also detained. Mother, sisters, and friends were detained, but they were let off after questioning. And of course, this is to sort of, make a watertight case as to understand what exactly he did in the last 3 days in terms of destruction of evidence and so on, which is why their questioning is also imperative. So the family members were questioned in detail over the last many hours. They were let off. And as far as Mihir is concerned, he had been thoroughly interrogated. However, he's not been cooperating with the investigations. He denied having any alcohol, but he confessed to having driven that car, and also saying that he was panicking, he was scared, which is why he fled from the spot, and therefore he made multiple calls to his parents and friends.
Radhika, as you were saying that the police have already questioned the close family members, and of course Rajesh Shah in this case had also been arrested for a few hours before he was granted bail in this case. But in terms of the witnesses that the police has managed to question in this particular case, also the friends who were with Mihir that particular night before he actually went for a joyride, which led to this unfortunate incident. So have they actually managed to gather anything in terms of witness statements besides CCTV footage that they're scanning?
That's what the police is looking at. Police have, in fact, over the last 3 days, in order to find the accused, in order to track down the accused, did question a bunch of people. That include his family members, most of them who are absconding, of course, but some of the extended family members and his friends who he had accompanied, who accompanied him at this particular pub. One, that, and secondly, of course, the employees here as well. Employees in the pub, people who were here around that time, in order to understand whether he consumed alcohol. Apparently, he had paid a bill of rupees 18,000, which included hard liquor as well. So whether he consumed alcohol, how much alcohol he consumed, what state of mind he was in, how did he drive off, all those were asked to the friends and people who were present here in the pub on that night. Besides that, of course, any eyewitnesses during the time of the accident. Of course, the husband is the, prime witness in this case, because it was him who was trying to chase that vehicle, tried to stop him, after, he was hit by the vehicle and after his wife was dragged. So husband, of course, is a prime witness in the case who could talk about what exactly transpired. And fortunately, on that particular stretch, there were CCTV cameras that captured the entire sequence, which is what the police told before the court, that we have CCTV to establish that Mihir was behind the wheels. He dragged the woman for more than a kilometer, switched seats, and then ran her over again, and later fled the spot. And later the vehicle was abandoned. So multiple,
Right. Radhika, stay with us. I'm also joined by my colleague Anuj, who's outside that court where the accused has in fact been taken in just a short while back. Anuj, any update coming in terms of the arguments inside court? Anuj, if you can hear me, any update on the arguments inside court? Right. So we'll try and reconnect with Anuj in a short while. Let me go back to Radhika for the moment. Radhika, yes, as you were mentioning that, of course, in this particular case, the prime witness for the police, obviously is the husband of the deceased. He was also the other person on the scooter, which was hit by the speeding BMW, which the accused was driving. Take us also through the reason why, you're standing in front of, okay, I'm being told that we can go back to Anuj. Radhika, I'll come back to you. But Anuj, you're reporting from outside the court where the production is taking place. Any update in terms of what's happening inside?
He's just been produced here in the court just 15 minutes ago. And now the hearing will take place. After what has unfolded today with regards to the case earlier, it is not expected to be a long hearing. Of course, it is the first one, so the police would, in all likeliness, get a couple of days police custody, which will later be, a demand would be made a couple of days later for an extension of the same. But there was a lot of crowd here to watch him, and then there was no trace of where exactly he is. There was a lot of confusion over where exactly Mihir Shah is throughout the day after he was arrested yesterday along with his detainees. It's important to note that it's only him who has been brought here. Most of the other detainees, including his family members, were let go off after the initial statements were recorded. And Mihir Shah has been brought to the court here, and in a short while the proceedings will begin. And in all likeliness, Mihir Shah is to get a couple of days police custody in this first hearing.
Right. Anuj, if you can also sum up in terms of the fact that, it's been a few hours that Mihir Shah was with it has in fact been in police custody since he was arrested last evening. What have the police managed to gather so far after speaking to him?
Well, there were a lot of questions about the whereabouts of Mihir Shah because he was not brought to the Worli police station, but he was interrogated elsewhere independently away from the other detainees. And what the first piece of information to come out from that piece of interrogation was the fact that he was in the initial round of interrogation was somehow trying to beat around the bush, was not really cooperating with the police the way they would have wanted to. But later, of course, there were reports of him confessing to the police that he was indeed behind the wheel, and then he panicked at the situation and then ran away. Although he very categorically refused the fact that he was under the influence of the alcohol, and that is something that the police had been trying to build in their report as well. They'll try to state here it in front of the court as well. But given the fact that the arrest was made 60 to 65 hours late, that the presence of alcohol in the blood, proving that particular fact becomes difficult. But otherwise, all the other statements which have been recorded from the other detainees and of course from Mihir Shah himself will be made public in the court when they are presented here in a short while.
Anuj, stay with us. Let me go back to my colleague Radhika. While Anuj is tracking all the updates, the hearing as such is still yet to begin. The accused, of course, is in the court premises. But Radhika, take us through the role of a female friend that the police are looking at. In fact, there are a number of calls which apparently were made between the two, which was also one of the dots that the police followed, in order to piece together and actually find the trail leading them to Mihir Shah. So tell us about the role of this friend that the police are looking at the moment.
That's right. The role of the female friend of Mihir is important here because after Mihir caused the accident and he was about to abandon the vehicle, post the accident, in fact, he had made multiple calls, not just to his father, but also to his female friend who lived in Goregaon. So post abandoning the vehicle, he left from Bandra East area and then went to Goregaon, spent a few hours at his female friend's residence. In fact, this female friend was questioned later by the police also in order to understand where he was. In fact, there was suspicion that she may have provided him refuge. However, after spending some time at her residence, he escaped from there, went to meet his family that included his mother and sisters in Borivali, and from there his father instructed them to leave Mumbai soon and go to Shahpur. So there were two cars that were arranged for that, both of them family cars, in which they left from Borivali to Shahpur, where they were spent a couple of days, after which of course Mihir fled from there with his friend to Virar, where he was found. So yes, this female friend's role is very important because she had spent a lot of time with Mihir post the accident. She may be able to tell the police as to what his frame of mind was about whether he confessed to having done this whether he was under the influence of alcohol. All of that will perhaps be clear, as she was the immediate person who he had met post the accident for a couple of hours, which is why she was questioned, and perhaps she may be questioned further by the police in the days to come.
Right. Anuj, we've also seen, going back to Anuj now, who's outside the court. Anuj, as you were mentioning, that a number of other people had also in fact been detained, but for the moment we can see that the court production is only taking place of the main accused, Mihir Shah. They have let go of the other people after questioning them. In terms of the technical evidence that the police are looking at, besides CCTV and the phone records, what sort of a technical evidence have the police gathered so far in this case? Because very important for us to remember, which we have in fact been reporting, is that in terms of medical evidence, there is little that the police will get after examining Mihir Shah at this stage, because he's of course already denied, according to sources, that he consumed alcohol that particular night, but which is why it's very important for the police to get these witness statements from the people who were with him that particular night in order to establish that angle as well. So take us through what is, in terms of the police's focus, in terms of the evidence that they are gathering in this particular case.
As of now, from what we know, of course, there's a lot of information that we'll only become aware of once the details of the court proceedings come out. But as of now, there are two things that the police might base their two pillars of this entire argument might be, firstly, the multiple CCTV footages. Right now, when we talk about CCTV footages, it is not just about the one which saw the Mercedes car go from Borivali to Shahpur. Of course, police tracked that particular vehicle and mapped a route for it, and that's how they were able to reach the place where the family and the prime accused had been absconding for more than 60 hours. That will be one of the CCTV cameras that they'll be looking at, firstly. Secondly, of course, the CCTV footages of the bar, of the pub, where Mihir Shah took his allegedly had alcohol. Now, the police are quite certain on that. And even when the leaders started coming here in the Worli police station, many of them, especially Varsha Gaikwad from the Congress party, said it that these videos should be made public via media. So you see CCTV footages of different locations, and especially of the pub, become an important part here for police to prove that he was indeed taking alcohol. Now the fact that, as you said, that blood report may not be as crucial as it would have been if it was done all on time. And secondly, all of this happened in the early hours, in dark nights. So there were several people present there when this accident happened, and we saw the husband of the deceased say, he very graphically narrated the entire story, in which he also mentioned several people being present there as well. And a lot of people, a lot of these eyewitnesses haven't officially, of course, confirmed the fact that Mihir Shah himself was behind the steering wheel. So the witness account of all those present at that particular point of time, his female friend, the interrogation with all the other detainees, including his family members and his friends, and the CCTV camera, which was used by the police to map the road of the Mercedes, which helped the family and the friend and the prime accused himself abscond from Borivali to Shahpur. All of these are, as of now, the most important piece of evidences that the police seem to have. But of course, more details will come out in an hour or so when the court proceedings end.
Right, and we'll be tracking all the updates with you. Anuj and Radhika, thank you so much for joining us with that. We'll keep coming back to you for more. On that note, we'll be slipping into a short break. More news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 pan-India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2.
Thought of the movie is just a pan-Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie.
Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done from Mr. Kamal Hassan?
3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं. वो performance सही सारे नहीं थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Here we are, and ये है, आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं, मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी. देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं.
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3, because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there is no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter. आप उसको अभी यूज कर सकते हैं for at least I would say एक और साल तक before you see any substantial upgrade in this technology. और हो सकता है अगले आने वाले जो मॉडल्स होंगे वो आपको ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग लगेंगे.
नमस्ते टेक्निकल गुरुजी, मैं ऑनलाइन क्लास में पढ़ती हूँ और मुझसे ज़्यादा टाइम के लिए ईयरफोन्स नहीं पहने जाते. क्या आप मुझे ऐसे ईयरफोन्स या हेडफोन्स सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं जिन्हें हम 3 से 4 घंटे पहन सकें?
मैं आपको 2 सलाह दूंगा मेरी तरफ से. सबसे पहला तो अगर आप ईयरफोन्स यूज़ करते हैं तो उसमें आप ईयर टिप को चेंज करके देखिए, बिकॉज कई बार उसका साइज़ अगर आप चेंज करेंगे तो आपको ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल फील होगा और आप लंबे टाइम तक उनको पहन पाएंगे. सेकंड थिंग, अगर आपको स्टिल लगता है कि ईयरफोन्स जो है ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल नहीं हैं तो आई वुड रिकमेंड कि आप एक ओवर ईयर स्टाइल का हेडफोन लें. ओवर ईयर से मेरा मतलब ये है द कुशन गोज ऑल अराउंड.
Welcome back. Now, in a significant order, the Punjab and Haryana High Court has directed the Haryana government to open the Shambhu border, observing that closure is causing great inconvenience to the public. Remember, the Shambhu border had in fact been blocked. It's a key border on the Delhi highway, but it had been blocked for months owing to the farmers' agitation. The court has in fact now said that the shutting down of that border for months now, that highway for months now, has in fact caused a lot of inconvenience to people, and that the barricades should now be removed. Let me go across to my colleague Gurpreet, who's standing by from Shambhu border, I believe. Gurpreet, so a very important order coming in from the Punjab and Haryana High Court. What is the scenario right now at the highway, if you can explain for our viewers?
Well, yes, of course, we are explaining through the visuals. This is the highway which we are showing at this point of time, and we are standing towards Punjab side, and the next side which we are showing on the screen at this point of time, that is the Haryana side. We can see these visuals. This is the barricading which has been done towards Haryana side, and the farmers, they had moved from Punjab side. I'll request my Vijay to just show the visuals from this side towards Punjab side, where we can see that huge number of tractors and trolleys are there. At the same time, we can see Haryana government had put up all these barricades here. So as of now, what we can understand, the farmers say they have been being blamed by the government, saying that the farmers had blocked this road. But today, the High Court orders has already made it very clear. These visuals which are showing from the ground, it has a lot of importance. I'll request my Vijay to show towards Haryana side also, because these are the barricades. These are the cemented barricades which has been done by the Haryana government, so that the farmers will not be able to move from this place. We will talk to one of the farmers who is standing with us. We will talk to him to understand. तो आज हरियाणा, पंजाब एंड हरियाणा हाई कोर्ट ने जो डिसीजन दिया है कि ये हाईवे जो नेशनल हाईवे है दिल्ली टू अमृतसर ये खुलना चाहिए, इसको कैसे देख रहे हैं?
सर एक गल तो क्लीयर हो गई हाई कोर्ट के ऑर्डर के नाल भी जो रोड बंद किए हुए ने वो किसानां ने नहीं बंद किए, वो सरकार ने बंद किए हुए, हरियाणा सरकार हुई चाहे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हुई, वो उन्होंने बंद किए हुए, किसानां ने नहीं बंद किए हुए। किसान तो पहला भी 13 तरीक तो ही बड़े शांतिपूर्ण धर ते दिल्ली जा रहे थे, तो हुण भी दिल्ली जाण नूं तैयार ने। बार्डर खुलणगे तो असी अपनी जिहड़ी साडी 13 तरीक की काल सी दिल्ली जाण दी, हुण भी साडी उही काल है। जदों भी 1 दिन 2 दिन 4 दिन हफ्ते का टाइम दिता कोर्ट ने भी हरियाणा सरकार नूं भी तुसीं इन्हां नूं हफ्ते दे विच विच इस नूं रोकां नूं हटा दो सारियां नूं, ते इहनूं विहला रोड नूं खाली कर दो। ते ओहदी गल इह है भी जो साडी काल सी 13 तरीक की दिल्ली जाण दी, वो काल साडी हजे भी उस तरह की एवें है, ते जदों गेट खुलेगा तो दिल्ली असीं जावांगे जरूर।
तो आप कह रहे थे कि मीटिंग होगी, तो मीटिंग के बाद डिसीजन लिया जाएगा कि आप दिल्ली जाओगे?
जो हमने कहा था ना भी मीटिंग होगी, मीटिंग तो हमारे दोनों फोरमों की होनी है भी कैसे रणनीति करें, क्योंकि जो आज एक ये ऑर्डर हुआ है ना, उसे एक ऑर्डर में कमी भी रही है ना। सिर्फ शंभू बॉर्डर के लिए ऑर्डर किया है मानयोग पंजाब और हरियाणा हाई कोर्ट ने, जैसे डब वाली, खनौरी, रतनपुरा, उन बॉर्डरों पर भी तो मोर्चा चल रहा है ना, उन पर रोडों को भी रोका हुआ है। उसके तहत मीटिंग होकर देखा भी हम टोटली इधर को जाएंगे, कैसे रणनीति वो मीटिंग में बनेंगे। मगर जो दिल्ली जाने की है हमारी कल, वो ज्यों की त्यों है, दिल्ली तो जाएंगे ही, क्योंकि जो हमारी मांगे हैं वो दिल्ली से रिलेटेड है, ना कि पंजाब से रिलेटेड। जो हम यहाँ रुकेंगे, यहाँ तो हमें पंजाब सरकार ने नहीं, हरियाणा की सरकार ने यहाँ बॉर्डर लाकर तब रोका है।
So, well, a very clear word from the farmers. They say we will definitely move toward the national capital, that because they want for their demands that is from the central government, they want to carry forward toward the national capital. So once again, I request my Vijay to show all these visuals from the ground. We are reporting at this point of time from Shambhu border, where we are showing all these visuals from here. So other side of this road, this is the Punjab side from where we are reporting at this point of time. We are showing the lot of tractors and trolleys have been parked at the Shambhu border, where the farmers from February 13 onward, they are sitting on the protest. They are saying they are not being allowed to move toward Haryana, and they are not being allowed to even go to the national capital. For that, they are sitting here, and today we have seen Punjab and Haryana High Court has taken it very seriously, saying that why this national highway has been blocked, and a clear direction had been given to the Haryana government to just open these barricades in a week. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Gurpreet Singh China for NDTV, Shambhu border, Haryana.
Right, Gurpreet there reporting from Shambhu border about the farmers' demands there, and the farmers also reacting to the High Court order. We'll be taking a short break at this point. Don't go anywhere.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
Right, welcome back. Now on to another story that we have in fact been following on the channel very closely, and that is the Karnataka land allotment controversy, in which there's a complaint against Chief Minister Siddaramaia's wife. Now in the latest, the case of course deals with an allegation that the Chief Minister's wife had allegedly fudged documents in order to get a prime property. Now Karnataka Chief Minister has responded to the allegations which have been levelled, saying that there is a two-member panel which is conducting a probe in this case, and if any illegality is found, action will be taken. But the BJP is constantly asking the Karnataka government, why has no FIR been registered basis the complaint just yet? But first, before I go across to my colleague Pratibha, let's listen into what Chief Minister Siddaramaiah had to say today.
Enquiry ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಇಬ್ಬರು IAS ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಕೇಳಿ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದು ಏನು ತನಿಖೆಯಾಗಿ ಏನು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ತನಿಖೆಯಾಗಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬಂದು ಕಾನೂನು ಬಾಹಿರವಾಗಿ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ ಆಗಿ 100% ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ತಗೋತೀವಿ. ಈಗ ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಮಾಡಲಿ ಪಾಪ, ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಶುರುವಾಗುತ್ತೆ 15ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿನಿಂದ. ಅದು ರೈಸ್ ಆದರೆ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಸರ್.
Let me go across to my colleague Pratibha. Now, Pratibha, the BJP is of course asking why no FIR in this case yet. What is the evidence that the two-member panel is looking at the moment in order to determine whether there's an illegality?
Well, there are multiple allegations here. One is the fact that the CM claiming that ever since 1998, when the land was gifted to his wife by his brother-in-law, they haven't got any kind of compensation from MUDA, and that MUDA had illegally procured that land from them, and now he demands a compensation. It was land for land based on the order that was put out during the BJP's regime, and that is how he got around 38,284 square feet of site that was allotted to him. Now, what has been the bone of contention is the fact that the BJP claims that a land that was taken by MUDA, which is of low value, was compensated with a land of very high value in a premium area. How is that justified? Now, the justification provided by the CM is the fact that this order was done in during BJP's tenure and was granted to him during BJP's tenure, and what is wrong with that? Now, while this political face-off is on, there is also a fresh police complaint by a social activist who has suggested that all those documents are now forged and that this was purchased much later, even though it was denotified by with forged documents claiming that this is an agricultural land. And so the entire purchase as well as the gifting of that land between the brother-in-law and the wife of Siddaramaiah was done with the sole purpose of deriving this compensation of a high-value plot from MUDA. Now, all of these multiple allegations, from the documents to the purchase deed as well as the registration, each of them will have to be verified along with the fact that this kind of a site allotment and the scam deals could be worth around several thousand crore rupees that would cost the state exchequer. So all of these need to be verified, and we'll have to wait to see whether this would reach its logical end with respect to the committee that has been formed, 2-member committee with 2 IAS officers there who would be looking into each of these allegations here.
Right. The opposition, of course, raising questions about this particular case, alleging bias. Pratibha, thank you so much for joining us with that. Latest in the Delhi liquor policy case, and NDTV has accessed contents of ED's supplementary charge sheet in the case, which has named Arvind Kejriwal as the kingpin of the alleged scam. ED, in fact, in its charge sheet has said that Aam Aadmi Party used the bribe money, the proceeds of crime from this particular case during the Goa elections, and that the South Group, South Lobby, quote-unquote, which had been led by BRS leader K. Kavita, according to the ED, had in fact given 25 crore rupees to Aam Aadmi Party as bribe money, according to this charge sheet. Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya for more on this. Aishwarya, what are the highlights in this particular charge sheet, which very crucially also names Aam Aadmi Party, the party, as an accused?
Well, certainly, this is the 7th supplementary charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate, and this charge sheet has revealed some sensational claims. It has mentioned 38 accused in the entire liquor policy case, and it was Arvind Kejriwal who had been named accused number 37, and Aam Aadmi Party is accused number 38. Now, there had been direct connections that had been mentioned of Arvind Kejriwal, how he has been directly involved in the entire money trail, and how he has been named as the kingpin and the main conspirator of the case, and when he is the national convener of a political party which had been benefited through these money that had come in from the Hawala channels. The Aam Aadmi Party is also solely responsible, and therefore treating it as a company, Aam Aadmi Party had been named as an accused. Now, there had been several highlights in this charge sheet. Of course, Arvind Kejriwal's WhatsApp chats and screenshots had been attached with Mr. Chauhan, who is also one of the accused, how Mr. Vinod Chauhan is was in very close touch with Mr. Kejriwal, and how he routed the entire Hawala transactions of almost 25 crores to Goa, which was used as far as election campaigning for the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. Mr. Chauhan is the person who had paid the hotel amount as well, where Arvind Kejriwal stayed in a 7-star hotel when he visited Goa. How the South Group had contacted Mr. Vijay Nair, and in a meeting it was stated by Arvind Kejriwal that he is his boy and he can be trusted. So all these transactional details, the WhatsApp chats, how the entire timeline was erupted in almost 250 pages charge sheet. This has been mentioned. According to the Enforcement Directorate, this is going to be the final charge sheet, and from here on, if the court permits this charge sheet, and finally the charges are being announced, and Arvind Kejriwal and other accused 38 had been named guilty, then certainly charges would be framed against them. So big trouble now mounting for Mr. Kejriwal, Sisodia and the others who had been involved in the entire scam, and certainly the legal battle from here on would be more difficult. Of course, there are options behind them. If the accused are announced as guilty and pronounced guilty by the court, then they can approach the higher court. But certainly these charge sheets have several details that are interesting and very serious in nature as well, pertaining to the entire excise policy case.
Right. Aishwarya, thank you for taking us through the highlights of this supplementary charge sheet, a very significant one there in this particular case. We'll be heading into a short break. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Enough.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो। एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट AI, इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट। मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं। ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ AI। तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है। वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन। और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स AI to make your life and your phones even smarter.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Do you know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में डेवलप कर लिया था? It was straight from HP. Yes, यूलेट पैकर्ड जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही अनवील किया था एंड द मॉडल वाज HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहां पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm, and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. 28 buttons इतने से साइज में, well obviously उस टाइम पे we didn't have touch screens. उस टाइम पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon, but then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था and maybe not that easy to use that. But मैं बोलूँगा it was the beginning of the era of smartwatches and eventually today you know how popular they are, जहाँ पे हर किसी से जब आप मिलते हो आफ्टर द मोबाइल फोन, द सेकेंड परचेज दैट यू डू एज अ गैजेट इज डेफिनेटली अ स्मार्ट वॉच दीस डेज. डिड यू नो दिस? If yes, amazing. If no, then please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Here we are and ये है, आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं, मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहाँ पे मैं देता हूँ आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी. देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं.
Hi TG, Is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say, please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3, because X3 is really powerful.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
In the Mumbai hit-and-run case, the accused Shinde Sena Neta's son has been produced in the court. The hearing is underway after accused was produced in the court. Police says that they need custody for investigation. Authorities finally wake up, and the Juhu pub where the accused drank has been sealed and partially razed. 3 days on, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde finally acts against the accused father. Shinde Sena leader has been removed from the party post. Chief Minister Shinde says that the opposition in the meanwhile is indulging in a blame game. Opposition demands murder case against the accused and says that deliver bulldozer justice at the accused home as well. Kejriwal is the kingpin and the main conspirator in the liquor policy case. ED has claimed in their charge sheet, a supplementary charge sheet has been filed in the alleged liquor policy scam. The Mysore Urban Development Authority muddle gets murkier. Spotlight now on Chief Minister Sitamarhi and his family. Allegations have been levied, says that Chief Minister's wife had fabricated documents for the plot. BJP, in the meanwhile, asks the Karnataka government, why has there been no FIR yet? Karnataka Chief Minister says that two-member panel is conducting the probe. In the Delhi tree felling case, Supreme Court sends notice to the police. The NGO alleges that they were harassed by the Delhi police. Remember, 1,100 trees were chopped in Delhi. DDA is also in the dock. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Usama Shah. Our top story at this hour is the Mumbai hit-and-run case. Accused Shinde Sena Neta's son, Mihir Shah, he has been produced in the court. The police has said that they are investigating who helped the accused. In fact, the police also mentioned that the accused disposed the car's number plate. Now, the prosecution lawyer has said that the accused has changed his appearance in fact, they added saying that the accused is not cooperating. The defense lawyer, in the meanwhile, said that the police custody is not needed in this particular case and that the investigation has been complete as Shinde Sena leader's son has been arrested after 3 days. Meanwhile, in the particular case, action has been taken on the Juhu bar authorities as well. The authorities have demolished parts of the bar, and excise department has suspended the bar's license. The accused, remember, has allegedly drank at the pub ahead of this accident. Now, sections of that bar in Mumbai's Juhu that served alcohol to Mihir Shah were demolished by city officials 24 hours after excise department officials. They sealed that property. Now, Mihir Shah, who is 24 years old and below the legal age of drinking, hours ahead of the collision in which a BMW Ram ran over a two-wheeler, killing a 45-year-old woman and injuring her husband. Now, apart from serving liquor to underage persons, the bar was also sealed for serving alcohol without a proper license and for illegal construction on the property. These illegal bits were also, in fact, demolished. But the main big story at this point is that Mihir Shah, he has been produced in the court. The police, they have argued and said that they want custody of the accused in this particular case. And Radhika, my colleague, joins us to get us more details. Radhika, give us the latest. What is happening in the court at the moment?
That's right. You know, as far as the court proceedings are concerned, yes, the police has sought maximum custody. We will have to wait for some more time to understand, you know, what kind of custody will be given, how many days custody will be given by the court. That is something we'll know in just a bit. But arguments happening from both prosecutors.
Are underway. It needs to be found who helped this accused, how he changed his appearance, what happened to that number plate, where did he dispose it of, and who were the people responsible for him escaping and hiding, and also details of the car itself, the registration details, as well as whether he had license at all. So these were some of the arguments made by the prosecution in terms of understanding the sequence of events and also who sort of helped this accused flee from the spot and who he was in touch with post the accident. This is what the prosecution has spoken about, and also questioning his change of appearance immediately after the accident, to which the defense said for change of appearance can't be grounds for seeking police custody, and investigations are almost over. This individual, Mihir Shah, was also taken to the spot of the accident as well. He was questioned, grilled. The driver was questioned, grilled. Driver's custody is also ending tomorrow. And all the investigations are being carried out. And instead of talking about investigations per se, they are demanding his remand based on appearance change. The number plate is something that was just, broken, due to a collision. And therefore, it was put inside the car. So therefore, defense claiming that there is no need for police custody. So it remains to be seen how many days police custody will be given. But at this point, we believe the arguments by the prosecution and defense are concluded. Prosecution demanding maximum police custody, seeking custody to understand what exactly happened post the accident, who helped him, what is his state of mind, and what was the evidence that was destroyed post that. And also in order to understand, who are the other people involved in the destruction of evidence, and also whereabouts of the car, the registration license, and also where the number plate was disposed.
Right, absolutely. In fact, what the prosecution lawyer, Radhika, has mentioned is that they want to find out how many people helped the accused in this particular incident. So who all are under the scanner at the moment?
Right, yeah. Before I get to that, we have a breaking update here. We believe that police custody has been given, 6-day police custody. So he's been granted police custody till 16th of July. So Mihir Shah will be in custody till 16th of July. So that's the breaking update we're getting at this point. He's been granted 6 days of police custody, more than what was granted, to the police as far as his father and driver were concerned. So 6 days of police custody. So he will be grilled for the next 6 days in order for the police to understand the sequence of events and to understand the details of the destruction of evidence. And as you pointed out, yes, there are more people perhaps involved in the case, which is why more people, including his female friend, other friends who helped him hide, his other family members who were with him in Shahpur Virar, all of them will be questioned in the subsequent days.
Right, absolutely. And in fact, what we are also learning is during that argument, the defense lawyer, he basically said that the car has already been recovered, the CCTV footage is already available, so there is no need for that custody. But like you mentioned, the accused has been sent to police custody till July 16. So the police is making sure that, and the court in fact is making sure that every detail of this particular case is known before they move ahead in this particular case.
Yes, that's right. Now the police have a task, a job ahead, which is to make a watertight case. At this point, it's police custody given, which means in the next few days they have to sort of gather evidence in order to understand the sequence of events, whether he was behind the steering wheel. Police say they have CCTV evidence to establish that, one. And secondly, whether he was under the influence of alcohol. We did see police officials at the spot here, which is the bar where I'm standing, where he had allegedly consumed alcohol. Police had verified all that information with the employees and with his friends as well here. So in the days to come, we will, you have to see who else the police will question. But today, of course, prosecution saying that all those people who allegedly destroyed the evidence will have to be questioned. Or, what kind of evidence was destroyed will have to be, investigated. And then, of course, about his change in appearance and vehicle number plates being disposed of and so on, all those details have to be found. Defense saying that all the investigation work is almost over, that he's been grilled, he was taken to the spot of the accident as well, and all the information is already out, so therefore it is not required as something that the defense did say, but fortunately for police, they have managed to get 6 days of Mihir's custody.
Right. In fact, my colleague Anuj Raite is also there with us from outside the court. Anuj, this entire case, it is very reminiscent of the Pune Porsche crash case where there were accusations of evidence being tampered, people trying to protect the accused, and something similar has come up here as well. But what we can tell at this point is that the accused, Mihir Shah, the police has been granted his custody till July 16th. What more can you tell us at this moment?
See, it indeed is a very similar case to what happened in case of Pune. But the first hearing of Mihir Shah is a huge victory for the public prosecutor because they had demanded, the simple demand was as long a police custody as possible should be given in this case because the public prosecutor kept repeating the fact that the case is still at its primary, the investigation is still in its preliminary stage. The prime accused was arrested yesterday, and it's just been a few hours since he was arrested, and they need to get to know a little more from his side and of course from the others, the people who were detained with him as well, to know what was the role of the female friend, what was the role of the other friends whose phone was switched on and with whom he had spent some time in Virar when the police eventually caught him. What was the role of how did the car land up there? How was the number plate being changed? There are several questions which the public prosecutor posed in front of the magistrate on the, for demanding as long police custody as possible. The defense in this case was quite clear in their argument. They wanted as less police custody as possible because they stated that all the major investigation was done in this process, and they also stated that the car was recovered yesterday. They stated that the accused just got down the car and picked up the number plate just to keep it back in the car, which is quite contrary to what the public prosecutor said. And according to them, most of the investigation was done, and they demanded the police to show the result of their investigation and then ask for an extended police custody. But the magistrate, of course, after listening to both the sides of the argument, eventually decided to grant a police custody of as long as 6 days. Now, these 6 days are extremely important because as we saw what happened earlier today, there are chances of the family being questioned again. There are chances of all those friends with whom he had, he had communicated on a regular basis on the day of the accident and right after the accident to be checked. The police also stated that they need to check his phone and then they need to know whom all did he call, whom all did he get in touch with after the accident was done. So there is a lot to be done by the police in this case, and 6 days seem to be, a perfect time, according to the public prosecutor, for them to do this.
Right. In fact, what we can tell our viewers at this point is that the police has, in fact, mentioned that they will probe who all helped Mihir Shah, as well as the fact that there are many unanswered questions, and the police had in fact asked for the longest possible custody. But as of now, the police has been granted a 7-day police custody for the accused Mihir Shah. Right. Anuj, so the police is saying that there are many unanswered questions. What all aspects are the police now going to look at and make sure that everything is in place before they produce him in court the next time?
See, the first round of questioning has already been done with Mihir Shah. That started right after he was arrested last evening till today. And then there were several points of him. The major point that came up in this was the fact that he had changed his appearance. He has cut his hair and he has cut his beard. And like we looked at the viral picture of Mihir Shah that is making rounds on social media and media, which shows him in a particular getup. He changed that completely. And the police stated that a person who's been absconding would have definitely needed someone's help to change his entire appearance, and they need to find out every single person who was related to Mihir Shah in every single activity of his. So be it his friends, be it his family, be it the female friends with whom he spent a couple of hours right after the accident, and all the other people whom he tried to get into contact, not just contacted, but even tried to get into contact. So this would definitely include a lot of people. This also suggests that there would be another round of questioning of the father as well. So all of the people, so father of course was granted bail a couple of days ago. The driver is in the police custody up until today. But there are many other characters as well. And now if you include the people who were detained yesterday, including his friends and family, that amounts to close to, a couple dozen people right from the first 3 days investigation. And now one can just imagine how many more people might be related or might be involved in this entire controversy. So the police will need time to grill all of these people, especially the primary accused, and get as much information out from him as much as possible.
Right. In fact, Radhika Ramaswamy is also there with us. Radhika, the police has asked for the longest possible custody, but for now they had only got 7 days. What can we expect as of now?
That's right. July 16th, until July 16th is when he will be in custody, post which, of course, the police will seek more police custody for the simple reason that 14-day police custody is allowed, post which, of course, depends on what kind of case it is, most likely into judicial custody. So after he's produced once again, they will be asking for more custody. But in these 6 days, these 6 days are going to be crucial for the police to understand what exactly transformed that, how drunk he was. The medical reports going to be very, very crucial. CCTV evidence going to be crucial. Technical evidence, phone evidence, witness accounts, very, very important. His friends' account, people in the pub. The onlookers on the day of the accident, and of course the most important witness is the husband of the deceased, who did speak about, he recounted that horror for us, about what exactly happened that day, how he chased the vehicle, how his wife was dragged for kilometers, and then of course the CCTV also in fact showing, which the police say was showing that they switched seats and once again ran over her. So, but what will happen in the next 6 days? As I mentioned, more friends will be questioned, family members will be questioned. Mihir's questioning is going to be very important. He's not been cooperating with investigations. He, we believe, said yes, he was behind the steering wheel at the time, that he was panicking, he didn't know what to do, which is why he made those calls, which is why he destroyed the evidence and so on. But how much did he drink? How drunk he was, that is something that the police will have to find, which is why, team of police officials were at the spot yesterday as well, in order to understand what exactly happened here. That night, they did come across a rupees 18,000 bill paid by Mihir Shah, which had, liquor in it. So they will be obviously trying to understand the sequence of events that day, the circumstances leading to the accident, how drunk he was, and what other evidence they can manage to get. Eyewitness accounts. Who else can vouch for the fact that this man did commit that crime? It was indeed a hit and run, and he did not bother to help the victim. He or the driver did not bother to help the victim. So yes, police at the moment trying to make this a watertight case by not just questioning the main accused Mihir for the next 6 days, but also all the people associated with Mihir, family members, friends, and people who were present at the night in the pub as well as at the accident spot.
Right. In fact, there is also a political war of words that is going on at this moment, and especially in the context that Maharashtra will be going to polls in the coming months. Anuj, Aditya Thackeray, he has said that this is not a hit-and-run case. It is, in fact, murder, and something that we have been hearing the Congress say as well. What is the political pressure as of now on the government right now?
You see, Aditya Thackeray met the family of the deceased and made it very clear that this case should not be looked at as a hit-and-run case. Rather, it should be treated as a case of murder. And he reiterated the point of his fellow allies in the Rashtrapati Congress Party and the Congress Party, whose representative, which is Varsha Gaikwad, she also reiterated on the same point yesterday as well, stating that strongest action needs to be taken against this. Now, the fact that 6-day police custody has been granted creates even more space for there to be more political discussion and debates over this as well. If it would have been anything less than that, then there was a chance of the entire debate fishing out of the mainstream conversation as far as the politics of the state is concerned. But what we saw happen in the case of Porsche is that the public sentiment, the emotion of the public and the interaction that people had, the normal people had, affected the discussions that the Maharashtra Assembly also had. As a result, when the monsoon session was going on, we could see that the opposition was time and again questioning the government on several issues related to the Pune Porsche case, which resulted eventually in several things being changed, even as far as the excise department is concerned, all the way to look at the bars and pubs is concerned, or even the legality of the structure of several bars is concerned. And in this case as well, we are seeing that the opposition will try to, just like how the police is trying to make an extremely watertight case about it, the opposition will leave no stone unturned from what we can understand or from what we can refer back to the Pune Porsche case to make sure that the government is questioned on every single step. Also, what helps them is the fact that the father of the prime accused was a direct member, right? He was an Upaneta, he was a sub-leader of the Shinde Shiv Sena itself. So that just makes the political presence or the conversation even more strong in this case as compared to the Pune Porsche case. Already assembly session has ended, but we can see several leaders trying to visit the place of the deceased and giving them assurances, and we might also see some protests, not just necessarily from the opposition parties, but also from other parties like MNS and other civic societies as well.
You know what the political pressure has done is that the Maharashtra Chief Minister, he has acted against the accused father. The Shinde Sena leader has been removed from his party post. And in fact, the Chief Minister has said that nobody will be spared, and this has been said categorically by the ruling government at the moment. Radhika, the government also wants to make sure that they're not on the wrong side of this case because, like I said, the elections are just a few months away.
Wanted his deputy leader's son causing an accident, and of course that leading up to all kinds of outrage as a result of what exactly happened. So of course, under pressure, Eknath Shinde Sena has decided to remove this guy, Mihir Shah's father, Rajesh Shah, from his position as the deputy leader of Sena. And he has also given a media bite saying that law will be equal for all. There will not be any special favors or treatment to anybody. All this coming in the backdrop of Pune Porsche case, where we did see allegations of special treatment to the accused, and also, in terms of trying to protect the accused, the kind of things that his family members did and how they got arrested and so on. So in this case, government being very cautious. So therefore, removing him from the position in Sena, and also maintaining that law will be equal for all, and that every possible help will be given to the family, as also announced the compensation of at least 10 lakhs to the family of the deceased, while also going on to say that opposition should stop politicizing it and opposition should stop indulging in any sort of blame game. Aditya Thackeray had been on it from day one, being very reactive and responsive as far as this case is concerned, going to Worli police station and then meeting the victim family members as well. Initially, he did not give a political color to it on Sunday. However, today, he did say that it raises a lot of question marks as to why it is after 3 days that this man was arrested. Why didn't the arrest happen sooner? Was it done deliberately? Is there any political patronage? Is something Aditya Thackeray has asked.
All right, Radhika Ramaswamy and Anuj Raithe, thank you very much for getting us all the latest from the ground there. So Mihir Shah, he has been sent to police custody for 7 days, and the police has in fact said that there are many unanswered questions that still remain there. Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day."
Welcome back. The Mysore Urban Development Authority model is getting murkier. The spotlight is now on Chief Minister Sitamarhi and his family. There have been allegations that the Chief Minister's wife, she fabricated documents for plots. Now the BJP has said to the Karnataka government, in fact asked the Karnataka government, why has there been no FIR registered yet? Karnataka Chief Minister in the meanwhile has said that a two-member panel is currently conducting this probe. Listen in.
ಅದು ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವ್ರಿ. ಇಬ್ರು IAS ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಕೇಳಿ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದು ಏನು ತನಿಖೆಯಾಗಿ ಏನು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ತನಿಖೆಯಾಗಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬಂದು ಕಾನೂನು ಬಾಹಿರವಾಗಿ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ ಆಗಿ 100% ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ತಗೋತೀವಿ. ಈಗ BJPಯವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಮಾಡಲಿ ಪಾಪ, ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಶುರುವಾಗುತ್ತೆ 15ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿನಿಂದ. ಅದು ರೈಸ್ ಆದರೆ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಸರ್.
The CM claiming that ever since 1998, when the land was gifted to his wife by his brother-in-law, they haven't got any kind of compensation from MUDA, and that MUDA had illegally procured that land from them, and now he demands a compensation. It was land for land based on the order that was put out during the BJP's regime, and that is how he got around 38,284 square feet of site that was allotted to him. Now, what has been a bone of contention is the fact that the BJP claims that a land that was taken by MUDA, which is of low value, was compensated with a land of very high value in a premium area. How is that justified? Now, the justification provided by the CM is the fact that this order was done during BJP's tenure and was granted to him during BJP's tenure, and what is wrong with that? Now, while this political face-off is on, there is also a fresh police complaint by a social activist who has suggested that all those documents are now forged and that this was purchased much later, even though it was denotified with forged documents claiming that this is an agricultural land. And so the entire purchase as well as the gifting of that land between the brother-in-law and the wife of Sitamarhi was done with the sole purpose of deriving this compensation of a high-value plot from MUDA. Now, all of these multiple allegations, from the documents to the purchase deed as well as the registration, each of them will have to be verified along with the fact that this kind of a site allotment and the scam deals could be worth around several thousand crore rupees that would cost the state exchequer. So all of these need to be verified, and we'll have to wait to see whether this would reach its logical end with respect to the committee that has been formed, two-member committee with 2 IAS officers there who will be looking into each of these allegations here.
And the Enforcement Directorate has filed a supplementary charge sheet in the liquor policy case. There have been big claims made against the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The ED has called Kejriwal the kingpin of this entire scam. The ED says that Aam Aadmi Party in fact used bribe money in the Goa polls. Now, South Group and Kejriwal both have been named in this particular charge sheet. The ED said that Kejriwal had complete knowledge of the entire scam, and as Aam Aadmi Party coordinator, Kejriwal is fully responsible for this. And Aishwarya joins us to get us more details on this. Aishwarya, the ED, it isn't relenting and calling Kejriwal the kingpin, and more importantly, that he had complete knowledge of the entire scam.
Well, that's right. In total, 38 people had been named accused, including the Aam Aadmi Party as well. And it was mentioned in the charge sheet that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin and the main conspirator of the case, being the national convener of a national political party and who had gained benefits out of the Hawala transactions and the money trail that had been that has come out in open. It has been stated that almost 25 crore rupees were sent through Hawala channels to Goa, and Aam Aadmi Party used it in their political campaigning during the elections. Arvind Kejriwal was the helm of the affairs, and it has been also mentioned in the charge sheet that Mr. Chauhan, who represents the Aam Aadmi Party in Goa, he was the one who was directly in connection with Arvind Kejriwal. There had been WhatsApp chats which were also presented as the documented evidence to the court, and the Hawala operator statements had now also been presented. Now, what's the difference between the 6th supplementary charge sheet that was earlier filed by the Enforcement Directorate and the 7th supplementary charge sheet by the Enforcement Directorate is the name of Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party coming in as an accused by the Enforcement Directorate. Certainly, it is the very first time, and it was Arvind Kejriwal's counsels every time had stated that till now Arvind Kejriwal has not been named as an accused. There was no evidence that had been gathered by the Enforcement Directorate since the time Arvind Kejriwal had been arrested. But now, of course, there has been direct connections according to our Enforcement Directorate that has come out, and they had stated that he knew each and every detail, each and every process of how the excise policy was tweaked, where the meetings were called. He also mentioned about Vijay Nair. It was stated by the Enforcement Directorate in one of the meetings, and also in one of the calls that he did with the South Group. Arvind Kejriwal stated that Vijay Nair is his boy and he can be fully trusted upon the transactional details. The entire documents had now been submitted to the court, and now court had taken the cognizance of this charge sheet. Of course, if Arvind Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party and other 36 are proved guilty, then certainly charges would be framed against them, and there would be more trouble that could mount to the Delhi Chief Minister.
All right, Aishwarya Jan, thank you very much for getting us all the latest. We'll slip into a very short break now. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In association,
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
कैसे आप
Welcome back. The Supreme Court has issued notice to the Delhi police. This notice comes after the NGO alleged that they were harassed by the Delhi police. The NGO said that they were completely harassed by the Delhi police. Remember, 1,100 trees were chopped in Delhi. The Supreme Court has issued contempt notice to DDA as well. The top court will be hearing the matter on Friday. In fact, my colleague Ishika, she spoke to Bhavreen Kandhari, an environmentalist, in the matter of the NGO claiming harassment by the Delhi cops in the tree felling incident. Listen in.
Ma'am, my first question to you is that, there were in fact allegations that, you were receiving calls continuously from the Delhi cops pursuing the case. If you can explain to us as to what happened.
Yeah, so one of the petitioner environmentalists, he's received certain notices, and quite rightly you said it's harassment, because these are citizens who are actually working on the ground to save the trees, to, for the, bird life, wildlife, and doing fantastic work. If our children at our stage who have even learned anything to love trees, hug trees, climb trees, they're learning from, youth like these. And of course, the message today is quite clear, by the Supreme Court, that don't shoot the messenger. And this is something I think everyone should be, affected with. Everybody should be talking about it, whether you're a politician or a citizen or a bureaucrat. We cannot deny that every third child has damaged lungs. The recent Lancet study has clearly shown that the maximum number of deaths in the city of air pollution is Delhi. So how is it that we can, just kind of ignore, some 1,100 trees being cut illegally, or even the other government who's cutting 5 trees, giving permissions to cut 5 trees an hour. So it's not about who and which government. It's about everyone will have to restrain and change and introspect and find ways that will give the children here, the city here, a future, which is obviously being devastated right now.
Ma'am, we also want a bit of clarification over the point that, it was also mentioned that in fact, the Delhi cops were also trying to search the banks. They were trying to approach the banks. So if you can clarify us.
Yeah, they reached the bank without the permission of the petitioner, of course, and they took out all the bank details, etc. This is absolutely unnecessary. I mean, there is no reason for them to be doing this. There are a lot of good work that they could have done. I mean, after all, these trees have been cut illegally. There is a lot of other violations that are happening in the city right now as pertain to air pollution and trees. Maybe they should spend their time and energy doing that. It will be good for their children and ours.
And Sunil Prabhu joins us to get us more details on this. Sunil, the Supreme Court has issued contempt notice to the DDA. The top court has taken cognizance of the entire matter and, in fact, come very hard on the Delhi police and the DDA.
That's right. They've said this is a very serious matter, and they've issued notice to the Delhi police. The police officers who are involved in this will have to really explain their position, because this comes after the Supreme Court really wanted to get to the bottom of it. How did the Lieutenant Governor, the DDA Vice Chairman, how they are trying to cover up this entire exercise about a visit that took place in February? On whose instructions were trees cut? How did the road get widened? Why was only central area, armed paramilitary forces, because a hospital is coming up, such a widening of the road took place? There are a number of points here, and when you cut trees, especially as was pointed out, in the world's most polluted city and capital in the world, Delhi is notorious for that, and it's in this backdrop I think that they want to get to the bottom of it. But the fact that the Delhi police has been able to attempt to put pressure on the petitioner, asking questions, getting to the bank, asking further points, is really clearly something that the Supreme Court is taking note of very, very seriously, because this is clearly an attempt to intimidate the petitioners, who are basically trying to highlight that Supreme Court committee as well as Supreme Court rulings have been violated.
Right. Sunil Prabhu, thank you very much for getting us all the latest there. And the Punjab and Haryana High Court has directed Haryana government to open the Shambhu border, observing that closure is causing great inconvenience to the general public. Remember, this is a crucial order from the Punjab and Haryana High Court. The key border on the Delhi highway, it has been blocked for months. The court observed and said that the closure is causing inconvenience to the people. And remember, this road has been blocked during the farmers' protest.
आज हरियाणा पंजाब एंड हरियाणा हाई कोर्ट ने जो डिसीजन दिया है कि ये हाईवे जो नेशनल हाईवे है दिल्ली टू अमृतसर ये खुलना चाहिए, इसको कैसे देख रहे हैं
सर? एक गल तो क्लीयर होगी हाई कोर्ट के ऑर्डर के नाल
ਵੀ ਜੋ ਰੋਡ ਬੰਦ ਕੀਤੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੰਦ ਕੀਤੇ, ਉਹ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਬੰਦ ਕੀਤੇ ਹੋਏ। ਹਰਿਆਣਾ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਹੋਈ ਚਾਹੇ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਹੋਈ, ਉਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬੰਦ ਕੀਤੇ ਹੋਏ, ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੰਦ ਕੀਤੇ ਹੋਏ। ਕਿਸਾਨ ਤਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ 13 ਤਰੀਕ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਬੜੇ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀਪੂਰਨ ਧਰ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਜਾਣ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਨੇ। ਬਾਰਡਰ ਖੋਲ੍ਹਣਗੇ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਡੀ 13 ਤਰੀਕ ਦੀ ਕਾਲ ਸੀਗੀ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਜਾਣ ਦੀ, ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਉਹੀ ਕਾਲ ਹੈ। ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ 1 ਦਿਨ 2 ਦਿਨ 4 ਦਿਨ ਹਫ਼ਤੇ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਕੋਰਟ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਹਰਿਆਣਾ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹਫ਼ਤੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹਟਾ ਦਿਓ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਵਿਹਲਾ ਰੋਡ ਨੂੰ ਖਾਲੀ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ। ਤੇ ਉਹਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਜੋ ਸਾਡੀ ਕਾਲ ਸੀਗੀ 13 ਤਰੀਕ ਦੀ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਜਾਣ ਦੀ, ਉਹ ਕਾਲ ਸਾਡੀ ਹਜੇ ਵੀ ਉਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਐਵੇਂ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਗੇਟ ਖੁੱਲੇਗਾ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ।
तो आप कह रहे थे कि मीटिंग होगी, तो मीटिंग के बाद डिसीजन लिया जाएगा कि या आप दिल्ली जाओगे?
जो हमने कहा था ना भी मीटिंग होगी, मीटिंग तो हमारे दोनों फोरमों की होनी है भी कैसे रणनीति करें। क्योंकि जो आज एक ये ऑर्डर हुआ है ना, उसे एक ऑर्डर में कमी भी रही है ना। सिर्फ शंभू बॉर्डर के लिए ऑर्डर किया है माननीय पंजाब और हरियाणा हाई कोर्ट ने। जैसे डब वाली, खनौरी, रतनपुरा, उन बॉर्डरों पर भी तो मोर्चा चल रहा है ना, उन पर रोडों को भी रोका हुआ है। उसके तहत मीटिंग होकर देखा भी हम टोटली इधर को जाएंगे, कैसे रणनीति वो मीटिंग में बनेगी। मगर जो दिल्ली जाने की है हमारी कल, वो ज्यों की त्यों है, दिल्ली तो जाएंगे ही। क्योंकि जो हमारी मांगे हैं वो दिल्ली से रिलेटेड है, ना कि पंजाब से रिलेटेड। जो हम यहाँ रुकेंगे, यहाँ तो हमें पंजाब सरकार ने नहीं, हरियाणा की सरकार ने यहाँ बॉर्डर लाकर तब रोका है।
And Prime Minister Modi is in Vienna on a one-day trip. The Prime Minister there received a ceremonial welcome when he was there. A guard of honor was also given for Prime Minister Modi in Vienna. Remember, Prime Minister Modi is the first Prime Minister after Indira Gandhi to visit Vienna in 41 years. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he held delegation-level talks with the Austrian Chancellor at the Federal Chancellery in Vienna today. Prime Minister, he is on a 2-day visit to Austria. He arrived there last evening after wrapping up a landmark visit to Russia.
मुझे खुशी है कि मेरे तीसरे कार्यकाल की शुरुआत में ही ऑस्ट्रिया आने का अवसर मिला। मेरी यह यात्रा ऐतिहासिक भी है और विशेष भी है। 41 साल के बाद किसी भारतीय प्रधानमंत्री ने ऑस्ट्रिया का दौरा किया है। आज मेरे और चांसलर नेहमर के बीच बहुत सार्थक बातचीत हुई। हमने आपसी सहयोग को और मजबूत करने के लिए नई संभावनाओं की पहचान की है। हमने निर्णय लिया है कि संबंधों को स्ट्रैटेजिक दिशा प्रदान की जाएगी। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर विकास, इनोवेशन, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, हाइड्रोजन, वाटर एंड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, क्वांटम जैसे क्षेत्रों में एक दूसरे के सामर्थ्य को जोड़ने का काम किया जाएगा।
Today already there are excellent economic and trade relations with India, marked by mutual trust and confidence. 2.7 billion euro is the current trade volume. More than 150 Austrian businesses are operating in India, and we expect the number to increase, and there will also be Indian investments in Austria. There is high demand for economic cooperation, particularly when it comes to renewable energy, about environment and urban technology, urban development and infrastructure development.
And my colleague Mohammad Ghazali joins us to get us more on this. Ghazali, how significant is this trip by Prime Minister Modi? And more importantly, we heard both the Prime Minister and the Chancellor talking about renewable energy. It has been the top focus. What else was part of these conversations?
See, why this trip was significant, because Austria happens to be a part of the European Union, but it's not a NATO member. So this was obviously a kind of signaling or messaging the Indian Prime Minister has given to the ongoing NATO summit, because the NATO itself was organized or sort of constituted to counter Russia. Now, Indian Prime Minister visited Russia, that's not a surprise, but moving towards or visiting Vienna was a big surprise. Why? Because the relations between India and Austria have been great. Obviously, there are scopes of improvement, as what the Australian Chancellor mentioned, but Indian Prime Minister also spoke about the global conflict going around between Russia and Ukraine, and the and Middle East is already on the boil, and that's yet again Prime Minister stressed that it is not the time of war and a solution cannot be found on the battlefield. Besides that, when it comes to the relations between India and Austria, the Prime Minister stressed that this time around a startup bridge will be developed to connect the youth of both the countries, the ideas of both the countries, as well as the trade and trade ties between both the countries will prosper in areas of technology, energy. As you mentioned, renewable energy is the Indian Prime Minister also invited Austria to join the Global Biofuel Alliance as well as International Solar Alliance. So energy remained the key focus area of this state visit by the Prime Minister of India, as well as bilateral talks. But moreover, it was also about discussions over the global conflict, which I just mentioned, and also that India is desirous of getting a seat in the United Nations Security Council. So that also came up when Prime Minister said that we both agree, we in the sense hinting towards the Austrian Chancellor, that how United Nations and other global institutions need a revamp so that they can be made more effective.
All right, Mohammad Ghazali, thank you very much for getting us all the latest there. Time now for a very short break. More news on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 pan-India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2.
Thought of the movie is just a pan-Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie.
Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done from Mr. Kamal Hassan?
3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world.
Welcome back. The political war of words is continuing between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party over the liquor policy case, especially after ED has...
with other co-accused person involved in liquor business, including liquor manufacturers, wholesalers, retailers, and even middlemen like Dinesh Arora and Abhishek Banpalli. ये सारे एविडेंस दिखाए गए हैं उनको, और जो सप्लीमेंट्री चार्जशीट में मुख्य अभियुक्त अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी को बनाया गया है, पहली बार ऐसा भी हुआ है कि इस दलाली में, जिसका जिक्र अभी बहन बांसुरी स्वराज भी करेंगी, आम आदमी पार्टी के मुखिया तो मना कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी के अकाउंट से उस मिडिलमैन को पैसा जाता है। ट्रांजैक्शन की डिटेल्स हैं। आतिशी मार लेना, सौरभ भारद्वाज, दुर्गेश पाठक, इनकी तरफ सुई मोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं अभियुक्त अरविंद केजरीवाल। एनडी गुप्ता जो पेशे से चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, उनके नेशनल ट्रेजरर, उनकी भी स्टेटमेंट है जिसमें वो कह रहे हैं कि पार्टी के मुखिया राज्यों के प्रभारी और चुनाव प्रभारी तय करते हैं और वो इन चीज़ों को डील करते हैं। और गोवा का चुनाव इंचार्ज कौन था? दुर्गेश पाठक। तो मुझे लगता है कि 12 जुलाई को कीर्तिमान स्थापित करने वाली आम आदमी पार्टी, कीर्तिमान किसमें? भ्रष्टाचार में, चोरी में, लूट में, कमीशन में, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग में, जब पेश होगी तो और बहुत परतें जो जांच एजेंसी का दावा है आपके बीच आएंगी। मैं चाहूँगा कि इसके कुछ कानूनी पहलू हैं जो हमारी सांसद बहन बांसुरी सराय आपके सामने रखेंगी। तो खिसका दो भाई।
दिल्ली प्रदेश भाजपा के यशस्वी प्रदेश अध्यक्ष श्री वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जी, बड़े भाई प्रवीण शंकर कपूर जी और यहाँ उपस्थित मीडिया के बंधुगण, जब भी शराब घोटाले की बात आती है तो आम आदमी पार्टी जनता और मीडिया को गुमराह करने का प्रयास करती है। हमेशा कहती है कि कोई सबूत नहीं है, लेकिन आज दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो गया। ईडी ने एक बहुत ही डिटेल्ड चार्जशीट फाइल करी है और इसके तहत पता चलता है कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी न केवल व्यक्तिगत तौर पर शराब घोटाले में करोड़ों रुपए के किकबैक्स लेने में उनकी व्यक्तिगत भूमिका है, बल्कि ये भी कि वो इस पूरी की पूरी कंस्पिरेसी के किंग पिन हैं। और यही चार्जशीट भी कहती है 100 करोड़ रुपए तक के किकबैक शराब घोटाले में लिए गए हैं, जिसमें से सीधा 45 करोड़ रुपए तक के किकबैक्स आम आदमी पार्टी के गोवा इलेक्शन में इस्तेमाल हुए हैं। चार्जशीट बहुत ही क्लियरली कहती है कि चरणप्रीत सिंह करके एक व्यक्ति था जो चैरियट प्रोडक्शंस का एक एम्प्लॉय था। उसको आम आदमी पार्टी के लोगों ने हायर करा, 1 लाख रुपए से ऊपर उसको वेतन दिया। क्यों? ताकि वो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सहमति और उनके निर्देश पर हवाला ट्रांजैक्शन कर सके। और डायरेक्ट एविडेंस है कि उन्होंने दिल्ली से गोवा पैसा भेजा। इसी तरह चार्जशीट विवरण करती है विनोद चौहान जी का, जिन्होंने 25 करोड़ रुपया दिल्ली से गोवा भेजा, जो अभिषेक बोनापल्ली जो साउथ ग्रुप के यानी लिकर बैरन्स के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव थे, उन्होंने वहां पर रिसीव करा है। इसके साथ साथ आप ये भी देखिए चरणप्रीत सिंह की इन्वॉल्वमेंट दिल्ली जल बोर्ड की ट्रांसफर और पोस्टिंग में भी थी। जब विनोद सिंह का मोबाइल फोन और डिजिटल डिवाइसेस देखे गए तो उसमें से इस प्रकार के व्हाट्सएप चैट्स पाए गए हैं जो दिखाई देते हैं कि उनकी बहुत ही क्लोज प्रॉक्सिमिटी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ रही है। और ये एक तरफा चैट नहीं है, ये चैट मीडिया में अवेलेबल है, आप देख लीजिएगा। एक में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने कहा है थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू चौहान भाई साहब। इसका अर्थ ये है कि दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट की जो जजमेंट थी 9 अप्रैल 2024 की, जहां पर ईडी ने सारे तथ्य और सबूत ऑनरेबल दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट के समक्ष रखे थे, जहां पर यह पाया गया था कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की व्यक्तिगत भूमिका रही है और इसीलिए दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट ने केजरीवाल जी की अरेस्ट को लीगल पाया है। आज वो सारे के सारे तथ्य अब पब्लिक डोमेन में आ गए हैं क्योंकि चार्जशीट फाइल कर दी गई है। चार्जशीट में अक्यूज नंबर 37 तो है माननीय मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, लेकिन भारत के इतिहास में ये पहली बार हुआ है कि अक्यूज नंबर 38 है आम आदमी पार्टी स्वयं। क्यों? क्योंकि उनके खिलाफ भी तथ्य हैं। मैं अध्यक्ष जी की अनुमति से केवल एक पैराग्राफ चार्जशीट से पढ़ के सुनाना चाहूंगी जो मीडिया के बंधुओं के माध्यम से हमें मिली है। As elaborated in paras, the Aam Aadmi Party is beneficiary of proceeds of crime to the tune of rupees 45 crores approximately. As elaborated in the paras above, wherein a part of the proceeds of crime of rupees 100 crore, that is rupees 45 crore, was transferred to Goa through Hawala and then used the election campaign of Aam Aadmi Party. In this manner, AAP, which is headed by Shri Arvind Kejriwal, is involved in activities of use, acquisition and concealment of the proceeds of crime to the tune of rupees 45 crores and thus is guilty of the offence of money laundering under Section 3 of PMLA 2002 and punishable under Section 4 of PMLA, read with Section 70 of the PMLA 2002. माननीय मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने तफ्तीश के दौरान अपनी उंगली उठाई है माननीय मंत्री आतिशी जी पे, माननीय मंत्री सौरभ भारद्वाज जी पे और माननीय दुर्गेश पाठक जी पे, ये कह के कि दुर्गेश पाठक जी जो हैं वो तो प्रभारी थे गोवा के और आतिशी जी और सौरभ भारद्वाज वो दो मंत्री हैं जिनको विजय नायर रिपोर्ट करते थे। दिल्ली भाजपा हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष श्री वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जी के सानिध्य वर्धस्त से ये मांग करती है कि इन तीनों की भी पूरी जांच होनी चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
आपके प्रश्न।
All right, so the BJP upping its ante against the Aam Aadmi Party, especially after the ED had filed a supplementary charge sheet in the alleged liquor policy scam. BJP said that Mr. Kejriwal is accused number 37, while the Aam Aadmi Party, the entire party itself, is accused number 38. BJP has claimed that the High Court had held Delhi Chief Minister Delhi Chief Minister guilty and that cash was transferred from the Aam Aadmi Party's account for the Goa polls.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Battle Axe Division and Bogra Brigade conducted joint drills for conduct of disaster relief operations at Jaisalmer and Barmer. Civil agencies and NDRF HQ alongside Indian Army rehearsed for a coordinated and effective response mechanism during natural disasters.
You know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही अनवील किया था and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. Well, that 28 buttons इतने से size में, well, obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon. But then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था and maybe not that easy to use that. But मैं बोलूँगा it was the beginning of the era of smartwatches and eventually today you know how popular they are जहाँ पे हर किसी से जब आप मिलते हो आफ्टर द मोबाइल फोन, द सेकंड परचेज दैट यू डू एज अ गैजेट इज डेफिनेटली अ स्मार्ट वॉच दीस डेज. डिड यू नो दिस? If yes, amazing. If no, then please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ performance ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Latest in the Mumbai hit-and-run case, 7-day police custody for main accused Mihir Shah. Mumbai cops allege and tell court that there was a cover-up and bid to mislead by the main accused. 4 days on, Maharashtra CM finally acts against the accused's father in the Mumbai hit-and-run case. Shinde Sena leader removed from party post. Chief Minister Shinde says that the opposition is only indulging in blame game. This when the opposition demands murder case against the accused. Aditya Thackeray visits the family of the victim, says that the government should deliver bulldozer justice at the accused's home. NDTV accesses ED charge sheet against Arvind Kejriwal. ED calls Kejriwal the kingpin in the liquor policy case. Adds that 25 crore bribe money was given by the South lobby to Aam Aadmi Party for the Goa elections. Muda muddle gets murky. Spotlight on Chief Minister Sitamarhi and his family. The charges that Chief Minister's wife fabricated documents for prime property. BJP asks Karnataka government why no FIR yet. Karnataka Chief Minister response says there's a 2-member panel which is conducting the probe. Delhi tree felling case. Supreme Court issues notice to the Delhi police. This after an NGO which had filed the petition in the top court alleges harassment by cops. 1,100 trees chopped in Delhi. Delhi Development Authority in the dock. Right, our top focus on the Delhi liquor policy case. This after contents of the ED charge sheet has in fact now been accessed by NDTV, which names Arvind Kejriwal as the kingpin. Let's cut across to Saurabh Bharadwaj, Delhi minister, addressing a press conference.
किसी ना किसी तरीके से कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू की गई, इनकम टैक्स की, ईडी की और अन्य इन्वेस्टिगेशंस के चलते बड़ी-बड़ी कंपनियों ने करोड़ों रुपए इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड के माध्यम से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिए हैं. कुछ उदाहरण जो पब्लिक डोमेन में है, फ्यूचर गेमिंग ने 152 करोड़ रुपए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिए हैं. मेगा कंस्ट्रक्शन ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 454 करोड़ रुपए दिए हैं. और ये तब है जब उनके ऊपर और उनकी कंपनी के ऊपर इनकम टैक्स के छापे पड़े हैं. हल्दिया एनर्जी लिमिटेड के ऊपर इनकम टैक्स की, माफ़ कीजिएगा, सेंट्रल ब्यूरो ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन की इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है. 2020 से उन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को करीब 377 करोड़ रुपए डोनेट किए हैं. इसी तरीके से कई सारी कंपनियों के नाम पब्लिक डोमेन में हैं जिनके ऊपर छापे पड़े और उसके बाद उन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड के माध्यम से करोड़ों रुपए दिए. मसलन हेटेरो ग्रुप ऑफ कंपनीज के ऊपर इनकम टैक्स द्वारा 2019 के अंदर छापा पड़ा, कैश बरामद हुआ और इस कंपनी ने भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को करीब 60 करोड़ रुपए के इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड दिए. शिरडी साई इलेक्ट्रिकल्स इनकम टैक्स छापा पड़ा दिसंबर 2023 में, जनवरी 2024 में इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड खरीदे। डॉक्टर रेड्डी के यहाँ इनकम टैक्स छापा पड़ा 2023 में नवंबर में, और उसी के कुछ दिनों बाद नवंबर में इन्होंने भी इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड खरीदे। कल्पतरु प्रोजेक्ट्स के यहाँ इनकम टैक्स का छापा पड़ा अगस्त 2023 में, और इसके बाद अक्टूबर में इन्होंने इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड खरीदे। इस तरीके की बहुत सारी कंपनियां हैं। उन कंपनियों की बात एक जनरल बात है, मगर जो इस एक्साइज की इन्वेस्टिगेशन के अंदर ईडी के मुख्य गवाह हैं, उनकी भी अगर हम डिटेल्स देखें तो उन्होंने भी करोड़ों रुपया भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिया है। और इनके अंदर जो मेन एक्यूज्ड हैं पी शरद चंद्र रेड्डी और विंडो फार्मा के मालिक के बेटे जो हैं, उनकी टाइमलाइन अगर मैं आपको दिखाऊं तो नवंबर 2021 के अंदर एक्साइज पॉलिसी बनी, जनवरी 2022 के अंदर और विंडो फार्मा ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 3 करोड़ रुपए के इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड दिए। जुलाई के अंदर औरबिंदो फार्मा ने 1.5 करोड़ रुपए के इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड खरीदे और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिले। जुलाई के 2022 के अंदर ये पॉलिसी वापस ले ली गई। नवंबर के अंदर पी शरद चंद्र रेड्डी को गिरफ्तार किया गया। गिरफ्तारी के बाद इन्होंने 5 करोड़ रुपए के बॉन्ड खरीदे और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड दिए गए। इसके बाद ये कई महीने तक जेल के अंदर रहे। 8 मई 2023 को इनको बेल मिल गई। 2 जून 2023 को ये अप्रूवर बन गए और 8 नवंबर 2023 को इनकी कंपनियों ने करीब 50 करोड़ रुपए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिए। 25 करोड़ औरबिंदो फार्मा ने और दूसरे 25 करोड़ यूगिया फार्मा स्पेशलिटीज, एपीएल हेल्थ केयर, जो दोनों ही होली ओन्ड सब्सिडरीज हैं औरबिंदो फार्मा की। और इसके बाद आपको ये बात मालूम ही है कि ये बात पब्लिक डोमेन में आई। जब इतनी इन्वेस्टिगेशन हर तरीके की हो रही है तो हमने केंद्र सरकार से तब भी कहा था और आपके माध्यम से आज फिर कह रहे हैं, जब खुल्लम खुल्ला इस तरीके के एक्साइज मामले के एक्यूज्ड भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड के माध्यम से करोड़ों रुपया दे रहे हैं और फिर वो सरकारी गवाह भी बन रहे हैं, तो इसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र सरकार कब कराएगी, ये हमारा सवाल उनसे है। और इस सवाल का वो जवाब नहीं दे रहे हैं, तो आप लोगों के माध्यम से दोबारा से इस सवाल को हम लोग पूछ रहे हैं। इससे संबंधित आपके पास कोई सवाल है तो बताइए।
इस मामले में जो गवाह हैं, क्या उनके खिलाफ आप कह रहे हैं कि कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए या इस मामले में जांच होनी चाहिए कि क्या कनेक्शन?
इस मामले की पंकज जी जांच होनी चाहिए कि ये जो प्रमुख आरोपी थे जो आज।
Let's also listen in to what the BJP had to say. They addressed a press conference on this case a short while back. Listen in.
उस 12 जुलाई को आवाज लगेगी, एक्यूज्ड नंबर 38 आम आदमी पार्टी हाजिर हो। मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग केस में मामला दर्ज होने वाली ये हिंदुस्तान की पहली पार्टी है। व्यक्तियों पे तो केस दर्ज होते रहे हैं, लेकिन पहली पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जो ये दावा करती है कि हमने सबसे कम समय में राष्ट्रीय पार्टी होने का दर्जा हासिल किया है, मैं उनको बधाई देता हूं कि आपने कम समय में मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग में भी पीएचडी की है।
That's right. The BJP, of course, launching a sharp attack against Aam Aadmi Party over this particular case. The contents of the charge sheet, we have pulled up some highlights for you there, which is on your screen at the moment, where the ED has, of course, claimed in its charge sheet that there was bribe money forwarded by the South Lobby, quote unquote, to Aam Aadmi Party for the Goa elections. Around 25 crores, according to ED, was given by K. Kavita, BRS leader K. Kavita's private assistant, to Aam Aadmi Party. There are also a lot of WhatsApp chats which have been attached with the charge sheet by the Enforcement Directorate. And one of the WhatsApp chats is what the ED is pointing at in order to establish a connection between the accused and between this particular case and Arvind Kejriwal. Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya for more on this, to elaborate further on this. Aishwarya, what exactly is there against Kejriwal particularly in this charge sheet?
Well, in the 7th supplementary charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate, it has been mentioned that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin and the main conspirator of the entire alleged Delhi liquor excise policy scam. It has been mentioned in the charge sheet that because Arvind Kejriwal is the national convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, and the proceeds of crimes that amounts to rupees 25 crores, which came from South Group and transferred through Hawala channels to Goa. He was the one who knew each and every process of getting that money delivered to Goa, which was ultimately used by the Aam Aadmi Party in the election campaigning there. It was also mentioned that Arvind Kejriwal was present in the meeting where Manish Sisodiya, Satinder Jain was present, and the entire documents was handed over to Mr. Sisodiya. In the charge sheet, it had been mentioned about the WhatsApp chats between Mr. Chauhan and Arvind Kejriwal, that how Mr. Chauhan facilitated Arvind Kejriwal when he was in Goa, and he was the one who paid the amount to the hotel where Arvind Kejriwal stayed in a 7-star hotel in Goa. It was also stated that Mr. Chauhan is the one who is very close to Arvind Kejriwal, and he was the one who was taking the entire cash delivered to the Aam Aadmi Party in Goa, and the money was later used by the party itself. There are a series of timelines which had been mentioned in this charge sheet, from where the exact the scam started until the end, why Aam Aadmi Party is also now being named as an accused. Total number of accused are 38. 37th accused is Arvind Kejriwal and 38th is Aam Aadmi Party. New thing in this 7th supplementary charge sheet is what Arvind Kejriwal's counsel had been every time claiming in the court, that till now there had been no evidence that the Enforcement Directorate or the probe agencies had tried to gather and had submitted in the court. Now finally, when the charge sheet had submitted and Arvind Kejriwal links had emerged as to he knew about the dealings, the WhatsApp chats, documentations, all had been submitted. Now it has been clear on the part of the Enforcement Directorate that how these accused had to be had to face the trials in the court. If proved guilty, then certainly the charges will be framed. So more trouble mounting in the upcoming days for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal.
Right. This is, of course, very significant there. We've accessed the details of the charge sheet which we have put up, and also Aishwarya there pointing out the specific sections, specific aspects related to Arvind Kejriwal. Aishwarya, thank you for joining us there. I'm also joined on the broadcast by Huda Zariwala, Aam Aadmi Party supporter, and Alok Watts, a leader from the BJP. Thank you to both of you for giving us your time. Huda Zariwala, first of all, we've of course heard the press conference held a short while back by Saurabh Bhardwaj, Delhi minister there, essentially saying that ED has no ground or anything to link Arvind Kejriwal with this particular case. But the BJP, of course, saying that it's not just a confirmation of the fact that they had been claiming right from the beginning that the money trail goes up right to the top as far as Aam Aadmi Party in this case is concerned. Your first response to that?
Well, this is not the first time that we are seeing the ED, trying to put in Arvind Kejriwal's name on a charge sheet. We know this is an ongoing case since August of 2022. We know several leaders are still, in fact, in the custody of ED. They're still behind bars, and yet nothing has been proved against them. And even as far as Arvind Kejriwal ji is concerned, where as long as you're not able to establish the proceeds of crime, as long as you're not able to establish that money trail, all of these, the blame against Arvind Kejriwal, or, putting his name on the charge sheet, or trying to, in fact, prove that there has been some sort of, money trail that has happened in Goa during the elections, is basically, ED's massive failure. We are seeing the ED not able to prove any crime against Arvind Kejriwal. We know for a fact that Arvind Kejriwal was not behind any of those, the blame that has been put against him. We know for a fact that Sanjay Singh Ji has been granted bail because the ED was not able to prove anything against them. We know that when the case was pending in the trial court, and when the Rouse Avenue court had in fact even granted bail to Arvind Kejriwal, ED went and made sure that the High Court was put into picture. Now, obviously, the case is with the Supreme Court. So we know that the ED may make whatever tall claims that it has been doing since 2022, because let us not forget that this is a very old case now. If the ED is not able to establish anything by now, just naming Arvind Kejriwal ji in the charge sheet without, in fact, actually being able to prove anything shows nothing. We know for a fact that Reddy, the main witness in this case, did not mention Arvind Kejriwal ji for the first 9 times when the hearing was done. And when
what about this WhatsApp chat between Vinod Chauhan and that is the one that ED seems to be pointing at as evidence against Arvind Kejriwal, that he was the conduit through which the money was being transferred to Aam Aadmi Party?
But then again, has the ED been able to prove anything? Where is the proof? The proof of the, they say the proof of the pudding lies, where is the proof in this case? ED is just, going hither. ED is basically just trying to confuse the country on this matter. ED has no substantial proof against Arvind Kejriwal ji unless and until the ED is able to, in fact, show that there is a money trail, is able to show that there has been some sort of money that was used in the Goa elections. These are just all claims.
Zariwala, your point is taken. Let me bring in Alok Vats at this juncture. Mr. Vats, how do you respond to the Aam Aadmi Party supporter there? Essentially, she's saying that while the ED may be making claims in its charge sheet, this is a charge sheet at this point. This is not conclusive evidence. Where exactly is the exact evidence in order to establish that money trail that Enforcement Directorate seems to be pointing at?
Look, Sanima, I'm totally surprised that the AAP supporters, the matter is sub judice, and they are deliberating judgments. Who are they? Let the court decide. And when his bail is being rejected time and again, that means there must have been some concrete proof in the eyes of the court. So they are not granting him bail. Who are there to give the judgment? And if his policy was so good,
what does BJP have? Okay. All right, please finish your point. I have another follow-up question.
Why was it changed overnight if his liquor policy was so good and it had everything correct? Now there has been, proof that the money was utilized in Goa, and there have been people who have come forth and, given their statement and said that, yes, we have received money. The person who has received money, even he has said that he has received money. So who are we to make judgments? Let the courts decide. Are we not in a democratic country? Do we not believe in democratic norms?
Right.
So why deliberate judgments outside
the matter is in court? Yes, Mr. Vats, I have a follow-up question for you. The matter is in court, and clearly this is at a very early stage as far as the trial is concerned. This is just the charge sheet that we are talking about. The trial, as far as this particular supplementary charge sheet is concerned, is yet to begin. But before I ask you that question, I also want to introduce that Priyanka Kakkar of the Aam Aadmi Party has also joined the broadcast. Mr. Vats, but this question that I want to ask, while you are saying that who is, Aam Aadmi Party cannot deliver any sort of judgment in this case just yet, or give themselves a clean sheet for that matter, but BJP is also making several accusations. Where is the evidence that, for example, in the press conference today, your spokespersons are saying that Atishi is also involved, Saurabh Bhardwaj is also involved, and Durgesh Pathak. There are these linkages being made by the BJP. Where's the evidence to that? If I can ask you that counter question.
in the political gimmickry, everybody is flashing out things. But let the courts decide. The court is, the things are going on in the court. We should wait for the court's judgment, not give judgments outside the court. That's what I mean to say. And when it is political rivalry, then people, throw things at each other. Side and from our sides also.
Right. Priyanka, if I can ask you, while the BJP, of course, is saying that this is an important document from the ED's perspective, which it has submitted in the court today, but it carries a lot of weight because this is the charge sheet which names Arvind Kejriwal. It also names Aam Aadmi Party, the party, as an accused in the case, the first probably in in Indian politics that a party has been named as an accused. So clearly this, although this is probably the 7th in line, but clearly the most important charge sheet, which is joining the dots right up to Arvind Kejriwal, your party chief and the Delhi chief minister in this case. The Aam Aadmi Party has been saying right from the beginning, where's the evidence, where's the evidence? But the ED seems to suggest there is some evidence, especially with regard to a money trail of 25 crores, which has gone from, according to them, K. Kavita's private assistant to the Aam Aadmi Party for Goa elections. How does Aam Aadmi Party rationalize that particular money trail?
Good evening to you and all your viewers. I think it's high time that the viewers, that the anchors, that the media should rationalize and see that the investigation has been ongoing for over 2 years. Not a penny has been recovered. It is high time that we ask questions. Why are Aam Aadmi Party leaders inside the jail? Is the argument correct because investigation is ongoing? You are arresting a sitting chief minister on the basis of statements by people who give rishwat to BJP and then turn approver and get bail. These are the important questions. You are still going on doing this fishing and roving inquiry that, finally there's a 7th charge sheet which names it. Shame on the Enforcement Directorate, shame on CBI that 2 years and all they have to show for is a charge sheet which names Arvind Kejriwal ji, no money trail, not a single piece of evidence. You and your viewers are all very intelligent and they know that for a PMLA case, the primary constituent is proceeds of crime. आज तक चवन्नी नहीं मिली. इससे बड़ा बेगुनाही का सबूत ये है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा कि आज तक चवन्नी नहीं मिली अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के यहाँ से. There are no stacks of money that we see in front of other leaders, in the houses of other leaders when raids are conducted. We are a cutter honest government. The biggest proof of it is that Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government is the only government in the country which is in revenue surplus. All other governments are in heavy losses because BJP wale apni jebe bharte hain. Where should the investigation be? The investigation should be on the electoral bonds. The investigation should be on the 60 crores given by Sharath Reddy to BJP. And
we are limited in this discussion. We are, of course, limited to the Delhi liquor policy case. But I take both the points made by both of you, Alok Vats and Priyanka Kakkar. Thank you so much for joining us on this discussion. Shifting focus now to another breaking update that we are reporting, and that is that the National Testing Agency has in fact submitted its affidavit in the top court. And in the affidavit, the NTA has in fact said that the NEET exam cancellation would be detrimental for lakhs of students who have taken part in the exam. And they have also mentioned, the testing agency, they have mentioned that the malpractices as far as NEET is concerned is limited to few centers and only in 2 cities. They have also gone on to point out that as I mentioned, the irregularities have only been reported in Patna and Godhra in Bihar and Gujarat. And the results of those candidates which is under the scanner, those have in fact been withheld. In fact, there's also a re-examination which was conducted a few days back of those particular candidates whose results were, there were a lot of questions being raised regarding those results. And the testing agency has also submitted that the extent of the leak affecting the exams, the extent of the paper leak affecting the exams is very minor, it's very minuscule. So those are the top submissions which have been made by the National Testing Agency in its affidavit submitted today in the Supreme Court. Remember that the CBI is also expected to, in fact, it would have submitted its status report in the investigation conducted so far in the NEET exam mess in front of the Supreme Court. That was also scheduled to take place today. There's a hearing in the Supreme Court, of course, tomorrow. But ahead of that, this affidavit by the National Testing Agency, which conducts the NEET exam, is crucial. And they have, in fact, once again batted for not cancelling the exam. Remember, that is also one of the aspects which the Supreme Court is deliberating on. In the previous hearing, the Chief Justice, of course, the Chief Justice of India mentioned that re-examination would be the last resort because it involves inconveniencing lakhs of other students. But it is, of course, looking at the extent of the paper leak. With regard to that, the National Testing Agency has in fact argued that the extent of the paper leak, according to them, is limited only to 2 centers, only to 2 cities. So this would be important, something that the Supreme Court will take into consideration during the arguments which will take place tomorrow. We'll, of course, keep tracking this very important story on the channel, but for the moment, we'll head into a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Here we are and ये है, आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं, मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी। देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं।
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say, please.
Welcome back on to another one of our top stories, and that is related to the Mumbai hit-and-run case. Now, in this case, the accused Mihir Shah was produced in court today, and he has in fact been sent to 7-day police custody. Remember, the incident took place early Sunday morning, but it was only yesterday in the evening that the police managed to arrest the main accused, who's also the son of a Shinde Sena leader. Earlier in the day today, of course, we saw Maharashtra Chief Minister and the head of Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde, removing the accused's father from a party post. But significantly, as far as the case and the investigation is concerned, the accused is now in a 7-day police custody. For more on this, I'm joined by my colleagues Anuj and Radhika. Anuj was at the Mumbai court, which was hearing the case. What were the main arguments made by the police while they were seeking custody, Anuj?
The main arguments made by the police were quite on expected lines. They stated that they had only arrested the main accused, Mihir Shah, that is, last evening, late afternoon yesterday. And as a result, they were still in the preliminary part of their investigation, although they had several details about whom he had contacted and what was the rough roadmap that they had made and that we've been talking about since morning or last night, in fact last night. But then they stated that there is much more that needs to be seen here. They very categorically stated that Mihir Shah, after getting involved in the accident, not just contacted one or two people, but contacted a bunch of people, and also he moved away from the city with his family. So that involves the cooperation of a lot of other people. And as a result, the police stated that they need to get in touch with all those who he not just contacted, but even tried to contact. Secondly, there is a change in appearance. We saw the pictures which were going viral of Mihir Shah, had him in a particular look where he had long hair and, a bearded face. But when the police caught him, he was clean shaved and had short hair, which kind of suggests to the police that he was trying to evade his arrest. So police wanted to know, or still wants to know, what is it or who is it that is helping him make this changeover, because a person who's been absconding, according to the public prosecutor, will not find it the easiest to change his appearance while the picture of his is so much in the news, etc. And thirdly, the police also stated that the CCTV footage shows that when the accident took place, the eyewitnesses also confirmed the fact that the number plate was taken away by the primary accused, and the police believe that he tried to destroy the number plate, and as a result, the investigation is still undergoing on to where the number plate is. These points were contradicted by the defense lawyer, who stated that all the important investigation that was to be done seems to have been done already. The statements and the stories presented by the driver and the primary accused, that is Mihir Shah, seem to be matching. So they just asked for 1 day's police custody as long as the police custody as the public prosecutor wanted, because according to the defense, a majority of the investigation has been done, and they wanted the police to ask for an extended police custody after presenting their initial investigation report. Right. But after the end of this hearing, the magistrate ordered for a 6-day police custody. And then the further investigation now will take a different turn, as police will definitely try to chime in on the investigation and on the interrogation of other detainees.
Right. Anuj, stay with us. I am also joined by my colleague Radhika. But before we go to Radhika, I just want to play out some of the reactions that we got in terms of the, the political leaders who have in fact been commenting on this case. We, of course, saw an action being taken by Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who removed the father of the main accused, Mihir Shah. Rajesh, of course, is a member of his party, but now he has been removed from the post that he held in that party. Remember, Rajesh Shah had also, in fact, been arrested on the very first day by the Mumbai police. He, of course, got bail later for not cooperating with the probe. And also, Aditya Thackeray, the UBT Sena leader, the rival faction of Sena, in fact, visited the victim's family today. And he also said that this should be treated as a murder case and that it's not an accident. Let's listen into those reactions coming in before we go to Radhika.
जो देर रात तक चलते हैं, पब है, वहाँ पर और अनैतिक जो कुछ ड्रग्स है, ये सब बेचने वाले जो हैं, उनके ऊपर भी कड़ी कार्रवाई करने का आदेश मैंने दिया हुआ है। इस केस में भी किसी को भी बिल्कुल सपोर्ट करना तो दूर की बात है, ये सभी लोग कानून के सामने, कानून के दायरे में एक समान है, और इसलिए मैंने ये इंस्ट्रक्शन पहले दिन में दिया है और कार्रवाई आप देख रहे हैं।
हम यही मांग कर रहे हैं कि इनको न्याय मिले। जो मिहिर राजेश शाह है, जिन्होंने इनकी पत्नी को मर्डर किया, इनके पत्नी का, मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि एक्सीडेंट था, ये नहीं कहूँगा कि हिट एंड रन थी, ये मर्डर था। और मुझे लगता है कि सबसे कठोर शिक्षा जो है देश में, वो इस मिहिर राजेश शाह को मिलनी चाहिए। जो बुलडोजर जस्टिस हर जगह ये रेजिम देने की कोशिश करता है, उनके घर पे अभी करके दिखाओ।
Right, let me go across to my colleague Radhika for more on this. Radhika, so we can see, of course, the political war of words in a way there. Chief Minister saying that the opposition's only playing blame game. Opposition, on the other hand, demanding a murder case. Of course, the fact that it is a Shinde Sena, a party leader's son who is the main accused in this case has been one of the main points which the opposition has been raising questions about delays in arresting him. That's the word that the opposition has used. So we can also see politics escalating as far as this case is concerned. And even the victim's family, for that matter, has been skeptical about whether they will get justice.
That's right. Victim's family, of course, being skeptical as far as justice for them is concerned. We did speak to the victims' family members. They are distraught, of course. They believe that the rich and the powerful will get away and it is the poor that will suffer. As far as escalation of politics is concerned, we did see Aditya Thackeray from day one, reacting on this, have been giving media statements and also urging the police to take necessary action. This Worli falls under his constituency, of course. So therefore, he had been involved in the case, very closely. So which is why this reaction coming in today, of course, he did not give a political color before, but now post the arrest, he said that he did question the delay in the arrest, asking why there were 3-day delay. Is this because of political patronage? Is it because this man Rajesh Shah was affiliated to a political party? And also going on to state that he should be tried. He should be tried for murder as per sequence of events. This was a deliberate attempt. In fact, they did not go out and help the victim. They just left her to die on the streets despite knowing that she was hit. She was dragged on the road and then later run over again. So these details, of course, Aditya Thackeray did reiterate and then saying that this individual should be tried for murder and also questioning the political patronage here. Eknath Shinde, of course, retorting to it, saying that, opposition is just making these baseless statements. There is no bias here and there will not be any special treatment given. Law will be equal for all. And which is why under pressure, we also saw Eknath Shinde Sena removing or expelling Rajesh Shah from the party. Of course, this is a delayed reaction coming in, considering that Rajesh Shah was arrested a few days before for aiding and abetting and also helping in the destruction of evidence as well, post which, of course, he was granted bail. Now, 4 days after the incident, Rajesh Shah being expelled from the party, 3 days after the accident, this man Mihir Shah also being arrested. So, of course, political war of words is only raging.
Right. So, of course, I'm sure we have not heard the last word as far as the war of words in this case is concerned. But Anuj and Radhika there, thank you so much for joining us on that story. Shifting focus now to Karnataka and the land allotment controversy spiraling by the day. This is, of course, regarding the complaint against Chief Minister Siddharamaia's wife. The main charge, of course, is that the Chief Minister's wife allegedly fudged documents in order to grab a prime property in Bengaluru. Now, the BJP, of course, has been asking questions about this, essentially asking why is there no FIR in this case when there is a complaint. The Karnataka Chief Minister has retorted saying that there is a 2-member panel consisting of IAS officers who are probing the matter. Listen into the top reactions on this.
ಅದು ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವ್ರಿ. ಇಬ್ರು IAS ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಕೇಳಿ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದು ಏನು ತನಿಖೆಯಾಗಿ ಏನು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ತನಿಖೆಯಾಗಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬಂದು ಕಾನೂನು ಬಾಹಿರವಾಗಿ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ ಆಗಿ 100% ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ತಗೋತೀವಿ. ಈಗ BJPಯವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಮಾಡಲಿ ಪಾಪ, ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಶುರುವಾಗುತ್ತೆ 15ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿಂದ. ಅದು ರೈಸ್ ಆದರೆ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಸರ್.
The CM claiming that ever since 1998, when the land was gifted to his wife by his brother-in-law, they haven't got any kind of compensation from MUDA, and that MUDA had illegally procured that land from them, and now he demands a compensation. It was land for land based on the order that was put out during the BJP's regime, and that is how he got around 38,284 square feet of site that was allotted to him. Now, what is has been a bone of contention is the fact that the BJP claims that a land that was taken by Muda, which is of low value, was compensated with a land of very high value in a premium area. How is that justified? Now, the justification provided by the CM is the fact that this order was done during BJP's tenure and was granted to him during BJP's tenure, and what is wrong with that? Now, while this political face-off is on, there is also a fresh police complaint by a social activist who has suggested that all those documents are now forged and that this was purchased much later, even though it was denotified with forged documents claiming that this is an agricultural land. And so the entire purchase as well as the gifting of that land between the brother-in-law and the wife of Siddaramaiah was done with the sole purpose of deriving this compensation of a high-value plot from Muda. Now, all of these multiple allegations, from the documents to the purchase deed as well as the registration, each of them will have to be verified along with the fact that this kind of a site allotment and the scam deals could be worth around several thousand crore rupees that would cost the state exchequer. So all of these need to be verified, and we'll have to wait to see whether this would reach its logical end with respect to the committee that has been formed, 2-member committee with 2 IAS officers there who will be looking into each of these allegations here.
Now, the Punjab and Haryana High Court has directed the Haryana government to open Shambhu border, observing that closure of that key highway has caused great inconvenience to the public. Remember that the highway has in fact been blocked for months due to the farmers' agitation. But the court in fact observed that there has been the barricading and the blockage on that key highway, which of course also connects to the national capital, has caused a lot of inconvenience. My colleague Gurpreet reports from the Shambhu border.
आज हरियाणा पंजाब एंड हरियाणा हाई कोर्ट ने जो डिसीजन दिया है कि ये हाईवे जो नेशनल हाईवे है दिल्ली टू अमृतसर ये खुलना चाहिए, इसको कैसे देख रहे हैं
सर? एक गल तो क्लीयर होगी हाई कोर्ट के ऑर्डर के नाल भी जो रोड बंद किए हुए ने वो किसान ने नहीं बंद किए, वो सरकार ने बंद किए हुए, हरियाणा सरकार हुई चाहे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हुई, वो उन्होंने बंद किए हुए, किसान ने नहीं बंद किए हुए। किसान तो पहला भी 13 तरीक तो ही बड़े शांतिपूर्ण धर ते दिल्ली जा रहे सीगे ते हुण भी दिल्ली जाण नूं तैयार ने। बार्डर खुलणगे ते असीं अपनी जिहड़ी साडी 13 तरीक दी काल सीगी दिल्ली जाण दी, हुण भी साडी उही काल है। जदों भी 1 दिन 2 दिन 4 दिन हफ्ते दा टाइम दिता कोर्ट ने भी हरियाणा सरकार नूं भी तुसीं इन्हां नूं हफ्ते दे विच इस नूं रोकां नूं हटा दो सारियां नूं ते इहनूं विहला रोड नूं खाली कर दो। ते ओहदी गल इह है भी जो साडी काल सीगी 13 तरीक दी दिल्ली जाण दी, वो काल साडी हजे भी उस तरह दी एवें है ते जदों गेट खुलेगा ते दिल्ली असीं जावांगे जरूर।
तो आप कह रहे थे कि मीटिंग होगी, तो मीटिंग के बाद डिसीजन लिया जाएगा कि जहाँ आप दिल्ली जाओगे?
जो हमने कहा था ना भी मीटिंग होगी, मीटिंग तो हमारे दोनों फोरमों की होनी है भी कैसे रणनीति करें। कि जो आज एक ये ऑर्डर हुआ है ना, उसे एक ऑर्डर में कमी भी रही है ना। सिर्फ शंभू बॉर्डर के लिए ऑर्डर किया है मानयोग पंजाब और हरियाणा हाई कोर्ट ने। जैसे डब वाली, खनौरी, रतनपुरा, उन बॉर्डरों पर भी तो मोर्चा चल रहा है ना, उन पर रोडों को भी रोका हुआ है। उसके तहत मीटिंग होकर देखा भी हम टोटली इधर को जाएंगे, कैसे रणनीति वो मीटिंग में बनेगी। मगर जो दिल्ली जाने की है हमारी कल, वो जो कि तुम्हें दिल्ली तो जाएंगे ही, क्योंकि जो हमारी मांगे हैं वो दिल्ली से रिलेटेड है, ना कि पंजाब से रिलेटेड। जो हम यहाँ रुकेंगे, यहाँ तो हमें पंजाब सरकार ने नहीं, हरियाणा की सरकार ने यहाँ बॉर्डर लाकर तब रोका है।
We'll be taking a short break at this point, but more news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 pan-India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2.
Thought of the movie is just a pan-Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie.
Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done from Mr. Kamal Hassan?
3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV.
Welcome back. Now, the Supreme Court has issued notice to the Delhi police following allegation by an NGO of harassment. The NGO is one of the petitioners in the case which Supreme Court is hearing, where over 1,100 trees were chopped in Delhi despite a top court order. Remember, the Delhi Development Authority is facing contempt charges in the case, and the Delhi LG heads the DDA, and remember, the Delhi police also reports to him.
Ma'am, my first question to you is that, there were in fact allegations that, you were receiving calls continuously from the Delhi cops pursuing the case. If you can explain to us as to what happened.
Yeah, so one of the petitioner environmentalists, he's received certain notices, and quite rightly you said it's harassment, because these are citizens who are actually working on the ground to save the trees, to, for the, bird life, wildlife, and doing fantastic work. If our children at our stage who have even learned anything to love trees, hug trees, climb trees, they're learning from, youth like these. And of course, the message today is quite clear, by the Supreme Court, that don't shoot the messenger. And this is something I think everyone should be, affected with. Everybody should be talking about it, whether you're a politician or a citizen or a bureaucrat. We cannot deny that every third child has damaged lungs. The recent Lancet study has clearly shown that the maximum number of deaths in the city of air pollution is Delhi. So how is it that we can, just kind of ignore, some 1,100 trees being cut illegally, or even the other government who's cutting 5 trees, giving permissions to cut 5 trees an hour. So it's not about who and which government. It's about everyone will have to restrain and change and introspect and find ways that will give the children here, the city here, a future, which is obviously being devastated right now.
Ma'am, we also want a bit of clarification over the point that, it was also mentioned that in fact, the Delhi cops were also trying to search the banks. They were trying to approach the banks. So if you can clarify us.
Yeah, they reached the bank without the permission of the petitioner, of course, and they took out all the bank details, etc. So this is absolutely unnecessary. I mean, there is no reason for them to be doing this. There are a lot of good work that they could have done. I mean, after all, these trees have been cut illegally. There is a lot of other violations that are happening in the city right now as pertain to air pollution and trees. Maybe they should spend their time and energy doing that. It will be good for their children and ours.
The Bhajanlal government presented its first budget today in the Rajasthan Vidhan Sabha. Now, the Rajasthan Finance Minister Diya Kumari proposed 27,000 crore for health sector and 15,000 crore to provide tap water to 25 lakh rural houses in the state. My colleague Harsha Kumari Singh spoke to her.
So I have with me Finance Minister for Rajasthan, Diya Kumari, who's presented, I would say, Diya, a really long and far-sighted budget. It's not a budget which is full of sops. It's a budget which actually looks ahead at 5 years, 10 years, and even longer at 2047.
Yes, absolutely. We have completely, our focus has been on building infrastructure,
making a Rajasthan which is equipped for 2047. You know, if you don't start doing it now, it'll be too late. So whether it is, we talk about environment, whether we talk about tourism, roads, infrastructure, health, education, youth, women, this budget has everything.
In fact,
with a long-term vision.
What I found very interesting was your water grid. You're actually looking at investing in agriculture by providing drinking water. That's really getting to the root of the problem of agricultural crisis.
Yes, no, water is a major issue for Rajasthan, and like you know that our Honorable Chief Minister has signed 2 MOUs. One is the ERCP Pariyojana which is coming into Rajasthan. We've already started work on it, and the Yamuna agreement also with Haryana. So this will be very beneficial. Even the looking at Western Rajasthan also, that we are looking at how we can improve the infrastructure, how we can, you know, do more maybe agreements with other states like Punjab, etc., where we get more water. Gujarat also, Mahi Dam work is also in progress now. So all areas of Rajasthan, whether it is Mewar, whether it is Marwar, Shekhawati or Eastern Rajasthan, everywhere, this is going to be the focus of our government.
You know, a budget is also a political statement, and I've seen in this budget there are no SOPs, there's no short-term SOPs or, you know, populist sort of schemes. I mean, it seems, so for example, if you look at youth, there's a thing about inskilling them. So you're looking at long-term. I think everything seems to be long-term, it's not populist. So what would you say about that?
Yes, I hope the people understand that we're not looking at, you know, just cheap popularity, which the previous government, the Congress government did for 5 years. And when you talk about them, they spoke, you know, a lot of big announcements were done during their time, but actual implementation was almost nil. You know, we are not going to do that.
And they've left a huge debt burden for you. Just one last question. One state, one election. Very interesting. It's an idea that the center, the Modi government at the center has mooted but is not being able to implement so far. So I think Rajasthan would perhaps become the first state to do so.
I hope it actually happens. We are all wanting it. I think even the public, if you ask anyone, yes, I am sure they are for this, because it saves everything. Saves money of the government, saves, you know, the state machinery is also then not deployed everywhere else during these elections. One after the other elections also means code of conduct happening everywhere, so you don't see any work happening. So all this is important, and we are working towards that.
Well, congratulations for a very far-sighted budget.
Time for a short break now. Stay tuned to NDTV.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो. एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई. इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई. तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल, एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स, या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन. और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स एआई to make your life and your phones even smarter.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the end.
Welcome back. Now, Prime Minister Modi received the Guard of Honor in Vienna during his one-day visit to Austria. This is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister in 40 years to the country. Prime Minister Modi said that India is looking forward to strengthening ties with Austria, focusing on sectors like renewable energy, infrastructure, and also on artificial intelligence development.
मुझे खुशी है कि मेरे तीसरे कार्यकाल की शुरुआत और शुरुआत में ही ऑस्ट्रिया आने का अवसर मिला. मेरी यह यात्रा ऐतिहासिक भी है और विशेष भी है. 41 साल के बाद किसी भारतीय प्रधानमंत्री ने ऑस्ट्रिया का दौरा किया है। आज मेरे और चांसलर नेहमर के बीच बहुत सार्थक बातचीत हुई। हमने आपसी सहयोग को और मजबूत करने के लिए नई संभावनाओं की पहचान की है। हमने निर्णय लिया है कि संबंधों को स्ट्रैटेजिक दिशा प्रदान की जाएगी। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर विकास, इनोवेशन, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, हाइड्रोजन, वाटर एंड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, क्वांटम जैसे क्षेत्रों में एक दूसरे के सामर्थ्य को जोड़ने का काम किया जाएगा।
Today already there are excellent economic and trade relations with India, marked by mutual trust and confidence. 2.7 billion euro is the current trade volume. More than 150 Austrian businesses are operating in India, and we expect the number to increase, and there will also be Indian investments in Austria. There is high demand for economic cooperation, particularly when it comes to renewable energy, about environment and urban technology, urban development and infrastructure development.
This was obviously a kind of signaling or messaging the Indian Prime Minister has given to the ongoing NATO summit, because the NATO itself was organized or sort of constituted to counter Russia. Now, Indian Prime Minister visited Russia, that's not a surprise, but moving towards or visiting Vienna was a big surprise. Why? Because the relations between India and Austria have been great. Obviously, there are scopes of improvement, as what the Australian Chancellor mentioned, but Indian Prime Minister also spoke about the global conflict going around between Russia and Ukraine, and the Middle East is already on the boil, and that's yet again Prime Minister stressed that it is not the time of war and a solution cannot be found on the battlefield. Besides that, when it comes to the relations between India and Austria, the Prime Minister stressed that this time around a startup bridge will be developed to connect the youth of both the countries, the ideas of both the countries, as well as the trade and trade ties between both the countries will prosper in areas of technology, energy. As you mentioned, renewable energy is the Indian Prime Minister also invited Austria to join the Global Biofuel Alliance as well as International Solar Alliance. So energy remained the key focus area of this state visit by the Prime Minister of India, as well as bilateral talks. But moreover, it was also about discussions over the global conflict, which I just mentioned, and also that India is desirous of getting a seat in the United Nations Security Council. So that also came up when Prime Minister said that we both agree, we in the sense hinting towards the Austrian Chancellor, that how United Nations and other global institutions need a revamp so that they can be made more effective.
Now, one of the big successes for India in Prime Minister Modi's recent visit to Russia was repatriation of Indian soldiers who were duped into fighting the war in Russia. Now, a Russian official has also commented on it. Roman Babushkin, who's the charge d'affaires of the Russian embassy in India, has said that we are on the same page as India on this problem.
We are on the same page with the Indian government on this particular problem, that it is our common problem. According to the reports and the information available to us, are cheated by agents who are involved in criminal activities and brought them through the illegal channels. We have established a mechanism of interaction with the Indian side. We are maintaining very close coordination with the Indian government, and we are committed to an earliest possible solution of this problem.
We'll be taking a short break at this point. News and updates will continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Disaster relief operations in Jaisalmer and Barmer. Civil agencies and the NDRF alongside Indian Army rehearsed for a coordinated and effective response during natural disasters.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
You know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही अनवील किया था and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. 28 buttons इतने से size में. Well, obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon. But then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था and maybe not that easy to use that. But मैं बोलूँगा it was the beginning of the era of smartwatches and eventually today you know how popular they are. जहाँ पे हर किसी से जब आप मिलते हो after the mobile phone, the second purchase that you do as a gadget is definitely a smartwatch these days.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
First Pune, then now in Worli, in Mumbai. Just not in Maharashtra, but across the country, the hit-and-run cases, ladies and gentlemen, are a serious, serious problem. And especially when a high-profile, you know, they are being called as the brats, people of high-profile, powerful people, persons are involved, it seems the system also works against the victim. This is what we will be discussing. We would like you to share your views, your anger, and what, according to you, could be a solution. How India can manage its roads better so that innocent lives are not lost, especially when there are people, those who are completely taking the system for a fast ride. We'll be discussing this and you can share your views at 6:30 p.m. here on NDTV. The number, ladies and gentlemen, is on your screens, 8377088377. 6:30. Don't forget to call in and share your views on NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Very good evening and welcome. In the Mumbai hit-and-run case, 7-day police custody for the accused. Mumbai cops allege cover-up bid to mislead the investigation. 4 days on, Maharashtra Chief Minister finally under pressure acts against the accused father. Shinde Sena leader removed from party post. Chief Minister Shinde says opposition indulging in blame game. It's an all-out war between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party as Enforcement Directorate files charge sheet in the alleged liquor policy case in the national capital. ED says Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister, is the kingpin in this scam. BJP hits out at the Aam Aadmi Party, says ED has exposed Arvind Kejriwal. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party hits back with the charge that it is being targeted. Mysore Urban Development Authority muddle gets murkier. Spotlight on Chief Minister Siddharamaya's family. Allegation by the BJP Chief Minister's wife fabricated documents for the plot. In Delhi tree felling case, Supreme Court sends notices to the police. NGO alleges harassment by Delhi police. 1,100 trees chopped off in Delhi. Now, big claims, ladies and gentlemen, have been made against Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet in the alleged liquor policy scam. The ED today filed its charge sheet and has said that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin of this scam. Now, this has given the handle to the Bharatiya Janata Party to hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, the BJP has said middlemen were paid from Aam Aadmi Party bank account, and Aam Aadmi Party always tried to mislead the people. The Aam Aadmi Party has hit back and has said that the ED is unable to establish the money trail as far as this case is concerned, and the Chief Minister of Delhi is being targeted on no grounds, only for political reasons.
जब भी शराब घोटाले की बात आती है तो आम आदमी पार्टी जनता और मीडिया को गुमराह करने का प्रयास करती है। हमेशा कहती है कि कोई सबूत नहीं है, लेकिन आज दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो गया। ईडी ने एक बहुत ही डिटेल्ड चार्जशीट फाइल करी है और इसके तहत पता चलता है कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी न केवल व्यक्तिगत तौर पर शराब घोटाले में करोड़ों रुपए के किकबैक्स लेने में उनकी व्यक्तिगत भूमिका है, बल्कि ये भी कि वो इस पूरी की पूरी कंस्पिरेसी के किंग पिन हैं, और यही चार्जशीट भी कहती है।
ईडी का काम है बयानों को तोड़ मरोड़ के भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मदद करना, और ये कोर्ट में ही साबित कर दिया था अरविंद केजरीवाल ने। पिछली बार जब ट्रायल कोर्ट के अंदर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने कहा कि सीबीआई ये कह रही है और ऐसा मैंने नहीं कहा, तो कोर्ट ने वहीं पे सीबीआई को कहा कि हाँ ऐसा तो इन्होंने नहीं कहा, आप ऐसा क्यों कह रहे? तो ये सीबीआई इसलिए कह रही है ताकि आप ये बात टीवी पे चलाएं, ताकि कुछ लोग इसको अखबार में लिखें और ऐसा लगे कि जो सीबीआई कह रही है वो शायद अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ही कह रहे हैं। यही बड़ी समस्या है कि आज इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी एक पॉलिटिकल टूल बन गई है।
Well, in the 7th supplementary charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate, it has been mentioned that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin and the main conspirator of the entire alleged Delhi liquor excise policy scam. It has been mentioned in the charge sheet that because Arvind Kejriwal is the national convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, and the proceeds of crimes that amounts to rupees 25 crores, which came from South Group and transferred through Hawala channels to Goa. He was the one who knew each and every process of getting that money delivered to Goa, which was ultimately used by the Aam Aadmi Party in the election campaigning there. It was also mentioned that Arvind Kejriwal was present in the meeting where Manish Sisodiya, Satinder Jain was present, and the entire documents was handed over to Mr. Sisodiya. In the charge sheet, it had been mentioned about the WhatsApp chats between Mr. Chauhan and Arvind Kejriwal, that how Mr. Chauhan facilitated Arvind Kejriwal when he was in Goa, and he was the one who paid the amount to the hotel where Arvind Kejriwal stayed in a 7-star hotel in Goa. It was also stated that Mr. Chauhan is the one who is very close to Arvind Kejriwal, and he was the one who was taking the entire cash delivered to the Aam Aadmi Party in Goa, and the money was later used by the party itself. There are a series of timelines which had been mentioned in this charge sheet, from where the exact the scam started until the end, why Aam Aadmi Party is also now being named as an accused. Total number of accused are 38. 37th accused is Arvind Kejriwal and 38th is Aam Aadmi Party. New thing in this 7th supplementary charge sheet is what Arvind Kejriwal's counsel had been every time claiming in the court, that till now there had been no evidence evidence that that the enforcement directorate or the probe agencies had tried to gather and had submitted in the court. Now finally, when the charge sheet had submitted and Arvind Kejriwal links had emerged as to he knew about the dealings, the WhatsApp chats, documentations, all had been submitted. Now it has been clear on the part of the enforcement directorate that how these accused had to face the trials in the court. If proved guilty, then certainly the charges will be framed. So more trouble mounting in the upcoming days for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal.
Meanwhile, in the Mumbai, Worli hit-and-run case, the accused has been sent to police custody till 16th of July. The Mumbai police has got 7-day custody of the accused. The Mumbai police has said that they will probe, in fact, who helped Mihir Shah. Police is also saying that there are many unanswered questions. Police asked for the longest possible custody of the Shinde Sena leader's son, who was arrested after 3 days. In the Mumbai hit-and-run case, the action has also been taken on the Juhu bar, where authorities have demolished parts of the bar, and Excise Department has suspended bar's license as well. Accused drank at the pub ahead of the accident. Remember, he's 24 years old. The minimum age is 25. So the license of the bar has been cancelled for providing alcohol to an underage. Now, Chief Minister Shinde, after continuous pressure from the media, opposition and the people, has in fact suspended the Shinde Sena leader, Mihir Shah's father, from his party post, and has also said that the opposition is indulging in a blame game.
जो देर रात तक चलते हैं, पब है, वहाँ पर और अनैतिक जो कुछ ड्रग्स है, ये सब बेचने वाले जो हैं, उनके ऊपर भी कड़ी कार्रवाई करने का आदेश मैंने दिया हुआ है। इस केस में भी किसी को भी बिल्कुल सपोर्ट करना तो दूर की बात है, ये सभी लोग कानून के सामने, कानून के दायरे में एक समान है, और इसलिए मैंने ये इंस्ट्रक्शन पहले दिन में दिया है और कार्रवाई आप देख रहे हैं।
हम यही मांग कर रहे हैं कि इनको न्याय मिले। जो मिहिर राजेश शाह है, जिन्होंने इनकी पत्नी को मर्डर किया, इनके पत्नी का, मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि एक्सीडेंट था, ये नहीं कहूँगा कि हिट एंड रन थी, ये मर्डर था। और मुझे लगता है कि सबसे कठोर शिक्षा जो है देश में, वो इस मिहिर राजेश शाह को मिलनी चाहिए। जो बुलडोजर जस्टिस हर जगह ये रेजिम देने की कोशिश करता है, उनके घर पे अभी करके दिखाओ।
Let me go across to my colleague Anuj, who's joining us live at this moment from Mumbai. Anuj, 7-day custody for the accused, yes. There are many questions that the Mumbai police will have to explore during this custody. A, why was he absconding for 3 days, and how will the Mumbai police prove that he was under the influence of the alcohol?
See, there are several questions, and these questions are some of the important reasons why the 7-day custody has been granted. The police, through the public prosecutor, were very smartly able to put the fact that they've done their preliminary investigation. Now, what they need to do is that they need to get into details of every bit, because the accused, although the case might seem a little old now because it happened 3 days ago, but the accused was only arrested yesterday, and in these 3 days a lot of things happened. But since yesterday evening, the case seemed to have picked its pace up, because the family was put under radar. There were several interrogations that went of the detainees, and of course the accused was arrested as well, and then he was also questioned thoroughly by the police since last night. Now, there have been several things which have become clear here, including a roadmap of the way the primary accused made his escape from the city and went to Shahpur. But the police stated 3 major points. Firstly, they stated that they need to see in detail who all did Mihir Shah try to contact as soon as the accident happened. We know for a fact that he went to his female friend, and then with his family of 3 people and a friend of his, he traveled to another city in Shahpur in Thane. But then they are of the belief that there are several other people he would have contacted as well. So they need to find details of that out soon. Secondly, he changed his appearance. If you look at the pictures and the videos which went viral on social media after this event took place, they show him with longer hair and little more bearded face. But when he was arrested by the police, he had a clean face, clean-shaved face, and the hair was also short. The police states that it is not very easy for someone who's absconding to get such a makeover so easily. So there would have been another person involved in that too. And thirdly, and more importantly, police stated that when the accident happened, of course, eyewitnesses confirmed the fact that the seats were changed between Mihir Shah and his driver. The eyewitnesses also stated that the number plate was also taken up. The number plate which was broken down was also taken up by them. And the police believe that he did that to throw it away. Now, these are the three major points which the police held their entire argument on. And they stated that to do more investigation in it, to make sure that everyone who's in contact with Mihir Shah after the accident happened is questioned thoroughly. To do all of these things, they need as much police custody as possible. Of course, they would have liked more than 7 days, but 7 days is something that they wouldn't mind because a lot of things will happen in the 7 days. We saw the father was given a bail a couple of days ago. The driver's police custody will end tomorrow. That is on the 11th. So, and the family members who were let go of after the initial round of questioning might also be questioned later. So you see this case, a lot more details might come in the next 1 week, and we'll also see, several other angles related to him escaping to Shahpur and the entire get-over that he took, that he had on himself. A lot of these details might come in the next 7 days.
Anuj, if I may ask you, there is the role of the people, those who had helped him while he was on the run. His mother, his sisters, there are allegations on few of his friends as well. What are the roles that the police is investigating of people, those who might have helped him? His father also played a key role as far as this man is concerned.
Yeah, you see, the primary thing that they're looking at the moment is to what extent did all of these, family members and friends in what degree did they help him abscond from the place? Of course, there were reports today afternoon which stated that according to several sources, he's confirmed the fact that he himself was behind the wheel, but we need an official confirmation of that, which might come in court later this week. But the role of the family members and the friends would be to help him get out of the city. Although that is an important detail to look into it, and also his father can also be questioned on that same basis as well. But the police's primary concern at the moment is Mihir Shah. There is a lot that they need to take out of him. They will be interrogating thoroughly his female friend as well, because we know that after the accident happened, he did go to his female friend's place where he stayed for a couple of hours, and then with his sister he traveled to Borivali and then to Shahpur later on. So what exactly happened in those 2 hours? Did the female friend find him in an intoxicated situation? What was the sneak peek that she got into his mental space at that very moment? So these are very intricate questions for which they'll need more time to interrogate these people. And if you multiply this with 4, 5, 6, as many family members and friends as are present there, it will take time. So a primary round of investigation, which is ended today afternoon, the secondary round might involve a lot more to understand to what degree did they help him in absconding and staying away from the city for 60 long hours.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. My colleague Anuj there reporting from Mumbai. Moving on now, Punjab. All right, let's very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, once again remind you that on this very issue, the Mumbai hit and run, a case where a rich, powerful person's son, a brat, driving his car at high speeds, allegedly under the influence of alcohol, took a life in the most gruesome manner. Will the victim get the justice? It's not the question that only the family is asking, but we here at NDTV is also highlighting this. You can share your views at 6:30 on this very topic. The number is on your screens. Moving on now, Punjab and Haryana High Court directs Haryana government to open the Shambhu border, observing that closure is causing great inconvenience to the people. Now, this is the border between Punjab and Haryana, where the farmers, in fact, last year were stopped when they had once again decided to march towards the national capital to press for their demands. Now, this crucial order has come from the Punjab and Haryana High Court. The key border on the Delhi highway has been blocked for months. The court has said that the closure is causing inconvenience to the people. Remember, the road was blocked during the farmers' protest.
आज हरियाणा पंजाब एंड हरियाणा हाई कोर्ट ने जो डिसीजन दिया है कि ये हाईवे जो नेशनल हाईवे है दिल्ली टू अमृतसर ये खुलना चाहिए, इसको कैसे देख रहे हैं?
सर एक गल तो क्लीयर होगी हाई कोर्ट के ऑर्डर के नाल भी जो रोड बंद किए हुए ने वो किसान ने नहीं बंद किए, वो सरकार ने बंद किए हुए, हरियाणा सरकार हुई चाहे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हुई, वो उन्होंने बंद किए हुए, किसान ने नहीं बंद किए हुए। किसान तो पहले भी 13 तरीक तो ही ਬੜੇ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀਪੂਰਨ ਧਰਨ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਜਾਣ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਨੇ। ਬਾਰਡਰ ਖੁੱਲਣਗੇ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਡੀ 13 ਤਰੀਕ ਦੀ ਕਾਲ ਸੀਗੀ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਜਾਣ ਦੀ, ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਉਹੀ ਕਾਲ ਹੈ। ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ 1 ਦਿਨ 2 ਦਿਨ 4 ਦਿਨ ਹਫ਼ਤੇ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਕੋਰਟ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਹਰਿਆਣਾ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹਫ਼ਤੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹਟਾ ਦਿਓ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਵਿਹਲਾ ਰੋਡ ਨੂੰ ਖਾਲੀ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ। ਤੇ ਉਹਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਜੋ ਸਾਡੀ ਕਾਲ ਸੀਗੀ 13 ਤਰੀਕ ਦੀ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਜਾਣ ਦੀ, ਉਹ ਕਾਲ ਸਾਡੀ ਹਜੇ भी उस तरह की एम है। तो जो गेट खुलेगा तो दिल्ली असी जावांगे जरूर।
तो आप कह रहे थे कि मीटिंग होगी, तो मीटिंग के बाद डिसीजन लिया जाएगा कि जहाँ आप दिल्ली जाओगे?
जो हमने कहा था ना भी मीटिंग होगी, मीटिंग तो हमारे दोनों फोरमों की होनी है भी कैसे रणनीति करें। क्योंकि जो आज एक ये ऑर्डर हुआ है ना, उस एक ऑर्डर में कमी भी रही है ना। सिर्फ शंभू बॉर्डर के लिए ऑर्डर किया है मानयोग पंजाब और हरियाणा हाई कोर्ट ने। जैसे डब वाली, खनौरी, रतनपुरा, उन बॉर्डरों पर भी तो मोर्चा चल रहा है ना, उन पर रोडों को भी रोका हुआ है। उसके तहत मीटिंग होकर देखा भी हम टोटली इधर को जाएंगे, कैसे रणनीति वो मीटिंग में बनेगी। मगर जो दिल्ली जाने की है हमारी कल, वो जो कि तुम्हें दिल्ली तो जाएंगे ही, क्योंकि जो हमारी मांगे हैं वो दिल्ली से रिलेटेड है, ना कि पंजाब से रिलेटेड। जो हम यहाँ रुकेंगे, यहाँ तो हमें पंजाब सरकार ने नहीं, हरियाणा की सरकार ने यहाँ बॉर्डर लाकर तब रोका है।
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 Pan India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2.
Thought of the movie is just a Pan Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie.
Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done from Mr. Kamal Hassan?
3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Here we are and ये है, आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं, मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी। देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं।
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3, because X3 is really powerful in itself. और इंस्टेंट से X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there is no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter. आप उसको अभी use कर सकते हैं for at least I would say एक और साल तक before you see any substantial upgrade in this technology. और हो सकता है अगले आने वाले जो मॉडल्स होंगे वो आपको ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग लगेंगे.
नमस्ते टेक्निकल गुरुजी, मैं ऑनलाइन क्लास में पढ़ती हूँ और मुझसे ज़्यादा टाइम के लिए ईयरफोन्स नहीं पहने जाते. क्या आप मुझे ऐसे ईयरफोन्स या हेडफोन्स सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं जिन्हें हम 3 से 4 घंटे पहन सकें?
मैं आपको 2 सलाह दूंगा मेरी तरफ से. सबसे पहला तो अगर आप ईयरफोन्स यूज़ करते हैं तो उसमें आप ईयर टिप को चेंज करके देखिए, बिकॉज कई बार उसका साइज़ अगर आप चेंज करेंगे तो आपको ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल फील होगा और आप लंबे टाइम तक उनको पहन पाएंगे. सेकंड थिंग, अगर आपको स्टिल लगता है कि ईयरफोन्स जो है ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल नहीं है तो आई वुड रिकमेंड कि आप एक ओवर ईयर स्टाइल का हेडफोन लें. ओवर ईयर से मेरा मतलब ये है द कुशन गोज ऑल अराउंड योर ईयर, और आपके कान के चारों तरफ जब कुशन लगेगा एंड कान बीच में आपका फ्री रहेगा.
Welcome back. Now, the Supreme Court has sent notices to the Delhi police. The notice has been sent after an NGO, in fact, has alleged harassment at the hands of the Delhi police. This NGO, remember, had complained about 1,100 trees which were cut despite the Supreme Court's order. The NGO says there is harassment being meted out by the Delhi police. 1,100 trees were chopped off in Delhi. The Supreme Court had issued contempt notices to the DDA and other authorities.
Ma'am, my first question to you is that, there were in fact allegations that, you were receiving calls continuously from the Delhi cops pursuing the case. If you can explain to us as to what happened.
Yeah, so one of the petitioner environmentalists, he's received certain notices, and quite rightly you said it's harassment, because these are citizens who are actually working on the ground to save the trees, to, for the, bird life, wildlife, and doing fantastic work. If our children at our stage who have even learned anything to love trees, hug trees, climb trees, they're learning from, youth like these. And of course, the message today is quite clear, by the Supreme Court, that don't shoot the messenger. And this is something I think everyone should be, affected with. Everybody should be talking about it, whether you're a politician or a citizen or a bureaucrat. We cannot deny that every third child has damaged lungs. The recent Lancet study has clearly shown that the maximum number of deaths in the city of air pollution is Delhi. So how is it that we can, just kind of ignore, some 1,100 trees being cut illegally, or even the other government who's cutting 5 trees, giving permissions to cut 5 trees an hour. So it's not about who and which government. It's about everyone will have to restrain and change and introspect and find ways that will give the children here, the city here, a future, which is obviously being devastated right now.
Ma'am, we also want a bit of clarification over the point that, it was also mentioned that in fact, the Delhi cops were also trying to search the banks. They were trying to approach the banks. So if you can clarify us.
Yeah, they reached the bank without the permission of the petitioner, of course, and they took out all the bank details, etc. The thing. So this is absolutely unnecessary. I mean, there is no reason for them to be doing this. There are a lot of good work that they could have done. I mean, after all, these trees have been cut illegally. There is a lot of other violations that are happening in the city right now as pertain to air pollution and trees. Maybe they should spend their time and energy doing that. It will be good for their children and ours.
Now, the Bhajanlal government in Rajasthan presented its first budget today in the Rajasthan Vidhan Sabha with, in fact, a roadmap for the next 5 years. The budget, which saw an absence of, SOPs, was focused on infrastructure, developing water resources, and gave a 26% allocation of the total budget for the health sector. The budget also spoke about one state, one election, which the BJP hopes will be implemented in Rajasthan.
So I have with me Finance Minister for Rajasthan, Diya Kumari, who's presented, I would say, Diya, a really long and far-sighted budget. It's not a budget which is full of sops. It's a budget which actually looks ahead at 5 years, 10 years, and even longer at 2047.
Yes, absolutely. We have completely, our focus has been on building infrastructure, making a Rajasthan which is equipped for 2047. If you don't start doing it now, it'll be too late. So whether it is, we talk about environment, whether we talk about tourism, roads, infrastructure, health, education, youth, women, this budget has everything.
In fact,
with a long-term vision.
What I found very interesting was your water grid. You're actually looking at investing in agriculture by providing drinking water. That's really getting to the root of the problem of agricultural crisis.
Yes, no, water is a major issue for Rajasthan, and like you know that our Honorable Chief Minister has signed 2 MOUs. One is the ERCP Pariyojana, which is coming into Rajasthan. We've already started work on it, and the Yamuna agreement also with Haryana. So this will be very beneficial. Even the looking at Western Rajasthan also, that we are looking at how we can improve the infrastructure, how we can do more maybe agreements with other states like Punjab, etc., where we get more water. Gujarat also, Mahi Dam work is also in progress now. So all areas of Rajasthan, whether it is Mewar, whether it is Marwar, Shekhawati or Eastern Rajasthan, everywhere, this is going to be the focus of our government.
A budget is also a political statement, and I've seen in this budget there are no sops. There's no short-term sops or populist sort of schemes. I mean, it seems, so for example, if you look at youth, there's a thing about inskilling them. So you're looking at long-term. I think everything seems to be long-term. It's not populist. So what would you say about that?
Yes, I hope the people understand that we're not looking at just cheap popularity, which the previous government, the Congress government, did for 5 years. And when you talk about them, they spoke, a lot of big announcements were done during their time, but actual implementation was almost nil. We are not going to do that.
And they've left a huge debt burden for you. Just one last question. One state, one election. Very interesting. It's an idea that the center, the Modi government at the center has mooted but is not being able to implement so far. So I think Rajasthan would perhaps become the first state to do so.
I hope it actually happens. We are all wanting it. I think even the public, if you ask anyone, yes, I am sure they are for this because it saves everything. Saves money of the government, saves, the state machinery is also then not deployed everywhere else during these elections. One after the other elections also means code of conduct happening everywhere, so you don't see any work happening. So all this is important and we are working towards that.
Well, congratulations for a very, very far-sighted budget.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we have been telling you, NDTV has continuously for the last 4 days been focusing on a story that, has angered a lot of people. And rightly so. The story which has come from Worli in Mumbai, where another high-profile, powerful person's son, a brat, driving his car at a very high speed, a luxury vehicle, killed an Aam Aadmi. Or may I say, in fact, in the most brutal fashion, a woman died after she was dragged for over 1.5 kilometers after being hit when she was on a scooter with her husband. The family is distraught and there is anger. We'd like you to, in fact, share your views on this issue at this moment. The number, ladies and gentlemen, is on your screens. Do you think the family will get justice, or after the media hype dies down, the spotlight goes away, politicians go back to their business as usual, the family will be left alone to fight this case and to fight for justice? The accused today, let me give you an update in this case. This 24-year-old accused, who is accused of drinking and driving. He was drunk when he hit that couple, killing the woman, and after dragging her for more than 1 kilometer. He, after 3 days of being on the run, was arrested yesterday and today has been sent to 7-day police custody. The police, in fact, is saying that they are going to probe who are the people who helped Mihir Shah. Police also says that there are many unanswered questions that they are looking into. Remember, he's the son of a member of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's party. His father is a member of this party. Though, after continuous pressure by the media, the spotlight on this case, today the Chief Minister finally acted and the leader has been stripped of all party posts. But is that enough? Because primary investigation, the preliminary investigation, shows that his father was actively colluding, trying to help his son evade the law. Why did it take 3 days for the accused to be arrested? Why was the police not able to trace him? Well, it is said that, medically, that it's only for 3 days that you can detect alcohol in somebody's system. Is that the reason why 3 long days were, in fact, a long rope was given and who this accused has been using? Now, let me go across to Dr. Mitra, who's joining us from Kolkata. Dr. Mitra, thank you, ma'am, for speaking to us here on NDTV. What would you like to say on this, ma'am? This is not, though this is a symptomatic problem, this is just an example of what we hear in our country day in, day out. But in this case, do you believe that there will be justice, or the family after the spotlight will be left to fight for themselves?
Well, actually, I'm not very optimistic about justice to the victim at all. Although laws are very much in place in India. But here what happens is this clout and influence, and then bribery, muscle power, then threatening of victims and their families play a very important role. And then court cases go on for years and years. So justice delayed is justice denied.
Absolutely.
So I doubt very much.
Ma'am, thank you for calling in. I'm sure there are a lot of people, though it's a very, look at the situation where people are not even expecting basic justice to be given, but that's how possibly the wheels of justice have rolled, what people have seen around them, and that is the reason why you are not very optimistic at this moment. Nilesh Kanani is joining us from Mumbai. Nilesh, thank you for speaking to us. It's your city where this gruesome incident took place. There are demands of murder sections to be put against the accused. The police, the BMC, the excise department all wake up only after such tragedy strikes.
Ankit, very sad to hear this hit and run case and the gruesome killing of the lady. I would bring to the notice that presently the RT officer and the constable, they have merely become the photographer. They are just busy clicking the photographer and finding the innocent people rather than doing a patrolling at night and catching in the drunken driver cases or catching the people who are drunk and they are driving and these types of incidents are happening. It is just, I think they are merely concentrating on the collection of the revenue for the Home Department and Traffic Department rather than, personally, they should do the duty at the BCH spots, that is the Worli Sea Lane or Marine Drive or many busy roads where the traffic is more. There should be a patrolling at night of the RT officer rather than just merely clicking the photograph and finding the innocent people in the lane.
Thank you, sir, for joining us. Joe, making a very, very important point. I think there is also a need for the overhaul of our police system as well, the checks and balances, because now action is being taken. There is suddenly the BMC realizes that the bar in which this 24-year-old, who is 1 year short of being legally provided alcohol, that there is some illegal construction as far as that bar is concerned. Suddenly the excise department wakes up, sees that rules are being flouted and they are cancelling the license. But what about regular checks and balances for which these agencies are made is also a big question, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so, what we'll do right now, ladies and gentlemen, let's just try and in the meantime, while we are, there are calls coming in from various viewers from all across the country at this moment, but let's just also try and play out what the Chief Minister, in fact, had said on this issue, suspending Mihir Shah's father from all party positions. So what is happening at this moment is that this has also become a political case. So it would be, these cases, like we saw in Pune, there was, allegations of influence being exerted by an MLA. Let's listen in to some reactions from the Chief Minister and the opposition accusing the government of failing in its duty.
जो देर रात तक चलते हैं, पब है, वहाँ पर और अनैतिक जो कुछ ड्रग्स है, ये सब बेचने वाले जो है, उनके ऊपर भी कड़ी कार्रवाई करने का आदेश मैंने दिया हुआ है। इस केस में भी किसी को भी बिल्कुल सपोर्ट करना तो दूर की बात है, ये सभी लोग कानून के सामने, कानून के दायरे में एक समान है और इसलिए मैंने ये इंस्ट्रक्शन पहले दिन में दिया है और कार्रवाई आप देख रहे हैं।
हम यही मांग कर रहे हैं कि इनको न्याय मिले। जो मिहिर राजेश शाह है जिन्होंने इनकी पत्नी को मर्डर किया, इनकी पत्नी का, मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि एक्सीडेंट था, ये नहीं कहूँगा कि हिट एंड रन थी, ये मर्डर था। और मुझे लगता है कि सबसे कठोर शिक्षा जो है देश में वो इस मिहिर राजेश शाह को मिलनी चाहिए, जो बुलडोजर जस्टिस हर जगह ये रेजिम देने की कोशिश करता है, उनके घर पे अभी करके दिखाओ।
Dr. Sanpat Daniel is joining us from Mumbai. So thank you for speaking to us. Your city, maximum city, in fact, reporting this incident, sir. And as I said, it is just not about this incident in Mumbai, but we have seen many such examples from all across the country. Do you think that it's time to, somewhere increase the punishment? The deterrence should be, much greater so that people think twice before they give their sons and daughters these kind of freedom, these luxury cars without proper training?
No, I think they ask punishment that will give the solution to the children. So they make quick money. The parents, they want to give the best, and that splurging money on the children is the best. But they have to actually splurge money on the education or college instead of just giving them the money. And what can you expect? You'll expect only the solution in the maximum punishment. The solution is, in this case, input. So the solution over here, I think, is more of how we can, help them to educate them and bring them up in a proper, manner, which will help the, whole society.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your views here with us. Because, yes, it is about education. It is about education. It is about awareness, not just at the level of how the policing system needs to change, the checks and balances with the excise department, the BMC and so on and so forth, but also at the level of the families in the schools where people, those who have money, in fact, get away with these kind of, incidents. Anuj, my colleague, who has been continuously covering this story very, very closely. Anuj, there is a lot of anger, people calling us from Kolkata, from Mumbai, quite angry with the way, in fact, this incident has happened, and the general belief, not optimistic. Most people believe that, in the end, justice will elude the family once the spotlight is off.
There is indeed a lot of anger about all of these things, and the reason for it is not necessarily this case alone, because this happens once in a while in our country. It's been happening for a while now. Every year there's almost a case like this. But we are seeing a cluster of these cases taking place from Maharashtra specifically. Of course, when Pune Porsche case was still extremely fresh in people's memory, this case took people over, and then it left everyone emotional. Again, we have to know the fact that it's the social media age that has also played an important part. All of the videos, all of the CCTV camera footages, and the people's sentiment are reaching everyone through different means as well. What we also saw is that earlier today, we were reporting on the news that came from Nashik. Since Sunday in Nashik alone, there have been 3 such incidents. And that shows how certain events, they take place in a particular cluster, spreading a sense of fear amongst everyone, not just in the state or the city, but across the country. But in this regard, especially, we are seeing that there is a high possibility of politicization of this particular issue. We saw that a lot was tried to do by the opposition when the Pune case came up, and that was still indirectly related to politics, right? The questions were asked to the Home Department about their functioning. There were questions asked about the calls being made to the hospital, etc. But
in this case, the role of the politics is even more strong because you see there is a direct involvement of the people who are involved in this accident with the ruling government in the state. And how that will pan out to be will only need to be seen because the elections are not very far away. And it wouldn't be surprising if we see all the three major political parties whose representatives have already made their views very public and they seem very extreme. We saw Aditya Thackeray earlier today say that it's not a hit and run case, but it's a murder case. We saw the Congress Mumbai unit chief also reiterate the same point yesterday. So we're seeing that the opposition is ready to take a very strong position against it. It seems that they're ready to kind of capitalize on the public sentiment going across not just the state, as you said, but across the country, and will try to gain some get some political gains from it. But the biggest problem here is of the deceased and the victim's family. Yesterday we saw, while speaking to the media, the husband of the deceased actually had to hold his hand and request to everyone for some peace. Now that shows how interestingly or how weirdly this entire situation kind of pans out. There is a lot of coverage, there is a lot of following on all of these for a period of time, and then the focus shifts from the victim to the person who's committed the crime, and then it becomes completely about them. So there is a lot of fear amongst especially the people of the ranks of the society who just keep on carrying on their daily businesses, but now they need to be afraid even while crossing the road because anyone speeding at over 100 kilometers per hour might just ram their vehicle into them. And this fear, which in an ideal situation no one should have been thinking about, is something that they need to worry about in some major cities, like, as you said, even in the maximum city of the country, that is Mumbai.
Right. In fact, Anuj, just very quickly recap for our viewers what has happened in the case today and what is the police, police sources telling you about the investigation so far?
The entire case kind of took a different turn and it picked up pace after yesterday afternoon when the primary accused was arrested by the police from Shahpur Thane. Now the arrest itself followed a very interesting pattern where it was a proper technological surveillance which was undertaken by the Mumbai police, and that helped them reach Shahpur where the primary accused had absconded with his family and a friend. Then, of course, all the phones were switched off for 60 hours, but then he went to meet a friend in Virar who switched his phone on for 15 minutes. And those 15 minutes costed Mihir Shah, has probably costed him everything at the moment because the police was able to track down the location of that phone and then they reached to him and then they nabbed him. We see after that when he was presented in the court today, in between he was not brought to the Worli police station for several reasons. But today when he was presented in front of the court, we saw that the public prosecutor had several arguments on why the police custody needs to be there for a maximum period. He stated that the investigation is still in its preliminary position. There needs to be a lot of paying up to be done by the Mumbai police, and that will take time. But you see the defense also tried to make some smart points. They stated that the statement made by the primary accused and the driver who's been given a police custody until tomorrow, both of these stories are parallel. They match quite well. Secondly, he said that the police has recovered all the evidences that they needed in their primary investigation. So there is not much left for the police to investigate. Because the public prosecutor had earlier stated that the Mihir Shah, the primary accused, got a complete makeover by removing beard and hair, and that kind of poses an important question on who helped him in doing that. The defense to that had a very interesting point. They said that only because of that can't basically a person getting a makeover can't be the strongest point for public custody for police custody.
Okay, Anuj, stay on with me. In fact, Urvashi Gupta is joining us from Mumbai. We're getting a lot of callers from Mumbai. In fact, this case is from Mumbai. Ms. Gupta, thank you so much for calling us. Please go ahead with your comments, ma'am.
So I just wanted to say that I have a lot of faith in our judiciary and the police, Mumbai police, and we just need to be a little patient. We need to have a little patience in this case, and we do not need to have many opinions and draw conclusions. The police and the judiciary will take specific actions according to the Constitution of India.
But ma'am, do you think because, the father is politically connected, as the family has been saying, who will stand with us? Once the spotlight, once me and you would stop talking about it, the media cameras won't chase the politicians. Do you think the justice will be served even then?
Yes, it will be definitely be served. The law is same for everyone, be it politicians, be it the rich, be it the poor. The law is the same for everyone. We just need to have faith in the judiciary system and the Mumbai police. They will do their job.
Thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. Important, in fact, at least somebody does believe that the law will take its own course and, of course, justice will be served. We'll leave it there. Thank you so much for all our callers for speaking to us. And we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Meanwhile, after concluding his tour to Russia, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today reached Vienna in Austria on a one-day trip. Prime Minister received ceremonial welcome in Vienna and a guard of honor as well. This was the first visit of an Indian Prime Minister to Vienna after Indira Gandhi since 1983. Both the leaders then, of course, held bilateral talks, and after that, a joint, statement was released. Listen in.
मुझे खुशी है कि मेरे तीसरे कार्यकाल की शुरुआत में ही ऑस्ट्रिया आने का अवसर मिला। मेरी यह यात्रा ऐतिहासिक भी है और विशेष भी है। 41 साल के बाद किसी भारतीय प्रधानमंत्री ने ऑस्ट्रिया का दौरा किया है। आज मेरे और चांसलर नेहमर के बीच बहुत सार्थक बातचीत हुई। हमने आपसी सहयोग को और मजबूत करने के लिए नई संभावनाओं की पहचान की है। हमने निर्णय लिया है कि संबंधों को स्ट्रैटेजिक दिशा प्रदान की जाएगी। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर विकास, इनोवेशन, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, हाइड्रोजन, वाटर एंड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, क्वांटम जैसे क्षेत्रों में एक दूसरे के सामर्थ्य को जोड़ने का काम किया जाएगा।
Today already there are excellent economic and trade relations with India, marked by mutual trust and confidence. 2.7 billion euro is the current trade volume. More than 150 Austrian businesses are operating in India, and we expect the number to increase, and there will also be Indian investments in Austria. There is high demand for economic cooperation, particularly when it comes to renewable energy, on about environment and urban technology, urban development and infrastructure development.
Meanwhile, big claims have been made by the Enforcement Directorate in its charge sheet, which they filed in the alleged Delhi liquor policy scam, in which they have charged Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal as the kingpin of the scam. The BJP has picked up this issue and have said that the middlemen paid from the Aam Aadmi Party's bank account. They have also said that Arvind Kejriwal has been exposed by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, Aam Aadmi Party has hit out at the BJP over the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet and has said that ED was unable to establish any money trail. They have also said that Delhi Chief Minister is being targeted. This is political vendetta.
जब भी शराब घोटाले की बात आती है तो आम आदमी पार्टी जनता और मीडिया को गुमराह करने का प्रयास करती है, हमेशा कहती है कि कोई सबूत नहीं है, लेकिन आज दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो गया। ईडी ने एक बहुत ही डिटेल्ड चार्जशीट फाइल करी है और इसके तहत पता चलता है कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी न केवल व्यक्तिगत तौर पर शराब घोटाले में करोड़ों रुपए के किकबैक्स लेने में उनकी व्यक्तिगत भूमिका है, बल्कि ये भी कि वो इस पूरी की पूरी कंस्पिरेसी के किंग पिन हैं और यही चार्जशीट भी कहती है।
ईडी का काम है बयानों को तोड़ मरोड़ के भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मदद करना, और ये कोर्ट में ही साबित कर दिया था अरविंद केजरीवाल ने। पिछली बार जब ट्रायल कोर्ट के अंदर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने कहा कि सीबीआई ये कह रही है और ऐसा मैंने नहीं कहा, तो कोर्ट ने वहीं पे सीबीआई को कहा कि हाँ ऐसा तो इन्होंने नहीं कहा, आप ऐसा क्यों कह रहे हैं। तो ये सीबीआई इसलिए कह रही है ताकि आप ये बात टीवी पे चलाएं, ताकि कुछ लोग इसको अखबार में लिखें और ऐसा लगे कि जो सीबीआई कह रही है वो शायद अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ही कह रहे हैं। यही बड़ी समस्या है कि आज इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी एक पॉलिटिकल टूल बन गई है।
Well, in the 7th supplementary charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate, it has been mentioned that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin and the main conspirator of the entire alleged Delhi liquor excise policy scam. It has been mentioned in the charge sheet that because Arvind Kejriwal is the national convener of the Aam Aadmi Party and the proceeds of crimes that amounts to rupees 25 crores which came from South Group and transferred through Hawala channels to Goa. He was the one who knew each and every process of getting that money delivered to Goa, which was ultimately used by the Aam Aadmi Party in the election campaigning there. It was also mentioned that Arvind Kejriwal was present in the meeting where Manish Sisodiya, Satyendra Jain was present, and the entire documents was handed over to Mr. Sisodiya. In the charge sheet, it had been mentioned about the WhatsApp chats between Mr. Chauhan and Arvind Kejriwal, that how Mr. Chauhan facilitated Arvind Kejriwal when he was in Goa, and he was the one who paid the amount to the hotel where Arvind Kejriwal stayed in a 7-star hotel in Goa. It was also stated that Mr. Chauhan is the one who is very close to Arvind Kejriwal, and he was the one who was taking the entire cash delivered to the Aam Aadmi Party in Goa, and the money was later used by the party itself. There are a series of timelines which had been mentioned in this charge sheet from where the exact the scam started until the end, why Aam Aadmi Party is also now being named as an accused. Total number of accused are 38. 37th accused is Arvind Kejriwal and 38th is Aam Aadmi Party. New thing in this 7th supplementary charge sheet is what Arvind Kejriwal's counsel had been every time claiming in the court, that till now there had been no evidence that the Enforcement Directorate or the probe agencies had tried to gather and had submitted in the court. Now finally when the charge sheet had submitted and Arvind Kejriwal links had emerged as to he knew about the dealings, the WhatsApp chats, documentations, all had been submitted. Now it has been clear on the part of the Enforcement Directorate that how these accused had to be had to face the trials in the court. If proved guilty, then certainly the charges will be framed. So more trouble mounting in the upcoming days for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो. एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई. इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई. तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन. और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, you can utilize the full potential of Google's AI to make your life and your phones even smarter.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. Special focus on the big political face-off in Karnataka with the Chief Minister at the epicenter of it. But first, the headlines that we're tracking this hour, including the latest on the Mumbai hit-and-run case. The key accused in that case is sent to 7 days in police custody. The police say there was a series of efforts to cover up and mislead investigators. Prime Minister Modi becomes the first Indian Prime Minister to land in Austria after Indira Gandhi in 1983 meets with the Austrian Chancellor and will meet the key personalities in Vienna. AAP and BJP face off after the Enforcement Directorate claims Arvind Kejriwal was the quote-unquote kingpin in the Delhi excise policy scam. AAP says the Delhi Chief Minister is being politically targeted even as the BJP claims he has been exposed. Rajasthan Deputy Chief Minister Diya Kumari speaks exclusively to NDTV after her first budget, says she is focused on all sections of the society. Well, our top focus this evening, the political fallout of the Mysuru Urban Development Authority or MUDA land allotment controversy that has Chief Minister Sitamarhi at the epicenter. As the accusations get louder and stronger with each passing day, the face-off is likely to dominate the upcoming session of the state legislature starting on Monday. Has it put the government and the chief minister on a defensive? What impact will it have on the power equations within the Congress? A special panel up ahead to discuss the details. But first, Pratibha Raman on the latest in the Muda controversy.
The political face-off over the Muda land allotment controversy around Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah got another new twist, with the social activist Snehamayi Krishna filing a complaint accusing Siddaramaiah's family of forging documents and illegally procuring 3.16 acres of land, which was acquired by Muda, for which compensation sites were allotted at a different site. The Congress hit back and alleged that the activist was making false allegations at the behest of the BJP.
2005 ಇಸ್ವಿಲಿ ಅನ್ಯಕ್ರಾಂತ ಆಗಿರೋ ವಿಚಾರನ ಮುಚ್ಚಿಟ್ಟು ಕೃಷಿ ಭೂಮಿ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಭೂಮಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಾಧೀನ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಸುಳ್ಳು ದಾನಪತ್ರ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ಅವರ ಹೆಸರಿಗೆ ನೋಂದಣಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಭೂ ಮಾಲೀಕರು ನಮಗೆ ಪರಿಹಾರ ನೀಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಸುಳ್ಳು ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ಮೈಸೂರು ನಗರಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದಿಂದ ಕೋಟ್ಯಾಂತರ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬೆಲೆ ಬಾಳುವಂತ 14 ನಿವೇಶನವನ್ನ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಯವರ ಕುಟುಂಬದವರು ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಅದು ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೀವ್ರಿ. ಇಬ್ರು IAS ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಕೇಳಿ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದು ಏನು ತನಿಖೆಯಾಗಿ ಏನು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ತನಿಖೆಯಾಗಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬಂದು ಕಾನೂನು ಬಾಹಿರವಾಗಿ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ ಆಗಿ 100% ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ತಗೋತೀವಿ. ಈಗ BJPಯವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಮಾಡಲಿ ಪಾಪ, ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಶುರುವಾಗುತ್ತೆ 15ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿಂದ. ಅದು ರೈಸ್ ಆದರೆ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಸರ್ಕಾರ.
While the activist claimed to have submitted documents to prove that the land procured by Siddaramaiah's brother-in-law Mallikarjun in 2004 was done so with forged documents, the police have not registered a case as a 2-member commission of inquiry is looking into the matter. The BJP, though, is on the offensive and will launch protests in Mysuru on Friday against the CM.
So you should have registered the case, since he's claiming whatever documents are in position of the CM family is fake, and that is the reason he wants to file a case. The investigation doesn't come in the way to prove whether genuine or duplicate.
A stormy session is expected next week, with the CM preparing to counter allegations as well as legal assaults. The land allotment scam on one hand, we also have the veracity of documents on the other. All eyes are on the investigation report and the action to be followed. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Well, so what's the political fallout, as Pratibha Raman points out, before the legislature session begins here on Monday? And has it put the government on the defensive? Joining us this evening, Lavanya Balal Jain of the Congress Party, Dr. Sudhak Halkai of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Sandeep Shastri, who follows Karnataka politics very closely, and senior journalist Ramakrishna Upadhyay, who's tracked several of these political personalities for several decades now. My first question to you, Lavanya Balal, has this put the government and the chief minister on the defensive? Because prima facie, it seems like the Muda has been allotting sites on a flawed logic.
Good evening, Veeraraghav. Not at all. It has not put the government or the CM on a defensive, because truth is on our side. If you look at the Muda sites distribution, there has been a distribution of 6,000 sites. And this distribution happened when the BJP was in power and not when Siddaramaiah was a CM prior to this, or when he was a deputy CM. So it happened under the tenure of the BJP government between 2019 to 23. So if there is a fraud committed, then we would like to ask the BJP, did you commit the fraud? Because clearly this has not happened, because it was a conflict of interest for the chief minister. He's not taken any action when he was a chief minister, and Muda has acquired properties without sending notification, without compensating a lot of landowners. The question is, what happened to the rest of the, sites? There were 6,000 sites, allotted by the Muda. Who did it go to? Who got this land? And why is it that when the Muda acquired these properties, the notice was not sent to Parvati or any of the other people whose land was acquired by the Muda? Why did Muda take an illegal action? That is also one of the questions.
Right. So, Sudha Halkai, respond to those points raised by Lavanya Balal. The Congress's defense is that this happened during BJP's time, and also there are BJP leaders whose family allegedly benefited from the site allotment as well. Please respond.
First and foremost, Little, I would like to bring light on this issue. Earlier, before the Muda formation was there was something called as City Improvement Trust Board by the Maharaja of Mysore. And here, the Maharaja of the Mysore himself, he used to give the land to the people, he used to give the shelter to the, he used to give roof to the roofless people. This was during the 90s. Okay, this was the ideology of the Maharaja then. And now comes here the Chief Minister of Karnataka, who is known as a custodian of our constitution, who is violating all the rules and regulation, and who has got one set of rules for himself and one set of rules for others. One thing. Second thing is, I would like to ask, why did they purchase this property? Why did they purchase this property in 2004? That is the brother-in-law of Mr. Siddaramaiah. Why didn't he check into the EC that this belongs to the Muda? He has purchased this from other person. Why didn't he see that this particular land, which comes to the Kesari Badavane, where 1992 notification was sent, and they have purchased this without checking into the EC. The so-called the deputy CM, the CM, the finance minister, the leader of the opposition who has been in power for the past 40 years has not seen the sensitivity of this details which has to be checked before the purchasing of the property. Second thing is, this has been given in the form of Kunkuma Bhagya. That is, the CM, who is known for his phobia for the Kunkuma, has accepted, is ready to accept the land and the compensation, huge compensation in the form of Kunkuma. This is a very controversial thing, I must say. And in 2005, there was a scheme by the government like 50-50 for the agriculturist, for the farmers. Why this land was purchased in 1990, in 2004 and 1992, there was allotment of this land. Why did they go for this implement of 50-50 for this? That is 2005 onwards, this scheme had come. My question is, 2,500
Right.
is the land value per square feet for which this land was the land which they had taken, and Mr. Siddaramaiah has claimed a property where the square feet value is 9,500. This is somewhere 3 to 4 times more than what he has, what land value his land
I would
holds
like
on.
to respond.
Why is that now?
Okay.
And when what Lavanya Balal is saying that, the BJP
No,
was
Lavanya,
very
as you respond,
whoever
Yes,
has
I would like to
trespassed,
respond.
that they have to be the
No, I'll get
investigation has to
Lavanya,
be
but
impartial, and the investigation has to be impartial, and justice has to be done to each and every one today.
Hi. Veera Raghav, I'll take up
okay,
from the last point.
as I get Lavanya Balal to respond, Lavanya, as you respond, I'm just adding one further question to this. Leave the facts aside, which will be something that will have to be probed. The fact that the Chief Minister's name has been dragged into this controversy, has it put A, the Congress on a defensive? I ask that question again. And B, does it reflect some power equation changes within the Congress as well? Please go ahead.
Absolutely not. It does not put the CM on the defense because he's not done anything wrong. And there is no question of, power equations changing within the Congress. And the BJP spokesperson spoke about how, there has to be an inquiry, and committee has been constituted to get into do an investigation, and 2 senior IAS officers are conducting the investigation. And she spoke about the 50-50 allotment, and that itself was brought about by the BJP, the previous BJP government. And there was a cheap shot about Kunkuma Bhagya. I don't think people should talk about his wife's beliefs, because the CM may or may not be an atheist, but he's not somebody who's rejected Hindu rituals. And on record, we have Mr. Bommai, the former CM of Karnataka, refusing to wear kunkuma. It is also their party president in Karnataka who has refused to wear that. I would ask them to refrain from personal comments and stick to the facts. And the fact of the matter is, there has not been crime committed or an corruption committed by the CM or the Congress government. We also want to know the answer. CM himself is very clear. He wants to know the answer who has committed corruption here, or if there is a scam, he wants to know that as well.
My question is why so many
a quick rebuttal from Sudha, Dr. Sudha, before I go to the analysts on the show.
Veer Raghav, the land value of this, that is 3.16 acres of land, has been quoted as 25 lakhs before the state assembly elections, which they have to present in front of the election board. And now they're claiming a value of 60 crores. Second thing, they're claiming a value of 60 crores. You can just see the difference. Then it is just 13 months back, it's 25 lakhs, and now they want a compensation of 60 crores. My question is, does the CM doesn't know
the
that
valuation is another controversy in this?
Yeah, and there's so many transfers of the officers taking place, and why is the overnight where the documents been missing over there? Bhairati Suresh has gone over there.
Both of you have put your points.
So many documents have been missing.
Both of you have put your points. Let me get Ramakrishna Upadhyay and Sandeep Shastri into this. Ramakrishna Upadhyay, having seen this controversy, we leave the facts to the fact that there is an inquiry that's been set up. They will have to probe into the matter. What is the political fallout of this controversy that you see just as we head into a state legislature coming the first session after the Lok Sabha elections? What is the political fallout that you see of this?
Raghav, I see both the spokespersons beating about the bush. Before talking about the political fallout, let me point out bluntly, this is a scam involving thousands of crores of rupees worth of lands. And the beneficiaries are not just the Chief Minister and his wife. But there are beneficiaries across the board. They belong to various political parties. In fact, Mahadevappa, who is the minister in charge of Mysore, himself has admitted that there have been beneficiaries from other parties as well. You know what Muda has done is to acquire, start developing the land without acquiring it. And then they say, okay, we have not acquired it and we will give you at 50-50. What is this 50-50? And then you acquire somewhere and then you allot a land which is a prime land. It's like, you acquire a land in Konankutte in Bangalore and then allot a land in MG Road. So this is the kind of scam that has happened. Right. It is not just Sitamarhi and his wife who are involved. There have been a lot of other people. Yes, this was bought in 2020 when BJP was in power. But this, despite the senior officials pointing out this is the irregularity and this has to be stopped, none of the governments have stopped, including Sitamarhi government. So this is the fact of the matter, that all those political parties are involved, and Sitamarhi being in power right now should have cancelled the whole thing instead of waiting for it to come into the open. So he has waited till the whole thing has come into the open, and now he's trying to organize a sham inquiry, and he's getting two IAS officers to do the inquiry. So this is not the inquiry. He has to organize a judicial inquiry. You should ask the High Court judge to get into this and get to the bottom of it if he's interested in facts.
Right, you're making a very important point there. Apart from how this has been approached by the government and the Chief Minister at the moment, Sandeep Shastri, Ramakrishna Upadhyay's core point is that the beneficiaries from such a flawed scheme, which seems to be completely prima facie flawed on logic, as he's pointing out, cuts across political lines. So does anyone have the moral right to take this on? What is the political fallout you see of this controversy?
Veera, I would fully concede the point that my friend Ramakrishna is making. I'll stretch it a little. There is weight in the argument that both Lavanyaji and Sudhaji came up with. I think the larger point we need to understand is many chief ministers in Karnataka, irrespective of the party that they have represented, have been embroiled in controversies relating to land purchase and land sale. It has haunted all of them. And let's remember, Veera, also, if you look at the background of those elected to various representative positions in urban areas, especially Bangalore and Mysuru, you scratch not too deep, you scratch a little deep, you will have a real estate connection with those who are representing people, irrespective of the party they belong to. So, land as a physical possession and positions of responsibility as political territory are both the center of controversy today. And I think, like in the past, this has revisited a government and a leadership once again. Go back to nice controversy, go back to the Konankunte controversy that
Akrama Sakrama.
That was spoken about very clearly. Every chief minister in the state in the recent past has had problems relating to land, its sale and its purchase.
Both of you,
Veera, I just
both
want to
you and Ramkrishna Upadhyay are making a very, very strong political point. Dr. Sudha, as I come to you, I'm just putting the last question to you and Lavanya. First to you, every political party in Karnataka has, most political leaders are involved in some sort of a land scam or the other. That's the truth of the matter.
Veera, I would like to put a point over here. It will be wrong if I don't mention Mr. L.K. Advaniji's presidency, that he had resigned from his post when he was elected. He had an allegation regarding the Hawala case, and he joined once he was clear with all the allegations. So I say that Mr. Siddaramaiah should give a resignation and step down from his post on the grounds of morality. And if he comes out with a clean sheet, he can come back into the CM post again. Why is he not doing that? Why shouldn't he do that?
Lavanya, respond.
Being so responsible from all the 40 decades, he says that he's unaware of all these things and he claims
Lavanya, go ahead.
Huge amount. We should
Unfortunately, madam, when there were past controversies, nobody stepped down, whether it was Akrama Sakrama. Please go ahead, Lavanya.
More than 1,000.
It doesn't matter. The BJP needs to get off its high horse and say, oh, you should resign on the basis of moral grounds. I think BJP is not aware of what is moral grounds. There have been scam after scam after scam that has happened in the Modi government, including the one that happened during the results. And nobody has resigned.
182 crores of scam has taken place. The officer, Mr. Chandrasekhar, has committed suicide. Nagendra has been arrested. ED has done raid today in Karnataka. What face you people have today to talk about the scams in Karnataka? People, farmers, officers, everybody are dying today. The crime rates have increased. The prices have increased today.
Yeah, well,
last 20 seconds to both of you.
Corruption, collection,
I would like to see the BJP is the one to talk about scams, and they are the ones
They are not talking about 40% corrupt sarkar. They call the BJP 40% corrupt sarkar. Now what are they doing? They are indulging in huge corruption.
Allegation?
So many contractors
have being made, but this sets the tone for what I think is going to be a stormy assembly legislature session in Karnataka starting coming Monday. But that's all we have time for on this conversation, because we now shift to another political controversy in Karnataka after 7-time BJP Lok Sabha MP from Bijapur, Ramesh Jigajinagi, publicly expressed his unhappiness over not being given a cabinet berth at the centre. In fact, during the row over pro-term speaker, the Congress had accused the BJP of overlooking Ramesh Jigajinagi because he belonged to the scheduled caste. And the MP's public comments come as an embarrassment for the BJP, which had to accommodate JDS's H.D. Kumaraswamy in the Union Cabinet and representative from other powerful sections of the state's polity. Let's listen into the face-off in Karnataka.
ನನಗೆ ಮಂತ್ರಿಕಿದು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇರೋದು ಜನರದು. ಆದರೆ ಜನ ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ವಾಪಸ್ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ತೂ ಹಳಿ ಅಂತ ಉಳಿದ್ರು ನನಗೆ. ನಾವು ಮೊದಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆವು ನಿಮಗೆ ದಲಿತರು ವಿರೋಧಿ ಅದ, ಈ ಪಕ್ಷ ಸೇರಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಭಾಳ ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ದಲಿತರು ನನ್ನ ಜೋಡಿ ವಾದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಆದರೆ ನನ್ನ ಸಲುವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಜನರ ಒತ್ತಡ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅದ. ನೀವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಎಂಥ ಅನ್ಯಾಯನೋ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ. ಒಬ್ಬ ದಲಿತ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಇಡೀ ಸೌತ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಾಗ, ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬನೇ ಗೆದ್ದು ಬಂದ 7 ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ದಲಿತನಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಪರ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ನವ್ರು ಆದ್ರಪ್ಪ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವರೇನು ಈ ದಲಿತರೇನು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನನಗಂತೂ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ನೋವಾದಪ್ಪ, ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೇಳಬಲ್ಲೆ.
Well, from politics in Karnataka now to dengue fears in Bengaluru and the rest of the state. The Karnataka High Court today took suo motu cognizance of the steadily rising dengue cases across the state. The court has directed the Karnataka government to submit details of all preventive and remedial steps taken so far to contain the spread of the disease. Remember, a Zika case was also detected in the state. The number of infections across the state, that's of dengue, has reached 7,362 as of Monday, with Bengaluru recording over 2,000 cases from January onwards. The seventh casualty due to dengue was recorded, according to authorities, on a Monday. Surveillance activities have been pumped up across the state by the government and across by several residential associations which have started aggressive fumigation efforts to fight mosquitoes. But with the monsoon likely to get more intense in July, dengue worries remain a major concern, especially in Silicon Valley city of India or Bengaluru, often in several of those highly congested areas where waterlogging is a major issue. My colleague Pratibha Raman now joins us live. Pratibha, obviously it's a concern to keep away from mosquitoes, but what are authorities telling you given the huge number of cases that have been reported from across several parts of Bengaluru city?
In fact, there have been meetings that have been held repeatedly, not just with respect to the officials belonging to the civic department, but also the health officials conducted by the health minister, as well as the chief minister taking a personal interest in terms of the kind of surveillance activities that are underway, because this is definitely an unexpected surge as far as Bengaluru as well as Karnataka is concerned, because we are talking of over 2,000 cases recorded in Bengaluru, over 7 deaths that have been recorded in the entire state of Karnataka, just one that happened on Monday, 2 deaths that happened in a span of 24 hours on Sunday. These are definitely concerning as well as alarming as far as the dengue situation here is concerned. But however, no emergency that has been declared by the health minister, and a lot of teams that have been pulled in to ensure that the surveillance is done in some of the most sensitive areas in Bengaluru, which are considered to be breeding grounds for mosquitoes, and at the same time capping of dengue kits as well that are being done. So a lot of activities underway as far as the dengue cases here in Bengaluru are concerned, but we'll have to wait to see whether there would be any kind of reprieve in the days to come. Back to you.
Obviously, Pratibha, this is a seasonal issue which comes about and hits us year after year during monsoon season when mosquito breeding happens to be enormous. Obviously, there is no need for any kind of alarm, but yes, the authorities are taking all precautions, as well as Residents Association, as I pointed out, taking precautions in terms of fumigation as well. So that's the dengue update from Bengaluru, and of course the rest of Karnataka. We'll keep a close watch on that as well. That's all we have time for on the Southern View this evening. News and updates continue right here on NDTV. Thanks for watching.
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 Pan-India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2.
Thought of the movie is just a pan-Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie.
Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done from Mr. Kamal Hassan?
3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema.
Co-power. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are
अर्शदीप हमारे साथ है
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Here we are and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी। देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं।
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3 because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there is no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter. आप उसको अभी use कर सकते हैं for at least I would say एक और साल तक before you see any substantial upgrade in this technology. और हो सकता है अगले आने वाले जो मॉडल्स होंगे वो आपको ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग लगेंगे।
नमस्ते टेक्निकल गुरुजी, मैं ऑनलाइन क्लास में पढ़ती हूँ और मुझसे ज़्यादा टाइम के लिए ईयरफोन्स नहीं पहने जाते। क्या आप मुझे ऐसे ईयरफोन्स या हेडफोन्स सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं जिन्हें हम 3 से 4 घंटे पहन सकें?
मैं आपको 2 सलाह दूंगा मेरी तरफ से। सबसे पहला तो अगर आप ईयरफोन्स यूज़ करते हैं तो उसमें आप ईयर टिप को चेंज करके देखिए बिकॉज कई बार उसका साइज़ अगर आप चेंज करेंगे तो आपको ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल फील होगा और आप लंबे टाइम तक उनको पहन पाएंगे। सेकेंड थिंग, अगर आपको स्टिल लगता है कि ईयरफोन्स जो हैं ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल नहीं हैं तो आई वुड रिकमेंड कि आप एक ओवर ईयर स्टाइल का हेडफोन लें। ओवर ईयर से मेरा मतलब ये है द कुशन गोज ऑल अराउंड योर ईयर और आपके
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 pan-India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2.
Thought of the movie is just a pan-Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie.
Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done from Mr. Kamal Hassan?
3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema.
Director Shankar and actor Kamal Hassan's Indian set the box office on fire in 1996 pan-India. 28 years later, they've teamed up again for a sequel, Indian 2. Joining us now, the master filmmaker, Mr. Shankar himself. Thank you very much for your time. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The central theme of this film is corruption. Do you think it's still relevant pan-India? And what have you done to make it interesting for audience countrywide?
Yeah, see, after the release of the movie, every year after a movie, when I was thinking about my next film, so when I read the newspapers, the news coming every day, like somewhere the bribe was asked and someone has to pay the bribe and some poor people are affected by the bribing and all. So immediately you will get the thought of Senapati. So year after year, when you read the news, I feel like the Senapati character should come back. But I was waiting to that feeling to convert into a story. So during 2.0, I got the story and I decided to do that. Mainly, the thought of the movie is just a pan-Indian thought. So I'm confident that each and every citizen of our country can associate with this movie, and they will watch the movie fully. It will be very engaging for them, for the family audience, and this is for all generations. And there is something to take away from this movie for every citizen. And after the movie is over, they will start thinking about the thought in the movie. I strongly believe.
Both you and Mr. Kamal Hassan over the years have established yourself into big names in your respective fields. What was it like working with him after 28 years?
It was so nice. He was, after 28 years, he was more experienced, and he is making things easy. Easy means we can work with him so easily. So you see that his stardom and his experience and knowledge doesn't make us to hesitate to ask something or to make him to do different things and all. That is a good thing I observed about him, and he's very updated. So yeah, his acting also very updated. So even after so many years of acting, he is very particular about his acting is very trendy, which will appeal to the nowadays audience.
Was it difficult directing him?
No, if you work properly, it's not difficult to direct him. So when I go to Kamal sir, is so knowledgeable. So before I go and pitch a script, I will make sure, so everything is perfect. And with lot of homework, if you go and approach him, if everything is fine, the very easiest actor to direct.
The Senapati Tata, the old man, he is the central character. Is it true it took every day several hours for the prosthetic makeup to be done for Mr. Kamal Hassan?
Yes, of course, because in the part 1, we shot 40 days with the prosthetic makeup, and this part we shot him 70 days with the prosthetic makeup. So every day he is the one to come to the set first, and it will take from 3 hours to 3.5 hours. Then we can work maximum 5.5 hours only, and then it will take 1 hour for him to remove the makeup.
Right.
So he can't eat solid food, so he'll be having some juice, soup and all. Once he finishes the shoot and once he removes the makeup, only he can eat solid food. So he has gone through all these difficulties because he loved the character and the passion for the cinema. So he has gone through this all these prosthetics and all, and made that character more memorable and more lively and more dynamic, and can go on and on about it.
You are known to be a director synonymous with grandeur, magnificence. Would Indian too also be of that kind, with pan-India stars like Siddharth, Anushka, Rahul Preet?
Yeah, as I told you before, more than a pan-India movie, it's a pan-Indian thought. So it's a big story. Like the part 1 was 3 hours 20 minutes, and it was revolving around one state. And this part 2 is spreading all over the country. The story is so big, and it needs lot of characters, lot of supporting characters, lot of cameos and all. So all the actors with like Siddharth, Rakul Preet Singh and Gulshan Grover, Piyush Mishra, Zakir Hussain, and here Vivek and Nedumudi Venu from Malayalam industry, Bobby Simha, and the experienced actors, they elevated the scene to the next level. So you can fully involve the movie, and you can enjoy that.
You expect a repeat of the box office? what happened in 96?
Yeah, of course.
A blockbuster?
Yeah, of course. See, we did our best, and so many technicians and actors, and we all put our efforts to satisfy the audience. So we strongly believe the audience will, in return, they will show their love by flooding to the theaters.
Mr. A. Rahman had scored music for Indian. One would have thought you would have written him for the sequel as well, but was it a difficult choice to say no to him and to engage Mr. Anirudh?
It's not like that, because the situation is totally different.
Right.
When I finished 2.0 shoot, there were something went wrong in the visual effects for that the huge bird. So we are in a situation to recreate that from the scratch.
Right.
So the VFX companies demanded 1 year of time to complete that bird shots and all. So we have to wait naturally for a period of 1 year.
Right.
So my work is very less. In once in a week they will come with the CG shots, and I have to see whether it is okay or not, what correction has to be made. I'll give my feedback, and I was free. I'll be free for 1 year. Meanwhile, I have finished the script of Indian 2. So, and even Kamal sir liked the script, and we are ready to start the shoot. 2.0 released in November, and we are ready in the January itself. We plan to shoot also. So that time my work is finished, but A.R. Rahman's work is not completed. Just now he started the background score. It's a huge task, because he did very beautifully, and he had put a lot of efforts. I think out of all of my films, for the background score, he had put enormous effort for the movie 2.0. So if I ask for the songs for Indian 2 also, it will be heavy burden for him. I can't ask also. When I'm doing 2.0, that also to be released. Right. So it will be a very difficult task for him. So meanwhile, I'm seeing the growth of Anirudh. All his songs are so good, I'm enjoying that also. So I thought I should work with him, and I should take him for this Indian 2. This is what happened regarding the music composer.
Did you think about roping in Manisha Koirala and the other team members part of Indian?
Yeah, when the story was progressing, so naturally your thought will go back and forth, left and right. Okay, so sometime that characters will be required, and from another angle it is not required. So I gone through the process of bringing that characters again, and finally the logged script didn't require Manisha Koirala and Urmila and all. So that the main CBI officer character is coming. That is Nadu, the senior most actor, a brilliant actor. So after 28 years, the CBI officer who was after Senapati in that part 1 is coming back in this part also.
Right. One would think, well, male actors, heroes are able to retain their #1 position even when they cross 70. Actresses don't get that kind of a luck actually. They get, in a sense, discarded. Do you think that's a kind of a bias towards men or against women?
I don't think so, because the times are changing. Now Deepika Padukone has such a big command. So here Nayanthara has a big command. So I don't think so. Like
the industry is not biased against women.
No. See, it's the audience. No, when they like female superstars, no, they will make that a big box office hit, and they will make their stardom grow more and more.
Things are changing?
Yeah, I've told no 2 examples.
In terms of pay?
Pay also, they are getting big payment.
Equal to men or heroes?
That day is not
far away.
Yeah.
Right. You have directed Mr. Kamal Hassan, Mr. Rajnikant. Would you want to see them together in any of your films sometime?
Yeah, that is the dream of every filmmaker here. And I had an idea actually. Initially, the 2.0. My idea is Rajni sir and Kamal sir to do together. That Kamal sir to do the Pakshirajan role which Akshay Kumar did, but he was busy and so. Excuse me. So we went for casting Akshay Kumar in that movie.
What's the difference you see in their styles, Mr. Kamal Hassan and Mr. Rajnikant?
Entirely different, but very effective because he also have his own energy. Rajni sir and Kamal sir also is having his own energy. They're different energy, but it works.
Right. Tell us about, it was an emotional moment. Three of the artists you lost in the making of the film, Mr. Vivek, Mano and Nedumudi.
One more actor also, Asif.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But still you made sure you retained the characters and gave a kind of a new life for them on the film.
No, you can see the movie. Yeah, they are very important characters. They are there in the movie.
Going away from Indian too, how much of artificial intelligence is being used in films in general, sir? Outside there is a worry that in course of time AI will take over many of our work. How is it in the film industry?
Yeah, it is. We are using that wherever it's necessary. We are not forcing it to for any aspect, music wise and voice wise and visual image wise. But every time some new technology comes, people will say that there is a threat. But still the human imagination and the human creation is always superior. That's what I believe. So it will be a tool, that's all.
That's right. How important is Indian 2 for you as a director?
Every film is important for me because I'm giving a slice of my life to that each and every movie. So every movie is very, very important.
And what keeps you updated? How do you prepare yourself for every challenge? You've been in the industry for so long.
I am observing what is happening around me, and I have kids of this generation, and see, when you make a movie, you should keep all the aspects in your mind. When you're writing a story, you should keep everything. So naturally, will be evolving, according to the generation changes, like that. In such a way, like you can see the participation of this generation also in this movie.
Right. Is there a kind of a healthy competition? Seasoned, established directors like you, and on the other side you have OTT platforms nurturing young talents now.
Yeah, I like that. See, in Corona period, I've seen a lot of web series and these things. It's mind-blowing, and which you cannot, some of the content we cannot do in the mainstream cinema. And that is one side. But I love feature films like okay, because that euphoria when you go to the theater, sit with the 300 people or 600 people or 1000 people together and enjoy, like that euphoria is amazing. That experience, that I would love to do mostly. Let me see in future, if whether I'll be doing a OTT content or not.
Information coming from the US markets, Indian 2 is doing extremely well in terms of advanced bookings. Are you optimistic of a repeat of the 1996 blockbuster performance? Do you expect that kind of a repeat?
Yeah, of course. See, I told you, everybody, because the producer Subhashkaran is very passionate. I'm supposed to do this movie with some other producer. So he called me, very friendly. He asked, I'm the fan of that movie, Indian. So I want to produce it. Please do it for me. He asked me. So seeing his passion and all, we see that he will be producing this. And Kamal sir spent so much of time because he saw the potentiality in the script. And even if there's no something exciting in a script, even I can't do. Only if I can enjoy as a movie, then only I will shoot. So everybody believed and everybody liked the script, and everybody put their efforts, all the technicians and actors. So definitely, people will respect the hard work, and they know what kind of people are involved in the movie, and how they go to a level to see that perfection, the max. and definitely they will reciprocate for that.
When can we expect the trilogy, part 3?
Yeah, almost 80% of the filming is done. There is 2 songs and some scenes are there. As soon as we release that, we will plan, discuss with the production, and there is a possibility of releasing within the 6 months of this release. Let's see how things shape.
Lastly, it's 28 years since you made this film. There could be a bulk of the younger audience who have not watched the film. Will they still be able to enjoy and understand this film? Will it be a standalone in that sense?
Last year also and now also you can see these kind of news in the newspapers regarding bribing and all. So definitely it will appeal for them, and I told there is a participation of this generation also in this story. So definitely they will get connected. So they are enjoying the songs, they are enjoying the trailer. So we all keep in mind that it should appeal for this generation also, and the script also is for all the generations. So the whole family can get connected with the content and they can enjoy, and there is something to take away.
Mr. Shankar, such a joy talking to you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
That was master filmmaker Mr. Shankar talking to us ahead of the release of Indian 2.
The Bhajanlal government presented its first budget today in the Rajasthan Vidhan Sabha with a roadmap for the next 5 years. The budget, which saw an absence of SOPs, was focused on infrastructure, developing water resources, and gave 8.26% allocation of the total budget for the health sector. The budget also spoke about one state, one election, which the BJP hopes to implement in Rajasthan.
So I have with me Finance Minister for Rajasthan, Diya Kumari, who's presented, I would say, Diya, a really long and far-sighted budget. It's not a budget which is full of sops. It's a budget which actually looks ahead at 5 years, 10 years, and even longer at 2047.
Yes, absolutely. We have completely, our focus has been on building infrastructure, making a Rajasthan which is equipped for 2047. If you don't start doing it now, it'll be too late. So whether it is, we talk about environment, whether we talk about tourism, roads, infrastructure, health, education, youth, women, this budget has everything.
In fact,
with a long-term vision.
What I found very interesting was your water grid. You're actually looking at investing in agriculture by providing drinking water. That's really getting to the root of the problem of agricultural crisis.
Yes, water is a major issue for Rajasthan, and like that our Honorable Chief Minister has signed 2 MOUs. One is the ERCP Pariyojana, which is coming into Rajasthan. We've already started work on it, and the Yamuna agreement also with Haryana. So this will be very beneficial. Even the looking at Western Rajasthan also, that we are looking at how we can improve the infrastructure, how we can do more maybe agreements with other states like Punjab, etc., where we get more water. Gujarat also, Mahi Dam work is also in progress now. So all areas of Rajasthan, whether it is Mewar, whether it is Marwar, Shekhawati or Eastern Rajasthan, everywhere, this is going to be the focus of our government.
A budget is also a political statement, and I've seen in this budget there are no SOPs, there's no short-term SOPs or populist sort of schemes. I mean, it seems, so for example, if you look at youth, there's a thing about inskilling them. So you're looking at long-term. I think everything seems to be long-term, it's not populist. So what would you say about that?
Yes, I hope the people understand that we're not looking at just cheap popularity, which the previous government, the Congress government, did for 5 years. And when you talk about them, they spoke, a lot of big announcements were done during their time, but actual implementation was almost nil. We are not going to do that.
And they've left a huge debt burden for you. Just one last question. One state, one election. Very interesting. It's an idea that the center, the Modi government at the center has mooted but is not being able to implement so far. So I think Rajasthan would perhaps become the first state to do so.
I hope it actually happens. We are all wanting it. I think even the public, if you ask anyone, yes, I am sure they are for this, because it saves everything. Saves money of the government, saves, the state machinery is also then not deployed everywhere else during these elections. One after the other elections also means code of conduct happening everywhere, so you don't see any work happening. So all this is important and we are working towards that.
Well, congratulations for a very, very far-sighted budget.
A divorced Muslim woman can seek alimony from her husband under Section 125 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, the law related to maintenance for wives, the Supreme Court ruled today. The big judgment came as a Supreme Court bench dismissed a Muslim man's petition challenging a direction to pay his wife maintenance after divorce. Here's a report.
Secular law prevails over Muslim personal law. A landmark ruling by the Supreme Court stating that Muslim women can claim maintenance from their divorced husbands. The bench made it clear that the law for seeking maintenance applies to all married women, irrespective of their religion. The court added that maintenance is not a matter of charity, but the fundamental right of a married woman.
ये बहुत ही अच्छा है सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो ये फैसला दिया है ये दिखाया है कि हम सभी बराबर है जैसे सबको मिलता है तो मुसलमानों को भी मिलना चाहिए ये बहुत अच्छी बात है उन्होंने ये जो फैसला दिया है इससे जो ऐसी लड़कियां हैं उनको मिलेगा उनकी ज़िंदगी आसान होगी और ये उनके लिए बहुत अच्छा है वुमेन पावर के लिए कोर्ट का फैसला जो हमारी लड़कियों उनके फेवर में ही आया है वो बहुत अच्छा फैसला आया है क्योंकि पहले क्या होता था उस चक्कर में काफ़ी सारी लड़कियों को डिवोर्स के बाद अलग अलग से जॉब जो उनके फेवर में नहीं भी होते थे वो भी करने पड़ते थे लेकिन अब से इससे क्या हो सकता है कि उनको उस तरीके की जॉब नहीं करनी पड़ेंगी जो उनको पहले करनी पड़ती थी जो कि हमारे फेवर में एक बहुत अच्छा ही फैसला किया सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहते हैं
The Supreme Court was hearing an appeal by a Telangana man who had been ordered to pay maintenance of 20,000 rupees to his ex-wife by a family court in the state. The man cited that the provisions of the Muslim Women Protection of Rights on Divorce Act 1986, which is the special act, would prevail over the provisions of Section 125 CRPC, which is a general act. Section 125 of the CRPC broadly says that a person with sufficient means cannot deny maintenance to their wife, children or parents.
So this is a historical judgment. Today the judgment which has come, it is really beyond my expectation. It is such a good judgment. It is a sort of woman empowerment.
अब ये जिम्मेदारी है कि इद्दत के दौरान जो तकरीबन 3.25 महीने का जो अरसा होता है उसमें जो साबिका शौहर है जिसने अपनी बीवी को तलाक दिया है उस पर ये जिम्मेदारी आयद होती है कि वो इद्दत के दौरान का खर्च अपनी बीवी का खर्च उठाए और उसको इद्दत का खर्चा दे अब इद्दत के खर्च के बाद मियाँ और बीवी दोनों आज़ाद हैं
The National Commission for Women has welcomed the ruling, calling it a significant step towards gender equality and justice for all women. An NDTV Bureau Report.
All right, time for a very short break. More on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Modi, who is on a one-day visit to Austria, posted on X and said that he had a very good meeting with Federal President Alexander Van der Bellen and discussed ways to expand India-Austria cooperation.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, One World Hygiene.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई, इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई. तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन. और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स एआई to make your life and your phones even smarter.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Great to have you with us. You're watching the news at 8 with me, Tanima Biswas, where we get you a roundup of all the top stories from across the country today. But before we get into that, first